It's incredible. I mean, it has all it needs, and I think that was really what the deck was looking for. And the card itself is amazing, and you can tell that maybe I think it's also a very good choice for a player like Dinka to play a deck like Vanquish Soul, because you have so many different options, and I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because like here in Damien just maybe want to make sure how all this all works, because it has double effects. So. This is far from over. I mean, we have seen Dinkas at our Future Match areas multiple times throughout the years, and you never can count him out. So, looks like the whole issue is now resolving.
Yeah, it's so important for the Vanquish Soul deck because beforehand, they only had limited ways to get monsters onto the field if you like just sort of destroyed their monsters or banished their monsters that they summoned. But now this just gives you another way, along with the Stake Your Soul. And of course your normal summon.
I mean, it was quite obvious that it was going to be rough to break this field, but we have also learned throughout these years to never count Dinka out. So if there is one person who could do it, it's probably him.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things about Vanquish Soul compared to other decks is it's so strong near the end of a duel, so you have no issue like playing out longer games. If you're like a long combo deck, perhaps you want to preserve time on the clock, but because Vanquish Soul it's quite short and it can inflict direct damage without needing to attack or anything like that, you're totally fine for games to take longer and win them near the end.
You also need to consider that basically Dinka is playing under Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, and Bolt Drakes, and this is, you know, far from over. Of course, this is the IP on the field from them inside, and here we're seeing another new card, Vanquish Soul Star, which is of course another layer of addition for the deck.
Ooh, and yeah, we knew about it. Comes the other Ash that we revealed earlier in the turn, but yeah, that's plenty. And unfortunately, although given a solid effort, Dinka has to pick up his cards, and game one goes to the Frenchman. Well, I mean, we knew that it's always rough, and I think Dinka himself knew that the whole point when you're playing against Malice is either you're able to stop them or to win the next turn, but no matter what, if you give them an additional turn, they're going to have so much that they are usually able to run away with the game, and that was pretty much what was going on there. But the side deck has always been like that for now over a year. Artifact Lancia, always the most represented cards in the side deck. And just like Pot of Extravagance was a signature card from his win at YCS Birmingham, there is another friend coming back in the side deck from Dinka that was, you know, quite good in the finals, I'd say. And that is?
There it is, the Chaos Hunter, and an excellent card in Vanquish Soul as well because of its dark attribute, so you can get extra value out of it. I feel like in this event in particular, you know, players are always shoving a few cards for Malice into their side decks. There are so many super powerful cards against Malice. You have the Chaos Hunter, you have the Artifact Lancer, and you have that Molchammer Meows. But in an event where you're expecting like a big concentration of the best decks, and one of those decks is Malice, maybe you're going to be facing so many of those cards.
Yeah, no, especially like before when I was interviewing Julius, he said, yeah, I was expecting a lot of Malice to enter the tournament, and I mean, I was quite safe that, you know, my deck is prepared against the deck, and I think, you know, this is the case for Dinkas as well. I mean, you have so many different cards, and Molcharmers along with the Artifact Lancia and Chaos Hunter. So yeah, I mean, it's now the pressure is on Dinka because he has to you know, come back into the match, and it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, one card I'm seeing less of in main decks than I expected was Droll Lockbird, which is really interesting to me because it had been almost a main deck staple in my mind for a lot of decks and a lot of people, and now everyone's just sort of relegated it to the side deck and just sort of everyone seems to have unilaterally decided we're going to prepare for Malice and then we'll side deck for other decks, rather than the other way, which was like we're going to prepare for Ryziel and Mitsurugi by playing Droll Lockbirds, but instead we're all preparing for Malice.
Yeah, but now it's time to let the cards speak. Let's see if Dinka can accomplish this comeback. Let's jump back into action for game 2. good old pyramid style from Dinka. And a lot of questions. And again, we start things off with the pot of extravagance. That's a great.
Yeah, but you're allowed to Ash it now. You couldn't Ash it against the Fire King deck, otherwise they would use your Ash against you, but I don't think he's playing Heater this time.
But nope, does resolve.
Any drawn Lockbirds for Damien?
Not quite, and we follow it up with this Raisin.
This is one deck that is going to be very, very tough for Malice to beat when they're going second, because against a Link deck like Malice, the premium thing you can do is just remove their monsters from the field. Against some decks, you want effect negation, but against Link decks and Cyburst decks, you often want to just remove their monsters from the field. And what deck is better at that than Vanquish Soul? You can pop things with Razan, you can steal things with Holly Sue, you can destroy the field with Snow Devil. They just have so many different ways. And what is this?
Wow.
A real blast from the past. That has taken me by complete surprise.
That's good. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, you don't really see the Phantasme being activated
Oof.
often, and there's the Ash Blossom being activated from Dinka.
Yeah, Big Ash. Yeah, that's extremely annoying. Gonna, you know, stop it completely, and it's not like the deck wants to link summon all that much during their opponent's turn, but
yeah, Phantasme basically a Molchami. you reveal it on your opponent's turn, they reveal their Ash.
I believe there is an impulse, maybe. I mean, so let's see.
It's so difficult though to know what to interrupt, because at this point, Dinka's got access to almost everything. But
yeah,
he's going to hold on to it if he does have an impulse.
Mad Love comes down.
Impulse now would make a lot of sense, so maybe that means Damien's got another hand trap he wants to use before Impulse. I don't know what that could be. But yeah, I feel like wiping the field against Malice as well is super powerful, so he's going to have multiple ways to just destroy whatever Damien summons.
But with a static hang like this, honestly, it's as you mentioned, I think it's going to be very difficult for Damien. I mean, just along this field, plus, you know, the trap card being added now from Dinka, the Snow Devil. You have so many different disruptions, and, you know, now, yeah, play is with Damien. We know most of Dinka's cards in hand, and I really want to see how Damien here can navigate through this.
We start with the good old set one.
Are you someone who remembers to set one to bluff? Because I feel like I would just always forget.
I mean,
like, I should set one.
fair. Yeah.
Remember to declare your phases and set cards and all these things, and give your opponent a chance to react to something.
Absolutely. I mean, it did happen in Unchained meta as well, and we saw some interesting, you know, mind games with that back in the day. Yeah, again, I mean, it doesn't look at first glance as the most impressive opener, but actually there are so many layers to it.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. We've also got the Mad Love, which can just return a card on the field.
Yeah.
With the lowest defense.
I think in a way there are some similarities with the Fire King deck, where, you know, these openers are not really full of negations, but it's rough to go through all of it. And every card is something that, you know, in terms of advantage. So
I mean, maybe slipped up a little bit there by putting that Dormouse in an empty zone, or maybe he planned it all along.
could be, maybe, you know, baiting out and getting rid of that interruption. But this time it wasn't a bluff, so. Oh, 07 resolves. At least the good news is no Lancia, but can we play through this field?
I think he barely used an interruption really with Razan. It's like such a minor thing to use, but it's already so disruptive for Malice. Still staring down a good few.
And here
that's
was
a
the
quick
Maglev,
one.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is how it is. I mean, looked like out of the two, definitely Dinka had the easiest win. I mean, it did look like both players set up incredibly well, and then there was not much the other could have done. But I mean, now the question is, can Dinka find these answers in the side deck? We have mentioned he does have 6 extremely good cards to stop his opponent from banishing cards. But if that is not going to be the case, we could just see a repeat of what happened in game 1. The deck is extremely consistent nowadays.
Yeah, the Malice deck, given that new March Hare, I think everyone thought it was going to be like the best deck by a very clear margin, and that didn't turn out to be the case, but it still proved to be one of the top contenders.
Welcome back to our penultimate round of Swiss here at the EUWCQ in Berlin. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match duelists, Dennis Peters and Danilo Siracusa. Now, Danilo was in our playoffs on Friday, didn't make the top worlds things, but is here to prove that it's still possible through this European Championship. So good luck to both of you. Now, they've already done the dice roll, and Danilo is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to be handing you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. We've got Leo, Basti, and of course Mike, who are going to take you through our penultimate feature match.
Ooh, I really love this. We had stories like this before, where it didn't happen for the playoff on Friday, but then the huge revenge arc started, and you made it through that hard and fought way in the main event, and Danilo is trying to do that, and he's doing a good work so far.
We talked about this yesterday in the Friday, that when players playing playoffs, they get a lot of information about the current state of the format, and so they can adapt their deck list during the weekend.
They're 100% also the best prepared players for the event in total, with the most hours of reps in it. But we don't want to hold them up any further. Let's go right to the table. As Ed said, it is the penultimate round of Swiss, and I still believe that this word is completely made up by him. I've never heard anyone else say this. There is no card with the word penultimate in there.
Let's see how Danilo does this. And I mean, we talked about Danilo here, and Danilo starts with Perulia in his very own turn. So that's interesting to see, but he follows it up with the Anguage. And I mean, we lost a lot of words for Danilo now, but Dennis is also here for a reason, because he is 8-1-1 in terms of score too, and he's doing it with a crazy deck, which is the Regenesis deck. And he's having a very unique take on it personally, actually, because he's bringing the, and we haven't seen those in a while, he's bringing the Dogmatica cards with it.
It's a good value engine. The Nadir Servant is one of the best cards ever.
I mean, Regenesis struggle a lot going second, so you have to actually put an engine that can help the going second strategy, like Castilla that we saw in previous events, and right now Dogmatica with Nadir Servant that can play around fields.
Yep. There's another question, Draw and Lockbird, how impactful is it really versus Memento? I always found that it is kind of still disturbing, even though you still get to combo a lot, your turn still takes a few minutes, but it is not as safe anymore. You don't get to access Memento Mictlan, and you have struggles sometimes to get your names into the graveyard, because you also don't go over the Twin Dragon line.
I mean, yeah, that's two things you mentioned, and also additionally to that, the effect of Memento Fusion in the graveyard cannot be used. So that's already 3 things that it checks. Still, you will be able to do a big field, but it's at least doing something, you could say.
The follow-up Lex.
Yeah.
And mini note behind the Perulia on Danilo's turn is actually very good to activate Perulia if you had it going first, in order to play around Bestials and Nibiru.
Yeah. Absolutely, well done by Danilo.
Was countered by Draw and Lockbird immediately.
You may as well. And it's interesting to see that Danilo, even though he did not make it through the points playoff with this very Memento deck, he is still very confident that this deck can perform in the current format, and that it will be able to carry him through to the World Championship. And this far, it is doing a very, very good job with that.
I'm quite curious as to what we are sending here with Tekutlika, because of course Akihiron is going to be able to play around Drawn Lockbird a little by being destroyed later, even though you still have to find ways to destroy it. We're sending Darkblade. I thought it was quite smart to see the Memento Mictlan there, but then if you send Memento Mictlan and add it back, you barely have any way to get another spell and trap card in the graveyard later on, unless you're destroying Sleepy. But right now I think Danilo is having struggles getting all of those valuable resources like Akihiron, etc. to get into the graveyard immediately on this turn. Now we're already going for the combined creation here.
Hold on. I think that might be it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't see many more ways to extend here, so this might literally be only these two cards. And when you have seen a Memento deck before, that is quite minimalistic for a field, so Dennis and his Droll and Lockbird certainly did the trick here.
Yeah, it does quite a lot to the deck. You have no access to Mictlan, and sometimes you can't even access your fusion as well. If you don't have plenty of extenders, like your one-card combo really gets damaged by it. If you have multiple cards, you can play around it quite well. If you have more engine in hand, you get to play around a little more. This is Regenesis core immediately, and Danilo doesn't need to read the cards. But this is interesting. He knows what's up.
He knows it. He's a master of the game. He has been playing so much this season, so he certainly has faced this before as well. And we are summoning out the Regenesis Archfiend, which is, of course, pretty much the most powerful card of the theme, right? Because it is just your searcher, and it is searching indeed right now.
And also, it recycles a card from the banishment, which is very huge in the grind game. And I really love the fact that a searcher not only starts your plays, but also give you resources after turn 1.
Yeah.
We see Danilo considering whether he wants to go for Mace immediately or whether he wants to go through the Sleepy first, maybe as well, because Sleepy could then go for, of course, the Horn Dragon, which we didn't, the Twin Dragon, which we didn't use on the first turn, so that works.
That is perhaps a little bit of a risky line, because now you really need to get your Creation King off, because you cannot do anything with Sleepy just yet, because you haven't destroyed anything, so you can't special summon it out. You really need to use Tekutlika combined Creation King, and you have to activate it now, because otherwise the Sage is hitting the field, you won't get to destroy anything. So you have to use your interruptions immediately to destroy the Anguish. And now you get to actually use the Sleepy and probably go into a Twin Dragon line together with the Tekutlika Creation King on the field, yes.
That is early, I have to say. That is immediately Danilo committing into pretty much all of his interruptions. He does go for the Twin Dragon now, and he's probably going to search the Mace. There it is.
But I love this line, because Regenesis is not the deck that just OTKs you out of nowhere on their turn.
True.
So you say basically, okay, I will use the resources I have the best I can immediately, so I can get the maximum cards out of it, and then try to outgrind you.
And a very good strategy to counter Regenesis is to clear the field, and so they cannot summon the other Regenesis monsters. Because except from Arsvin, all the other ones... And speaking of Dogmatica, Ecclesia hits the field.
Yep, that is the cards we are relying on to, and we're searching for Dogmatica Punishment, interestingly enough, because yes, we do play that, but I think the whole idea behind playing, okay, that explains, because we also have the idea Servant, which serves multiple purposes here. It is going to get us the other monster that we need from the Dogmatica engine, which is the Dogmatica Fleur Delis, the Knighted, which quite handily has 2,500 attack and defense points, so it is enabling our good old Regenesis monsters, but also it is going to send that boosted Cephalosaurus to the graveyard there.
Flirtidis, I was remembering that it somehow gains attack, but that is if you attack with a Dogmatica monster, you can let all of them gain 500 attack. I think
but
even permanently.
She cannot summon himself, right?
I think he can summon it himself as long as you have Ecclesia.
No.
Right?
If it's Ecclesia and so on the field, gains the effect to negate a monster, but he needs a monster from the EX deck on the field in order to be summoned.
Oh, that is crazy.
And now Denis has been locked from his extra deck also.
That's
so I think Danilo would not commit to probably fusion summon.
Yeah.
Oh, Branded Regain. Very, very good card for long games, but nothing that immediately helps you here really to get something going right on the spot.
Not the one you want to draw as well. You would rather have something like a Lubellion there, the Bestial Lubellion, to get you into those big grind games, banish something from
but there is a Bestial. That's huge. because there is a Dark Monster. So this serves so many purposes. We get a 2,500 attack point monster onto the field, we get a draw with the regain, and we get one memento name out of the graveyard for for Danilo as well. But the 2,500 attack point monster not there anymore.
Danilo knows exactly what's up in this
Hold on
matchup.
though, it's still on the field.
True.
And that's all the Genesis cards need. It is still there, so we can special summon out anyways.
Oh, the doesn't exactly know what's
no,
up
Danilo!
apparently.
He was so confident on the Regenesis cards, but it doesn't matter where they at. You just need one on the field and then another Regenesis is flying in. This time it's the Warrior.
He only has Earth monsters on the field, so he can't even use the effect of Baldrake to banish something on summon. Even though that is from the extra deck. Oh, Ritual.
And
Okay,
Ritual, in any case.
Yeah, there is
Probably not
Dogmatica
going to
Ritual
happen.
cards. There is Dogmatica Ritual cards.
Okay, Battle Phase attacks over
oh.
the Sleepy, which is going to use its effect.
Yeah, you can send Akihiro now if you want to basically protect you from destruction, but
Or
nothing
Gatic
will be
also.
nothing would be destroyed in this turn anymore, I think, if you send Akihiro anyway. So Gatic is actually a really, really smart choice.
Take back Sleepy maybe. in order
gotta
to have
realize, though,
fusion summon your turn.
That's set up right now for Dennis with the Dogmatica Punishment, with the Regained. It's not even that bad. Also, the Baldrake is going to return to his side of the field. This is not going to be easy to crack back for Danilo then on turn 3.
To be honest, it is going to be... no, the Warrior bounces, right? Because otherwise you could just turn Tekutlika into attack position and attack everything at once.
Yeah.
That
We're
would be...
sending Fusion there. That's good for follow-up reasons.
Yep, that would be an incredibly easy way to play around this. Also, Danilo still has a mystery card set in the Spell and Trap zone, so let's see what that is going to be all about.
Memento Fusion maybe? Could be a potential.
I mean, then he wouldn't have sent it, right?
Maybe
Yeah.
he waited for battle phase in order for Felderis to not be able to
Oh, that's so good. Get rid of the Baldrake. So it's not an issue anymore next turn. And we do get value out of it even by making it a Goblin now. Oh, but the Baldrake, right back, of course, through the branded Regain. That's cool.
Yep, you still, of course, have to activate it there to get the full value out of the card, but this is, of course, not ideal, the Baldrake being back. I was gonna say, if you Goblin Biker Grand Breakout immediately after the Baldrake summon, then you're good to have your opponent not play anymore. But Regain does the job.
And another thing that Regenesis kind of struggle against is a monster with high stats, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the Memento Creation is a very good contender to counter Regenesis.
I agree, for sure. And now what? We have to play around the fact that there is Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis in the hand of Dennis. So whenever we access our extra deck for Danilo, that will be a factor. Thing though being, Memento doesn't necessarily need that. Like alone, that creation there on the field can create so much damage on its own if it's just attacking the entire field. So that might just be the game plan here.
Or maybe to force to destroy Ecclesia first before he summons a monster and wants to activate an effect.
Wait, can you activate Goblin on your own turn from the hand?
Yes, you can.
Because then you actually just try to get the Goblin to your hand, you activate it, you force out the Warrior, and then you special summon out the Tekutlika in attack position again and attack over everything, no?
The thing though is, the Fleur-de-Lis doesn't target, so Fleur-de-Lis would still be able to negate something.
But you don't have anything from the extra deck on the field.
Yeah, true. No, that's right.
I think if you get during the main phase, yeah. Warrior does target, right?
So
Warrior
indeed you are a
does
Memento
target.
Master, right? You are a Memento Master, right?
Apparently. But I don't see a way how to get rid of the Gatic without going battle phase.
He has a Memento Fusion on grave, I believe.
Yes. Yes, Mike. Yes, he does.
And
Very
there
good point.
is the Memento Fusion, not in the grave anymore, but back to the hand because we just added it back with the Gatic. But it will, of course, then find its way into the graveyard eventually again. And also, just Fusion summoning into the Creation King actually just is pretty good as well because it can just destroy itself. And there's Forbidden Droplet next to it. That's huge. It cannot negate the Warrior anymore, though. But the Warrior also wasn't used, right? Did we use
Don't think
the...
so.
The Sage probably was used.
I mean, you need to tribute a card, right?
Yeah.
Looks like Sage negating Baldrake, and this is absolutely huge. Danilo wants to go for a safer, or he really wants to go for a bigger combo here. Can't blame him. It's a lot of fun to combo with Memento.
And as per usual, maybe we just want to go for 2 direct attacks with the combination of Creation King and Combined Creation when Akihiron allows us to do so.
It's looking really, really good for Danilo right here.
Oh, and now we can also activate the effect, of course, of combined creation on our own turn. Usually this only happens on the opponent's turn, but now also on that turn. And there is Chain Link free. The effect of Fleur d'Elis now, though.
And punishment is still on the spell and trap zone. However, I don't know if there is an extra deck monster so big in order to destroy like the Memento creation.
And look
That
at this.
is very true.
The double combined creation. Or creation king, I'm sorry. But also the combined creation still next to it. I don't know whether I've ever had two of them next to each other on the field, to be honest. That is very rare to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, Danilo planned this out very, very nice because he, in the beginning, thought, hey, I might activate the effect to just get Memento Mictlan immediately. Oh, you can use both of them?
What do you mean, both of them? Yeah, you can. Not in the same chain, but you can use them in the same turn. Dogmatica punishment now, though, on the Gatic. I mean, you can just send Entis, and then Entis does not care anymore about what attack points are left on the field because you can just destroy any kind of card on the field, really.
Yeah, that's Memento Goblin would have been such a nice way to play around all of that.
That's true.
But how much damage is just attacking over everything? Oh, that's more than enough.
I would also think so.
And I mean, Denis' defenses are starting to getting really low right now. I think that he has pretty much used a lot of his interactions.
Malong is something we can do to actually make sure we put something back into the extra deck here. That is kind of a neat tool. Not something you see that often, to be honest. It was used as an Ultimate Slayer target against Blue Eye specifically sometimes, but it is also in the extra deck here from Dennis as a Dogmatica punishment target. And Danilo considering whether he wants to do something about it, but nope, that card is back into the extra deck. But instead, Akihiron is back to the field.
I mean, that just looked like game, right?
Yeah.
Just unless I think the Tekutlika combined creation might be negated at this point.
Nope.
The Fleur d'Elis, or did we?
We negated the fusion monster with it. Now we search Bone Party, another entrance of Droll and Lockbird, but the good thing about Bone Party is a quick spell, so if we really wanted to search with it, we could just chain it here, or worst case, we could also just special summon out.
But is that not 10,000 damage?
I think you just... Hold on. You chain the Bone Party here, you search with it, and then you just activate the Bone Party in the graveyard to attack over everything, right?
Yes.
Isn't that the way to go? That's what it seems
Bone
like.
Party just gives piercing. Everything is in attack position.
Oh yeah, you're right. True. Oh wait, we do use the Bone Party though. Anyhow, we attack over everything, and Memento just has plenty of funny ways to end the game, and that is one of them. First game goes to Danilo.
And I really love the fact how Memento strategy cannot decay through so weird scenarios and interactions.
It feels so terrible to play against Memento, and you're like, I have to use my last interruption somewhere. If you don't stop them with your last interruption completely, then they will 100% find a way to OTK you. There is so many ways.
Sure.
Akihiron effect, or Tekutlika plus Bone Party if you thought you were smart to summon everything in defense position. There is so many ways, so many secret effects.
And the cool thing even is, sometimes you're just stuck with too many monsters on your own side of the field. Luxury problem to have for a deck, but sometimes Memento has that because they're like, yeah, I really want to have just my Tekutlika to just attack all of their monsters to go for game. But then there's a really cool thing you can do. You can just go into some Link summons all the way up into Access Code Talker. Then Access Code Talker just banishes itself to destroy like a spell and trap card. And voila, you can just go and attack with the Tekutlika, which is really, really strong of a move.
Yeah, but sometimes even that's why Book of Eclipse has also been such a popular card in the deck, because versus some decks it's a phenomenal field-breaking card. You take away their interruptions. For example, something that happened to me was White Forest, just no interruption anymore, and then you just go Tekutlika with the good old breakout. Bone Party.
Yeah, that was the Bone Dance from your that you would perform at a Bone Party.
In German, actually, it's translated Bone Dance, and at the Austrian National Championship commentary, Basti served us with a fantastic Bone Dance.
Yeah,
it was beautiful.
This is the official Bone Party dance?
Yeah, exactly. If you ever go to a Bone Party, you have to do this dance.
Absolutely, but Danilo, it takes some mental strength to not do it on Friday and then just come back on Saturday morning being like, I will do this anyways. I want to go to the World Championship. This was my goal this weekend, so I may as well now do it through this way.
Danilo definitely has the mental strength to pull this off. So strong in this tournament, still sitting at the higher tables. The duelists are ready. Let's go into game 2. But then again, you have Dennis, the underdog with a Regenesis strategy, something that has not been as popular as all of the other decks since it came out. It was something that people said had potential, but nobody quite figured it out. And now look at this, an 8-win, 1-loss, 1-draw record at the European Championships. This is the highest level of competition that you can find in Europe, and he's doing perfectly well with the deck. And of course, there's always a little bit of an advantage of your opponents not knowing exactly what to do. And now Regenesis, the core card of the spell, is being activated.
And ooh, Droll and Lockbird though.
Yeah, that's
Searching
big.
a Searcher is always harsh when Droll and Lockbird is the first thing that your opponent activates. Still able to summon the Archfiend, but it's not going to be searching anymore.
And roll, I guess, a Regency Dogmatica deck is especially very good.
Wow, just one sad card of the Warrior. That is not quite crazy of a field, but looking at the hand of Danilo, once again, I think Danilo right now is thinking, I am blue, because every single card in his hand is a spell card, so he has no way to play.
Dabba dee dabba die, that is not looking very good for Danilo right here. This is something that does happen. Bone Party is such an incredibly strong card, but if you don't have anything to destroy, the card doesn't do anything. Memento Mictlan is your brick of the deck that you basically never want to draw unless you get rolled by your opponent.
And I mean, this is kind of a flashback to our round 1 World Points playoff featured match on Friday, because there was Danilo against Ben, and same thing happening to Danilo, just not having any card to play with on his turn.
But he won that.
He did win it in the end, and I wouldn't rule Danilo out for this game either just yet, but there's already 2 big monsters on the field for Dennis, so it's not looking pretty right now.
And I mean, the biggest opponent of Memento is actually itself. It has, to be honest, the only thing that it scares most is breaking and do not have any play. Otherwise, can play around every deck.
We keep... Oh, we picked up... I think we picked up a monster. And it is a Memento monster even. That's huge.
If you have Bone Party that actually still plays, I mean, you drew into the Tekutlika. I think we have all of the Memento spells in hand right now. We have Fusion, we have Bone Party, and we have Memento Mictlan. Bone Party is being activated.
Ooh, if there is a response to this might still be a huge problem, but it is resolving. This is massive here for Danilo. He said it. He won the game on Friday where he bricked, and he may be able to also take this game here, even though he couldn't play on his first turn.
But he really needs to find a line that plays through things. There is a warrior on the opposing side of the field, and Dennis also, I think, has the trap card of the deck theme Regenesis Birth, which can put a card face down. So if you go for Tatsuno Toshigo, then this is probably something that you can't even get rid of with a Forbidden Droplet.
I mean, since Danilo has already the droplet, he's probably going for monsters that have trigger effects on summon, to be honest, in order to play around traps.
Yeah, true, you still have your normal summon, that is also really cool, but also you have fusion, so you can activate that if your monsters get put face down. So now Danilo is in here, now he has ways to play the game. Goes for a Sleepy here. We have already destroyed something, of course, so Sleepy is a very, very nice card.
That is true. Sleepy is good. The problem with Sleepy, though, you can't really send it for Droplet because then you just don't have enough monsters to fuse with anymore. So the good thing, though, is you just have two ways to fuse here, essentially. So you go for Sleepy, try to fusion someone with that, and if that somehow gets stopped, you can just go for the Memento Fusion anyways.
I am a little bit concerned about Mementotlan Twin Dragon with no other card in hand getting booked.
Oh, Dogmatica Punishment is in there, but destroying a Sleepy sounds like something very dangerous because it actually does have an effect on destruction of itself.
Yeah, but I think that he's forced to activate Droplet now, so Punishment does not have a target to send a monster from the extra deck.
Yep, you can quote-unquote dodge the
or
punishment.
Fusion.
That would also work with the Fusion now.
The question is now, do you actually still go for the Twin Dragon, or do you go for the big guy here. You are only going to fusion summon this turn once. Now you can actually just chain Droplet and put your monsters in the graveyard if you want to negate something, because you're going to be able to fusion from the graveyard anyways, even though you're losing names in the graveyard.
Yeah, at this point I think that Droplet should be remain set or even activated.
It is the Droplet. Sends the Mementoland fusion.
That makes sense.
Make sure to negate. But I mean, so yeah, we only have one fusion summon now. And that is going to be sort of interesting for me or not, because we use every single memento name in rotation to commit into this very Creation King now. So it is very vulnerable as well to an Infinite Impermanence or an Effect Veiler or something like that.
But I think you need to go for this. If you're going into the Twin Dragon, there's just too many outs. I mean, everybody knows that Regenesis Trap is going to put your monsters in face-down defense position. If you have no other card to destroy for your Twin Dragon, then it's super risky to go for that. Gives you a loose condition. I think Danilo might as well be at 0 cards in hand at this point.
Memento Fusion can destroy any monster, not only face-ups, right?
That is true, so that's a way to play on after that. Then you still have monsters in the graveyard, so you could technically... but they don't do anything, necessarily. You still have your normal summon as well, which is good. The cards that you search off of the Memento Fusion, they don't really do anything. Oh, Ghost Ogre. Snow Rabbit on the Creation King.
Hold on. I mean, we can still send Gaddick. And Gaddick just gets us any kind of normal summon we want, which we can send alongside it. So
yeah,
I feel like this is not too big of a concern with that Ghost Ogre. And on the other hand, though, when are you going to get good value out of it, though?
In the end phase on Memento Mictlan, if you get to an end phase, I really also don't see it. But if you are not super well versed with the Memento strategies, then I can also see Ghost Ogre there. But maybe you go for a Link some.
Oh, you can't Bestial this. We know there's still a Bestial in hand for Dennis, but there's no monsters on the field.
You can Bestial this. You can Bestial the Darkblade, though.
That would have worked. That was a bit risky, actually, but it does resolve. We do know about the Bestial, don't we? There was a Rebellion on the last turn,
That is true, but I mean, what else are you going to send? The other useful normal summons are Goblin and Mace, and all of them can get Bestialed.
Yeah, but like, why didn't we Bestial then?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Memento Mictlan now. Normal summons the Darkblade.
We don't have another name in hand, if I remember correctly, to discard this. So we cannot destroy the last spell and trap card. The monsters on the field are negated. We know that Dennis has a Bestial, and I don't know if he has anything else in hand. Ghost Ogre was used as well. I mean, we could count cards.
There is Regenesis Birth now, though, and I mean, this works decently well, too, because we can now just make sure that it goes face down. And then, the funny thing is, searching Tatsunochi Chogo all of a sudden is not that great anymore, because you do not have all Memento monsters on the field anymore. But I mean, we can't search for it anyways. We have activated Bone Body, we have activated Fusion, so the Fusion in the graveyard is not really doing that much anymore, besides just triggering the Akihiron, right?
You can still special summon that card. You need to control no other face-up monsters.
Okay, never mind then.
Memento monsters, so that still should work. But I mean, how are you going to search it?
Yeah, you're right.
You still have the Fusion, and you can destroy the Darkblade. The Memento Mictlan will check in the graveyard what level the Darkblade is.
Yes.
So you can still special summon out the Anguish from there, and you get to search a spell that you won't be able to use this turn. But you can...
I think that
the Anguish
doesn't play Fiendsmith, right?
No, but you have Sleepy in the graveyard. I think you're fine. If you have Sleepy and Anguish, you can just special summon out...
You can go Mace as well. Mace is able to search the Tatsunochi Chogo.
Yeah, but where do you get it from? You need to find a way to destroy... You can trigger Akihiron, and you can special summon back the Anguish. So if you do that, you can destroy the Akihiron to summon back the Sleepy. Perhaps go Battle Phase Crash Sleepy to send the Tekutlika Combined Creation. That would be a way to get that card, but that's not necessarily what you want either.
There's plenty of options, but none of it seems like they immediately do
What's in the extra deck? Do we have some big resources there? What kind of a toolbox are we playing? Because if you're not playing Fiendsmith Engine, you have plenty of cards that you could just play.
Yeah, it's a very common approach to the pure Memento strategy here, I would say, because we see the Herald of Mirage Lights, which also Flaminio Rossi was very famous for it, playing at Italian Nationals, where you won it all with Memento. And then there also is the Paradise Smasher, which has been super, super popular lately, but I don't think we're going to get get to 3 level 5 monsters here this turn. And besides that, just a way to climb into access code Talker and things like that.
Also, I want to take back something that I said. I said that you can summon back the Sleepy with Anguish. That is, of course, not true. You need to have a level 2 or lower. It's such a difficult spot for Danilo, because most of the time when you have 3 monsters on the Memento side, you're good to go. Everything is just working in your favor here. But Danilo is actually having quite some trouble, I think.
At this point, I think that probably Link Climb may be the option for Danilo.
Yeah, Dark into Celine, into Access Code Talker, something like that.
Is there any Dark, though, in Dennis' graveyard?
Oh, wait, is there a Dark Monster in his graveyard? That's a good question, actually.
Archfiend is Earth, right?
Archfiend
Archfiend's Earth.
is
Yes.
Earth, indeed. The Bestial Rebellion, of course, is Light, so that
Also
wouldn't work
Ogre.
either.
I mean, you could just use your other last monster to make a Celine, but
you don't need
that's-
to get the extra monster, that's true.
That's not necessarily happening.
Okay,
And we're
we
going
do
for
Crash,
Sleepy Crash.
though.
I think we need the combined creation.
And that brings us down in life points a lot. Oh, hold on, though.
Oh.
Into the hand
Yeah.
it goes, so we just crash into
But
something else.
It's just tributed, and that's also kind of funny because in the end phase you just get it back there.
Yeah. That's nice. It is negated, but of course it can still activate its effect. That's perfectly legal. Now going down to 1,300 life points. Danilo is living a dangerous life here, but he is still in this, and he needs this send from Sleepy to the graveyard to finally have access again to his boss monster, to the combined creation.
I mean, you're going to have a rather huge setup, if I'm being honest, there after this turn, but there is, of course, going to be resources for Dennis. Does Regenesis Birth also put your monsters in face-down defense position on your turn? Probably, right?
It's a trap card, so I would imagine so, yeah. Okay, that looks like an SP Little Knight to me there that we are considering. The good old classic from Memento. Of course, how did I not mention that card when I was looking for the extra deck? Basically the best card in the extra deck of any Memento player. Some people even jokingly saying that every Memento end field is just SP pass. Cannot confirm.
Oh, I think Danilo is considering, okay, to put the Anguish back. I'm quite curious as to why, because he can't get access to Fusion, right?
Yeah,
because he couldn't destroy the Akihiron. That is tough, because then I would say keep the Anguish, search a Mace in the next turn, and then go for the Tekutlika summon.
There's not much else, right? I think he shuffled back anything but the Fusion monster there, so...
Yeah.
And also Dennis has still Magnum in his hand.
True. Now in the end
And you have Bomb
phase,
Party.
we use the effect to add back to the hand, but that immediately also makes us able to activate the effect of our combined creation to again have the combination of combined creation and Creation King.
Oh, and we are immediately going to destroy the Regenesis Birth. Smart move by Danilo, because he just knows I only have one Memento card in my graveyard anyways. I will be able to get it back with the combined creation. Absolute masterclass here from Danilo.
Great
Magnum is
resource
being
management.
activated in the end phase. Banishes the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Gives you more follow-up. You have Lubellion in the graveyard. This is going to be such a tough game for Danilo, especially being at 1,300 life points.
Hear me out. That Magnamute
It's just gonna attack over SP.
No, but somewhere earlier, just making sure that there is one less Memento name in the graveyard could have been crucial. So just like taking out the Anguish there at an earlier point would have actually been so good. Because that would have meant that he had to also shuffle back the Creation King to even get to the combined creation. But now, when the end phase, I think it's still a winnable position for Dennis for sure. But let's see.
Do we have a way to modify our attack points without activating an effect? Okay, SP Little Knight is being activated immediately to get rid of the Bestial Lubellion, and I can see why, because Danilo just thinks, hey, if somehow Dennis summons a 3000, SP Little Knight is being destroyed by Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit as well. But I mean, at least for Danilo, the card is still away from the field and it's no longer a liability, being at 1,300 life points. Every Haunt Dragon.
It's always scary when you are so low in life points to have NSP on the field.
What is wrong with my math today? I just said Haunt Dragon, that would be 1,200 damage.
That's true. That's not quite enough. Now Magnamute comes back because, of course, there was another summon of a monster. So that is plenty of... Like, in the long game, now we get another Dragon Surge in the end phase with the Magnamute. That is looking good for Dennis here, honestly.
Yep, and of course, with the other Bestial that you now have in hand, you can banish the SP Little Knight as well to put it back in the extra deck and get another draw. I mean, actually, you're just recycling your opponent's resource. Might as well put an Ogre back. Warrior is being summoned now. Everything here has 2,500 attack points, which is not enough to combat any of the monsters on Danilo's side, but I'm very sure that this deck will find a way to remove 2 monsters.
I mean, maybe we go for Regenesis Lord eventually, but that's also only, I'm saying only, 5,000 attack points it can go up to.
What a weakling.
Yeah, exactly. Can't even challenge that combined creation, but now we're going after the combined creation finally.
Warrior bounce, and of course you can answer that with the combined creation. You can just try to destroy 2 monsters. I'm quite curious how you're going to play with Bone Party afterwards.
You can chain the Bone Party to this, I would say.
But then you only destroy 1 monster, no?
No, we already targeted, and the targets don't need to stay, but nothing is being chained. Is there even a Bone Party? Is there a Bone Party?
There should be a Bone Party,
No,
except for
It's
the graveyard.
fusion, right? We
It's
searched
fusion. Yeah, it's fusion and droplet.
Did we not set back in the end phase? Because there must have been a Bone Party,
The
right?
left card is fusion because we searched from the deck, and the middle spell is droplet.
Yeah, but why didn't we set back in the end phase? Because there must be a Bone Party.
There is
in
a
the
Bone
graveyard.
Party, you can see it. It's the lowest.
Yeah, you're totally right, Leo. I think we did not set back in the end phase, actually.
That is huge. I mean, it was a huge turn. Nerves are getting to you at this point. Oi, oi, oi.
Okay, Forbidden Droplet now is taking care to negate, but Danilo on that incredibly low amount of life points, and Druid's Worm now,
That's
when we get
allowed.
access to our extra deck, would be an easy way to deal with that Creation King.
I
But
think
is there
that's-
even tools in the extra deck?
Genis is still locked due to punishment from the extra deck.
Was that last turn? Wasn't that 2 turns ago? That felt like ages
It was on Danilo's turn, right?
Was that even this game?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Maybe this was a game 1. But right now, I'm just considering how Dennis is going to out this field. Druisworm, yes, of course, can crash and then send the combined...
Leo, there's
and-
the answer. Just search. Regenesis Lord. The Lord is able to get incredibly big, and there it is. It can double its attack in the battle phase.
You can still fusion, or has nothing been destroyed yet? Wait, how was the...
That's the game! Dennis equals the score! 1-1 with such a unique deck at the biggest stage that there is, the European Championship, with Regenesis Dogmatica. What a madman, but still so successful.
I mean, don't forget about the Bestials. They have
Yes.
done a lot of work. Branded Regained is such an amazing card. It's the spell card of value, I want to call it now. Danilo has had quite a rough turn. The Drone Lockbird was very good at the start, basically stopping the entire turn, but if you can only set a droplet and pass, that's not going to help you very much.
And I mean, this is the problem with Droll, is that when you draw your opponent, you need to OTK him, otherwise he has a lot of resources for the turn 3. But as we saw, Genesis Dogmatica Bestial is a very good strategy going first. However, I want to see how it will adapt going second against, obviously, a Memento.
Yeah, against Memento, it's always going to be hard. A decision from Dennis is, in the main deck, not to run any Mulchamis, which is quite the commitment. I think in the room, he probably is one of maybe 10% of people that is not running any Mulchamis in the main deck.
I
You
mean,
think
we
there's
have
more?
23% Malice players, and there have been quite a few Malice players who've actually said, I'm not running any Mulchamis, I'm just
Fair.
playing those low-impact hand
Yeah.
traps
No,
to
you're right.
have a half-bot on my opposing side and then just Malice through it.
No, you're definitely right. But in the side deck, we're making up for it. There's both Fuvalos and Perulia. So there is those cards certainly coming in here. But we also got to say, Memento is the deck that has plenty of ways, whichever Mulcharmy is resolving, to find a way to play around it. So
if I had to choose a deck to play around all the Malcharmies, it would be definitely Memento.
Same.
Because it has a lot of routes that you can take to play around each of the Malcharmy that it gets hit.
And in most of these routes, you actually give your opponent 2 to 3 draws, but then you have your full combo after 2 to 3 draws. So it's actually still a huge field. The only problem is if people start playing those other hand traps like Nibiru, like Infinite Impermanence again together with the Mulcharmies, because then you still get interrupted in your combo. And if they throw 3 hand traps at you, you end on a half field. They still have 6 cards in hand when they start their turn. Then it becomes really dangerous for you.
That's true. That's very true. So we will have to see how things are looking. Players are ready. Only one more game to be played here in our first feature match after, although the penultimate round, as Ed was saying it. So let's go back to the table. Game 3 starts now.
All right. Danilo going first here. That is what Memento wants to do. Do you have an Anguage? This is technically a start. Oh, that is a very interesting card on the side of Danilo. That is Heatwave. It's getting hot in here. And Dennis is probably going to start sweating because of that, because he's not going to have a big second turn, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the thing is, Danilo is not going to do anything either. He's setting his monster and is passing it over. Those are 10 by Dragon technologies that Danilo is using here. And now, okay. Danilo tells him, yeah, bro, that's why I activated the heat wave. I don't want any of that.
So the logic behind the heat wave on Memento is like that it can play on draw phase with cards like Bone Party, for example, and set mini field and then activate heat wave on the side of the main phase 1, get one more turn and not decay through an empty field probably.
Yeah, I like that a lot, the strategy. Now, if you're asking yourself, why did Danilo set a monster there? Because you might have seen it is Ash Blossom. That is because he also has the Goblin Biker entrance, and he can actually use that card to tribute the Ash Blossom later on. But if he in his next turn top decks a Memento card, he doesn't want to waste a normal summon there. I kind of like that, having an extra bot on the field there. Oh, wow.
We sent the Chimera there, interestingly enough.
Chimera Technologies.
And I mean, that is going to net us V Dogmatica. Ecclesia sets one card and passes it over to Danilo. Oh, okay. Draw phase, Regenesis Coat comes in from Dennis now. Quick spell, so that is totally legal, of course. And we do go ahead and summon out the Regenesis Sage here. Pressure is high, tension building up. Dennis and Danilo. Not even 8 minutes remaining. Okay. Danilo, do we have a play here now? Oh, Chains of Forbidden Droplet. And now we could even technically send like a Memento Fusion to the graveyard, which would get us started for a play.
That kind of helped to get the Memento Fusion into the graveyard. Sage is going to be activated here to send the Archfiend to the graveyard.
Oh, Grand Breakout, Danilo. He wants this to resolve, and it does resolve. There's the Goblin.
And Goblin is not any less good of a starter than Anguage, than Darkblade. Oh, there's Ghost Rider, but we have the code by the grave. Ring. Who is it? It is the grave. And now we're just going to combo off and Totland Goblin. We have the fusion in the graveyard already, so we can go getting. There's a handshake. Danilo wins the game. He is on 8 wins, 9 wins now, 1 loss, 1 draw, 1 more round to go into the top cut. And I'm telling you, it's looking pretty sweet for him with a 9-1 record even.
For sure. Looks like he may be able to take this all the way now into the top cut here again at the European Championship. And that Ogre, that was the one moment against Memento where the Ogre could have been really good if not for the call by the grave. Because after that, I don't know how Danilo would have even continued, because he can't activate the fusion anymore as there is no longer a monster on the field. And I don't think he had another fusion in hand. Even if he had, there were no multiple momentum monsters out there anyhow. So that Ogre would have been huge if not for the call by the grave, though.
And I mean, at the time, Denise waited for the correct moment to activate Ogre, because it was a very interesting hand against Memento, because you have to use it on the right moment, because obviously you don't want actually to destroy Memento monsters, except like cases like this.
I'm telling you right now, if my opponent sets an Ash Blossom and tributes it for Goblin Breaker Grand Breakout, I will Ogre the Goblin. I will throw everything at this little Memento Goblin that I have ever had.
I will always throw an Ogre at a Momentum Goblin. I would even go that far. Like, I think Ogring Goblin is just something
if it's the
smart.
only monster on the field.
Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah. Fair. No, very,
always
very
is
true.
a big word.
Yeah,
we know what
you're totally right. I do agree. And that was very impressive from Danilo. Danilo, one of the standout names, of course, from the European scene here. Talking about a couple of others, I know watchers, viewers at home are rooting for certain people. I've seen that Joshua Schmidt is currently also still on an X1 record and therefore doing really, really well for himself, collecting another Top Cut appearance maybe. Then we have Herman Hansen, who's also qualified, of course, for the World Championship this year through Master Duel. Once again, going crazy, being on X1 record as well, being a powerhouse in the TCG as well, of course.
There's a bunch of players who are still in that are already qualified for the World Championship. This could be very, very interesting with the top 4 matches potentially.
I mean,
Yeah, true.
If you get both invites, what do you actually choose?
I think they're already qualified for Master Duel, so I think that is already what they have locked in for the very moment. So, but if we get to that point, that is something to think about then, right?
It's not for us to think about.
Exactly.
It's
We're not the ones deciding.
No.
We're not the ones deciding. Someone we always have to mention, Lorenzo Muselli, came so short to actually get into the playoff. I think in the end he turned out to be 17th place, so he was one just not making it into the playoff on Friday, but going absolutely strong in the main event again on, I think, an X1 record this time around as well, which is crazy. So maybe it's this time his moment to shine, because, I mean, 2-time Italian national champion.
Yeah.
You got to give it to him. He's a powerhouse in the community as well.
We have quite some strong players who are from Italy. One of them is Danilo Siracusa, and we are ready for the analyst interview.
Hello again, everyone. I'm here with Danilo, the winner of our round 11 feature match. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So for viewers who are also watching on Friday, might recognize Danilo winning a feature match. Didn't quite make it through all of that playoff, but you did a fantastic job winning the feature match. How are you feeling now in the main event?
I think I should be locked in for Top Cut now, so I'm very happy and relaxed. Yeah, very happy.
Yeah, I was going to say you're like very near, almost like mathematically in.
Yeah.
Always worth winning that last round if you can, but yeah, it's a very good spot to be in.
Yeah.
So you played today against Regenesis. Have you played against them before?
No, I mean, at locals, yeah, it happened a couple times, but I'm not super familiar with every card.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very grindy deck, and it looked like all of the games were quite long and quite intense, so there's a couple of clips to go over. So here we have in the first game, there was that one interaction. It looked like you were trying hard to clear all of the monsters off the field, but then there was the time you stole the Ball Drake, but then he still summoned another Regenesis. Were you familiar with this?
Yeah, I thought he had to control the 2500, and yeah, it's my bad. But it was fine in the end because it's a free fodder for the Goblin spell to summon follow-up, and it worked out in the end.
Yeah, so it was very like back and forth. We saw at the beginning you started with that Perulia. That's quite a novel thing. Is that just to play around Vanquish Soul maybe?
Yeah, because there is no value in my deck to keep Charmies in hand. I don't have really any discard cards. The only thing I can use them for is to fusion summon Guardian Chimera with it. So I had both Uvalos and Purulia, but I just said I'll discard it. Worst case scenario, a Bestial, a Nibiru, whatever, it's a free draw.
And we saw the draw on Lockbird there, which kind of looked like it put a bit of a damper on your opening. Is that normal, or do you think a good hand would play through it a bit better?
My hand was very weak. Anguish is not my favorite starter, and is like one of the weaker one into draw. And I had the Goblin spell, but I didn't feel like I could do that much resolving it, and it would have played hard into other stuff, so I prefer to save it in case he had some other interruption for me.
Fair enough, that makes a lot of sense. In the next clip, we see you just like taking game one. Eventually, it was very long and hard-fought game. Your opponent's got a lot of interaction. You've got a lot of interaction. How did you go about navigating this? Were you focused on ending the game in the way that you did with the combined creation?
I had the 2 ways to kill. So one was with a Chiron triggering, so I could attack directly with the level 9 or higher. And the other one was just to clear my every monster I had except combined creation and attack every monster for game. Yeah.
So this is like one of your favorite patterns then, is it you can destroy everything, make sure you get rid of all of your opponent's interruptions, and then attack
and then
with everything.
Sweep, yeah.
Yeah, it got to be very satisfying at the end there, as you see, just like attacking all of their attack position monsters. Were you thinking about the different types of interaction they have? Obviously, there was the fact that they can summon monsters on your turn. They do seem to have like limited number of interactions with the Warrior and then maybe the Ball Drake, but any hand interactions, anything like that?
I could have played around pretty much any hand interaction probably with the hand that I have, so I was just trying to force out as many cards as I could before I felt safe going into battle phase.
Yeah, and it looked like you did Exactly that, and we're just about to see you attack for game. Must be nice to watch again. Yep. And oh yeah, here we are. So let's just watch it out. Here you're about to attack. Use the bone party as well.
I didn't need to, but it's fun.
Just in case they manage to switch all of their monsters to defense mode. So let's go over to game 3 now, or game 2 even. So this was after quite a lot had already happened. You'd passed the turn, and they'd passed the turn pretty much to your draw on Lockbird. And here we see you draw your first memento, summon Anguish. How are you navigating this? Because this looked really complicated. It looked like you searched Sleepy as your first search. It was a bit uncommon.
So my idea was to add Sleepy and to try to summon Twin Dragon. But since he used the trap, I had to change my plan midway through. And I forgot the spot exactly, but I got around something specifically. I could have popped the Sleep in my hand to trigger it on Twin Dragon, and I could have kept playing from that.
Sure, but you weren't able to do quite as much as you wanted to here. Yeah, I mean, it was like very complicated. I assume you were playing around the potential Book of Moon trap as well. Yeah. Is this, you say you played it at locals, but you haven't played a lot, I guess?
No, only a couple times, I think, in the past few months.
Yeah, and we saw here at the end of it, you had to read the Regenesis Lord. Was that something you just hadn't seen before?
I have a rough idea what the card did. I just said I make sure it didn't have any negates in battle phase, because I had like a fusion play to make a Twin Dragon, add a couple cards, summon a body or two, but I have the graveyard empty because I forgot to set my Bombard in the end phase because we were caught up by all the stuff happening. And so I just forgot to declare the field spell to set Bombard. With Bombard, I think I would have probably won the game from that, because I could have started summoning Anguish from deck, Sleepy, summon Sleepy, fusion, add, summon, yeah.
Yeah, so you have a lot more tricks to kind of help you survive the turn, but in this case, was there just nothing to stop the 5,000 attack? Right, well, in the last game, we saw a very interesting card. So talk to us about this technology here, Heatwave.
So it's the best going first card you can play in this deck, because most of the starters are slow effects. So you can Heatwave to trade with a Mulch Army, or your opponent might act in standby phase. You set a starter that is a slow effect that will like ignite during the main phase, and you just pass turn. So you basically just use the Upstart Goblin, double summon, and you have the battle phase in one card. And also it pairs very well with Bombard in draw phase, because I can summon Twin Dragon or Creation King to set up my entire follow-up, and then in main phase I can activate Heatwave.
Wow, so you can actually do quite a lot before even main phase 1 and then activate Heatwave. That sounds very powerful. So here we saw you set the Ash. Why did you choose to set that?
Because in case I drew a normal summon, I already had a body to tribute for the Goblin spell I had in my hand.
Okay, so it was for the Goblin spell. That makes a lot of sense. And then obviously your opponent was a little tripped up there. They didn't quite realize they weren't allowed to summon anything. So where did you come up with this idea for Heatwave? Was it something you saw?
It's not my idea. My friend found it out. So shout out to the Parlamento guys. So yeah, they just put me on it, and the card has been amazing.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. You just won round 11. As you say, you're very nearly in for the top cut. So are you feeling like you're going to take it all the way?
That's the goal. I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
Well, I hope everyone at home enjoyed the feature match, enjoyed seeing Danilo for a second time this weekend. It's always fun to have you here. And you must be feeling pretty great at these feature matches, your 2-0 in feature matches. So everyone, please join us soon for round 12. For sure, and definitely the deck that's on people's minds this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think the deck is super consistent. It plays along with the all the other Mitsurugi, Raziel variants we have very well. Yeah, I feel like I will be scared of, being Lanciad or maybe, also the Chaos Hunters, right? It's true that you have a lot of different options. Also seeing that Damian's side deck is prepared also with some interesting choices. But yeah, I think the Vanquish Soul deck, it's one of those decks which I think will be very difficult to beat throughout this format. Yeah,
indeed. In the meantime, I can give you guys an update. As you could notice, we have been implementing this backup future match, but unfortunately it will not be relevant for this round, as Julius had a quick 2-0 victory against his opponent Ludovic on Raziel Mitsurugi. So we will just jump into the winner's interview instead, I guess. But for now, there is one more game to be played, and for anyone who just joined, this is round 3 of the playoffs, and these players are undefeated, which means this is an extremely important game as it almost guarantees a spot in the top cut. So let's see who it is going to be. Is it Dinka? Is it Damien? Don't go anywhere. Let's go to game 3.
You know, I think we should have known better than to put Julius in a backup feature match, because
Fair.
his style winning in 20 minutes.
I asked him about game 2 in the second round, and he was like, yeah, I mean, I had Lancia. So, yeah, I mean, he has a chance. Like, if he wins last round, he has a good chance to advance. Yeah.
Speaking of Lancia, do we see one? Here is where it should come. No. Okay. So for now, the start is exactly the same. We open Dormouse in game 1 as well.
The Lancia is just the highest quality interruption by so much, because, again, even if you have a Meows here, right, you're still going to get to draw a couple of cards. You're still going to get to do quite a few things. If you play the Chaos Hunter, you've got to give up a card here. You really, really do want that Lancia.
For now, we see Fuvalos instead.
Makes sense from Dinka there. Activate the Fuvalos while your opponent has 2 fewer draws. Decrease the chances that they have Ash Blossom. And he's just been holding it for cold buy at the time.
Yeah.
Wow, and here comes
There's
the
another
second.
one.
And imagine, yeah. I mean, it depends on what we have, because as you've mentioned, Tom, the deck does draw, as we can see here, and if you get your hands on a couple of interruptions, you might even just hold on for a turn.
Yeah, you could also pass in theory.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, especially with a hand like this. I think he also has a lot of darkness.
Is it a DD Crow as well?
Yeah, Mistaken Arrest, I think.
Yeah, I was going to mention Mistaken Arrest. Everyone's sort of talking about all these super powerful cards against Malice, but Malice has got its own one of those, you know, stop your opponent from playing the game cards. It's very good against Raizo Mitsurugi, and it's also very, very good against Vanquish Soul. They want to add so many cards.
Wow, what a hand. What a hand from Damien, honestly.
Veil, Crow. Is that a Bestial? No. Yeah, it's the Druid's Worm that we decide to banish.
I think it's the end of the world if it just passes, right?
Wow. No, I totally agree. I mean, why? Yeah. It's kind of an advantage matchup as well, so getting this free +2 from Dinka is great. And that's a rough one. How do you even play around Mistaken Arrest?
Yeah, Holy Sue.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking about something.
Yeah.
So maybe he does have it.
Maybe he does have it plus, 2 right attributes.
This would be a whole hand you're showing to your opponent,
Yeah.
but I guess you kind of have to.
Does he have it?
Wow.
Okay. He has Raisin. Okay, that's good.
I mean, this is a beautiful hand for Dinka as well. Like double Fuvalos plus both your best starters. But we're just seeing how powerful Malice is with all of these draw cards. You can set up a lot of advantage without giving your opponent all that much. But does he have the attributes required? No attributes to do anything else.
And
yeah, I was missing a piece essentially.
Yeah. Okay, Stake Your Soul and the Raisin that we knew about. We know Veiler, Crow, and I think Mistaken Arrest we said, so it's going to be an interesting one. Let's see.
It's going to be so hard for the Vanquish Soul deck, I think, under Mistaken Arrest, because you're just going to run out of cards in your hand, and you need to keep a steady supply of cards in your hand to be activating these effects.
Yeah. And I think this is where we are going to find out if we have enough cards to reveal. Do we have another fire is the question.
What is that last card? You need all of your cards to be monsters
I
in
think we
Vanquish
don't.
Soul.
Oof, and this is gonna hurt a lot. Yeah, it's rough. Mistaken arrest, shutting down the Inca. And yeah, resolves.
There's not so many cards that can negate a mistaken arrest.
Yeah.
Primite Drill Beam.
This one is going to
Cross
hurt a lot.
out.
Cross out designator.
Yeah.
There we go.
No chain. One card in hand from the Inca, I believe.
This one's going to hurt a lot because
We just...
There's no way to activate any Vanquish Souls.
Seems like we will indeed overlay, and yeah, that's the strategy.
Just a 2 material Paradise Smasher. You are allowed to do it. I absolutely love this. Just look your opponent in the eye and say, I'm going to make this. When you're in a dire situation, I guess it's something. I mean, surely Damien cannot let this resolve. I mean, your odds on for it not to affect you, right? Because you could tie or you could lose the dice roll, but you just can't risk it. There's
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, you'd rather take the risk, right?
you take it. I mean, we have Veiler, we know, but
is there a cost to detach the materials? I haven't used this card so much.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay, we're gonna read it.
Just checking, like, are you even allowed to make this with 2 materials? That should be illegal.
Yeah, we are. And yeah, you see effect gonna be activated, then... Ooh, okay. We do not use the Veiler, but instead we do have the Malice quick spell.
Do we have yet another trap?
I think the last card is maybe the 06.
Yes,
The
we
last
do.
card.
Damien's sitting
What's
very happy
next?
now.
Zeus? What do we have?
I suppose the extra deck, you don't really know what's in a Vanquish Soul extra deck because they play so many different cards under the Extravagance. You just kind of fill it out.
I guess that is the case. We just attack over a couple of monster.
Probably very hard to optimize the extra deck because you don't know what what you need under Extravagance.
And yep, here comes the rock. We do have that Crow and Veiler yet, and yeah, we're just gonna use this Veiler. It's gonna be a rough one from the Inca. One more card in hand. What is it going to be?
Really struggling to imagine what card could get him out of this. Maybe an Artifact Lancier would be the best thing to have picked up.
Yeah. Because like with one card in hand left, and next turn Damien most likely is it's able to, you know, seal this one. But
yeah, he's fully loaded with 2 traps set and a couple of cards in his hand. Gonna start the turn even with a Malice on the field. I do love the creativity, though, of going for the Paradise. It's something maybe a lot of players just wouldn't even like cross your mind to do.
here the Inca summon the Vanquish Soul Rocks, which, yeah, we see once in a while. Also, this is quite of a new release.
Yep, I'll bring it up for you guys as well.
Tiny little bit of extra value. If you've battled with a Vanquish Soul monster, you can destroy a card, but it can also be upgraded into a Zeus.
Yep.
Which I guess is what's about to happen now.
Most likely.
It's pretty funny that, because normally it's it doesn't really go well with Zeus, the Vanquish Soul Rocks, because you have to attack with something, another Vanquish Soul, which isn't an XYZ, but then because you attack with the Paradise Smasher now, you can make a Zeus.
And that's a pass. So one card in hand for Dinka. Pretty much relying on this Zeus to survive, but so many cards still available to Damien, and yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, Damien, got to remember, he is also under mistaken arrest, so he cannot activate his MTP.
Yeah, here comes also the main difference, of course, between, you know, Diddy Crow and the Bestials. You cannot Diddy Crow your own cards, which in these kind of situations could be extremely good.
So you could still present a little bit of a problem if you're not careful. So Damien just having a think. I guess the question is, can you afford to let this Dormouse resolve? Maybe you just hope that your opponent just uses it to summon another Malice rather than get a March here.
Yeah, especially because now it may be quite clear that it doesn't have a Lancia. Yeah, he goes for this use right away.
It makes sense, because you know otherwise your opponent's just going to get March here.
Deck resolves.
Back to square one from Damien here with just cleaning up and
it's
pass.
a pass. Wow.
Absolutely incredible, that.
Yeah. That managed to stop him.
A combination of that and his own mistaken arrest.
There are quite a few interesting draws that Dika could pick up, only 2 cards, but yeah, he's checking his extra.
This is where all of those cards you like stuffed into your extra deck and you thought, I'm never going to use these.
Yeah.
Because Damien is left at 59, so let's see if there's any chance Dinka.
Gonna be soon 2900, I guess, and
Yeah, you can do an awful lot of damage with just a single copy of Razan or Mad Love if you draw it, but
no.
No luck for Damien.
Yep, just push damage, 30 minutes remain. Should be enough, but the difference is it's quite huge, but no, it's a pass back to Damien. Can he find an answer, and what a good one it is? Yep.
Will we see a Malice Link eventually hit the field?
No Lancia for Dinka.
Yeah, I mean,
Could it be Chaos Hunter, though?
would be great, but doesn't seem like that is the case. Dormouse gets to resolve.
Got to think this Dormouse would be stopped at all costs if it was able to stop. So possibly on the mind for Damien is just Nibiru. So it's hard to think about what cards wouldn't have been activated.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Because you know also the first one in hand is definitely not fire. And yeah, the second one...
I guess there's been nothing ashable yet. It's amazing, Malice. It's so sneaky. You can access your deck. You know, you've gone into your deck 2 times and nothing
still
is...
no Ash
Yeah.
is an option. But
Choice for Damien here to summon the Wizard. There's some thought maybe if you hold it in hand, it's one of the best ways to deal with the potential Nibiru. But I guess if you also just hold March Hare in hand, it does just as well.
I think we are holding double Diddy Crow maybe at this point. Wow.
Diddy Crow to me speaks like you didn't have any other cards you wanted to put in against Vanquish Soul. You need to take out those Mulch armies, so you just stick something in.
Yeah, I mean, can be decent against the Rock. I mean, not optimal because but at least you can cut off some of the options that it can recur, I guess. And yeah, this is similar idea. But you're right that Nibiru...
Welcome back to your EUWCQ coverage here in Berlin. We are now into the final round of Swiss, and we have our round 12 feature match right in front of us. We have Quentin Rode versus Ozcan Ozildiz, who is the German national champ, and is going to see if he can make his way into the top cut here and make the way towards becoming a European champion. So, gentlemen, we are going to do a dice roll. Who would like to roll first? Quentin's going to roll first. That is a 7. And Ozcan, that's a 10. Do you want to go first? Ozcan is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to us as well to day 2. We are now at the remaining rounds of Swiss before we can finally figure out who will be the top 64 moving on and having a chance to go to the World Championship. Well, doesn't get much better than this, does it?
Yeah, this is the round for a lot of players. This is where you decide that, because that top 64 is such a big achievement. So this round can be the one that decides whether you're in it. And it's pretty scary playing in a feature match against the German national champion. German probably having the biggest national championships, or maybe France, I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, I mean, but Germany has a big community of players, and of course playing Austrian against him, you know, last round must not be easy, especially because, you know, like tension is there. But, you know, Quentin has his chances and is relying on Vanquish Soul, and our German national champion is on Blue Eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Fanfare deck for sure brought him luck in the past, so decided to run it again today, and I mean, understandably so. As you might have noticed, you know, he's wearing a lanyard around his neck, and that is because he's having a VIP treatment this weekend as the other national champions and a few of the, you know, the best performing duelists, which means, you know, they were granted quite a nice start yesterday in day 1 with a couple of buys, and then, you know, sometimes it can get you there, you know, avoid maybe those roguish decks in the first few rounds and make sure that you can have that additional boost. But yeah, as Tom was saying, this is an important one. It's nice to mention that, you know, for this event, at least in Europe, starting, we had some day 2 pricing, which was also, you know, very exciting for our duelists to unpack. But obviously, you want to put your hands on those exclusive, you know, cards, such as Card Trooper and Effect Veiler with the stamp that is exclusive for the WCQ. It will be a different one for the YCSs upcoming. So it's definitely an exciting prize that they're fighting for, but I'm sure for now their eyes will be on making it to the top cut, because that all that matters at the end of the day. So I'd say without further ado, let's go to game 1.
Ozcan gonna show us why he is the German national champion with his Blue Eyes deck. What do you think of the Blue Eyes deck? It was very popular when it first came out, and ever since then I feel like it's slowly gone down in popularity, but here we are seeing it represented once more.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting deck for sure. I mean, here the card we just so sad, I think, is the real you know, winner. There being such an amazing card, the ability to just come back, get rid of your opponent cards, it's so strong. But maybe it's on the fair end of decks, and we have seen, you know, this weekend what other top contenders are able to do, and then when it comes to that, it really makes you wonder, should I play a deck that does less in this way? So it's, you know, it's always an interesting decision, but I think it's totally a fair choice if you're comfortable with it. And I mean, both duelists have an amazing record. I'm pretty sure even a draw would be enough to make it to the top 64. So, you know, impressive record up until now by both.
Yeah, here we see Ozcan using the Primer engine to its fullest extent, so Lordly Load can not only search your card, but it can also special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon, but you do have to give up the chance to use any more monster effects. But here we see what is lovingly referred to as the most powerful infield in the game, which is Seal's Pass, a classic of all dragon decks. But when you're backing it up with a drill beam and hopefully some hand interactions, it might be enough to get the job done.
You're a fan of the deck, aren't you, right?
I like it. I do. I mean, I just remember the first time reading Drill Beam, how powerful I thought the card was. You just think, wait, it negates it, then it banishes it. You just think, my goodness. But we'll see how it does against the Vanquish Soul deck. Targeted removal probably not quite as strong against Vanquish Soul as it is against other decks.
Indeed. And we do open Stick Your Soul, arguably best spell in the deck, and gonna prompt a response. I mean, on the one hand, you can expect a lot of entrops from the Blue Eyes deck when you can, you know, set up a field with pretty much one card. You can play a lot of non-engine, and that is exactly the case. I believe there is at least a draw in hand, maybe?
Plays a lot of them. Draw, Lokash, Vader, Bell.
I think we do have draw, but we are thinking, I mean,
Pretty reasonable Drill Beam target if you have a card to reveal, which I think he does, right? Because he added a Primite to his hand.
and yeah, it's indeed the case. Decide to go for the Drill Beam right away. I think there is a reinforcement of the army in hand, so Quent is not completely done, but let's see.
I think it's a very reasonable strategy, even though there is the follow-up here. But we know the deck's so dependent on getting to Razan at the beginning. It's easily the most powerful starter in the deck. So if you have a chance to just shut it down.
But you know what's good against it? There it is. Draw and Lockbird, you know, quite unfortunate, you know, paired against that reinforcement of the army, shutting down the search. But we're still gonna normal summon the Raisin in the same column as that Hieratic Seal.
Got a few options here. Presume we want to chain the Seal. You can bounce maybe your own Lordly Load or the Razan. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting spot. Now at least you revealed some more information on what's in the end from Quentin. But it's an interesting matchup, I'd say, overall. Because both decks, you know, sometimes struggle to close things out. And then, yeah, we are going to see an interesting chain here. What do you think we are going to summon off this?
Maybe a Magnamut if he's running it.
Wow, so many entrants. Just, you know, looking at the decks, and no, it's just the Blue Eyes.
He's not playing Magnamut, actually.
The optimal version, I'd say.
That is hard to argue with. It is the original, at least for us in the TCG.
Yeah.
Surprised that always not playing Magnamut.
Yeah, I'm very surprised actually, because Magnamut is such a powerful card. You don't even need to run any other Bestials. You just run the one Magnamut and then you can search. Oh no, Blue Eye's gonna get sent to attack position there. While it's a 0-0 thanks to the effect of Seals.
And yeah.
Like I've seen the effect of Geolong to switch attack position or battle position before more than the other effect of search on stream this weekend somehow.
But for now, yeah, we are just gonna take it slow. Under draw and lock, we can't really make use of all of these search effects, so we are just gonna go for our good old rock.
Yeah, adds just so much to the Vanquish Soul strategy when you have a rock on the field, getting to summon those extra monsters, prevent you from running out, and adding one back from the grave to the hand if you would rather.
There's the Hard Drum Star from Quentin. Let's see how it's gonna be ending up, and yeah, I also like the new addition of the Vanquish Soul rocks here being summoned on the field.
Am I missing something? Did he not activate?
I think he didn't. Yeah, right.
Rock to just return the. Oh, he wants to summon it.
Something that you don't really see in every Vanquish Soul deck, I have to say.
Yeah, I think it's very uncommon, this Vanquish Soul continue. to re-summon a monster from the grave. Makes a lot of sense why he didn't add it back to his hand.
And it makes sense exactly because of the field spell that requires to have, you know, 2 vanquish monsters to set the trap. So, you know, well spotted by Quentin, who now gets to access his Snow Devil.
I guess the question now is whether he has a full 3 attributes to reveal. I think I know he's holding Razen, and he showed us maybe a Mad Love as well. So, not sure if he has any more cards or what they are. I just see 2, I think, when he... It's always worth it against Vanquish Cell, keeping track, if you can, of what's in their hand, because it can be very, very important in the future.
Yeah, most of the time you basically know all of their hands, and because it's basically revealed, right? But yeah, I really like the continue spell card here from Quentin. As mentioned, it's something that you really see, but being under drawn and lock, this was quite powerful.
Yeah. So now play is back to the German national champion, who will have to figure out how to fight back, but we obviously start things off by returning this Primate back to end. Full end.
Full hand, but how useful do you think it is? I know we have at least another copy of the Primate Ether Barrel, which you can only really make good use of one of them, and I think I saw maybe a Fuelos as well. So he didn't use an awful lot of it last turn, so let's see if he can use more of it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be easy because that draw stopped at least 2 cards from being added to end by Quentin, but you can always just do it next turn. So.
It's tough to say whether you want to actually negate any Primate stuff anymore now that you already have a Drill Beam. So he did he even activate Barrel? I guess not. Pretty rough drawing all of them.
Yeah. And no, it seems like we are just gonna return the favor to Quentin and summon our own Link 1, but it's time for that Snow Devil. And no, it's not gonna be 3, but
just 2. Is the second effect the one that prevents your monsters from being destroyed? Yeah, that would make sense. I feel like normally you save the most powerful for last. So no destroying the field, but we are going to get to summon a Razen. Some nice zone placement from Quentin there, making sure not to leave anything in the extra monster zone columns. So you can summon Razen in that column. Just like playing around Relinquish Anima.
True. Alright, so we are met with that infinite impermanence, and at least now it means that we are pretty much free to do whatever we want. Not that it's necessarily all that much, but
yeah, what does Blue Eyes do?
Yeah,
it can do whatever it wants.
You know, technically we can, although we shouldn't forget about the field spell protection effect as well, which can be quite relevant.
Does the field spell protect from battle as
Both.
well as...
Yeah.
Okay. So we can summon another Blue Eyes, but yeah, no way to get access to a tuner, it looks like. Are there any of those fun Blue Eyes rank 8s in the extra deck? We can make Typhon. Might be fun.
And yeah, I think now he's just realized about the field spell, because it seems like he wants to attack, but that's not really gonna do much. We can just reveal and that's it. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough holding onto a full hand of cards, but not so much to do with them.
Yeah, and it seems like we just moved to Memphis 2, bring back this Blue Eyes with Lordy Load, and
he's just playing Primite, really. None of the powerful Blue Eyes starters, like Maiden with Eyes of Blue, or Maiden of White even. Maiden with Eyes of Blue is the old one.
Back into comfort zone with that seal. And
Seal
pass.
and pass.
Wow.
Ah, this has got to be tough now, though.
Absolutely. We might just want to act immediately in the draw phase or standby, but maybe not.
Oh, yeah, here comes the rock.
Here comes rock. Quentin's doing some math. We did inflict quite some damage already. Snow Devil, you know, has the additional benefit of dealing incremental damage, so not quite the effect most people focus on, but it gets there.
Yeah, I feel like as long as you don't fall into the trap of, oh, we can see a link somewhere. Fall into the trap of using the field spell while the seals are still on the field, then I think you're probably going to be good to go.
And yeah, seems like we just want to force out the two known interruptions with this SP.
Yeah, very heads up here, because if you chain the drill beam now, then you can just chain the SP targeting the seals, and that will be everything gone.
Yeah, and it also prevents, you know, this rock from being negated, which means we are also guaranteed to then net back whatever we want and play. And yeah. Just gonna chain SP as mentioned.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what you target with SP. I feel like it's never gonna resolve, but you might as well have a go just to force out the seals.
Yeah. Seals is gone. We are gonna chain the rock, and at the end, basically the field will be completely cleared. I mean, it should be rock back to extra, right?
Yeah. SP banished with its own effect.
SP is banished.
Rock back to the extra. I'm wondering if there was maybe a better way to organize that for Arshan. I'm particularly a bit worried about the field spell already still being there. Because you can use that every turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of advantage appearing for Quentin in just a second.
Doesn't seem like there is anything from the end. So this might just be it. As mentioned, we have basically two searches here. Yeah, the field spell is so strong.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe if you were just supposed to target the field spell with the drill beam.
Fair, yeah.
No, because now this is now getting out of control, because I think Quentin may be able to seal this one out. Because I don't think there's any response. Yeah, the start.
Here is the start. And yeah, we're back to accessing, you know, everything with the heavy burger. We can deal additional 1500. It seems like this is all over. And yeah, we agree. So cards are picked up, and Quentin is able to win, losing the die roll. So pressure has to be on the German national champion to bring this one back. It's not gonna be easy if there is a deck that can play you know, successfully even during your opponent turn, not just in terms of entrops. It is the Vanquished Soul thanks to that Su. So it will be definitely an interesting showdown. What do we think is going to be the strategy going first?
I was just wondering, at the end of the last game, was he not under the SP, so he couldn't actually finish the game that turn?
Fair,
Yeah, maybe he just knew his opponent was going to have a sort of overwhelming advantage. But looking like I'm seeing Alberto highlighting a particularly fun card from the side deck. What's that, Alberto?
Yeah, I'm saying Dragon's Mind, which I don't know if I've ever witnessed it on stream, to be fair. I don't think so. But yeah, it's a counter trap card. I like it, honestly. I'm also reading the effect. Yeah, it's particular. He's also playing Solemn Judgment, which I think, you know, may make sense going first to set them in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a difficult matchup in general for Blue Eyes, you know, to play against the Vanquish Soul because of all the resources that they have, and you really need to establish a field and with the destroy and then take, and it's going to be very difficult for our German national champion. Still, on the other hand, you know, like now Quentin is sitting on the driver's seat. What do you think, Tom? Has he any specific cards he can bring in?
I'd be surprised if there were like too many Blue Eyes specific side deck cards for people. Cards come to my mind when side decking against Blue Eyes are Lightning Storm and Harpy's Feather Duster in particular, because when you destroy all the face downs, you destroy the True Light, which then causes the field to be destroyed, so you kind of get quite a lot of value out of those. But Quentin siding in some a slightly unorthodox side deck cards, I'd say, so I'm kind of excited to see them in action. Have you seen Gordian Slicer before?
I don't think I did. I don't think because like when I was looking now at the side deck, I was like, oh really? This is a 3 offs, and also the effect is quite, you know, peculiar, I would say.
Yeah, it's quite a neat card for any deck that doesn't need its extra deck so much, and there aren't that many of them running around, but obviously Vanquish Soul is one of them. So if you're willing to give up a few cards from your extra deck, you can bounce a lot of cards on the field, and maybe that's a good strategy against Blue Eyes. Just target all of the Blue Eyes synchros that are on the field and get rid of them all in one go.
And we will soon find out if Quentin sided in, because our players are ready, so let's jump into game 2.
Hope for Oshani's got both halves of his engine this time.
Here comes a Purulia being activated from Quentin, and that goes through.
He had 2 ways to negate it in his hand.
Second one. But we're seeing the old strategy that we also witnessed yesterday, just setting 2 cards and pass, essentially, which I think makes sense, especially if you're holding, you know, cards such as Solid Judgment. Let's see if this is the case from Ocean.
Yep, starting quite the pace in this game too. But we saw it yesterday already. When you're, you know, facing off double Mucharmi, passing is a fair strategy, especially as you've mentioned, if you see those side deck cards. And yes, it is Solemn Judgment, and wow, costly activation, but I totally agree with this choice. Unless there is, you know, Stake Your Soul there, it could be rough. Let's see. And yeah, it's a pass back from Quentin.
Yeah, we see maybe sometimes the Vanquish Soul having trouble getting started, and once you've already thrown away 2 Purulias.
Wow. Got a bit ahead of ourselves there, revealing the Rush Blossom. Maybe some emotion coming for Quentin, but we're just gonna set with this Primite.
He's going straight for the Drill Beam rather than the Lordly Load, maybe because he's just seen the just seen the Ash.
Can't blame him.
Lordly Load's still such a powerful card, you might even want to do it anyway. Like, you still get the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then you can make the all-important seals. But, you know, it feels bad when your opponent doesn't give you any draws, but I mean, if you said here's 2 cards, if you discard them both, you skip your opponent's turn, I think most players would take that trade.
Definitely. But yeah, here comes the Ash Blossom, and it's a pass.
Wow.
Here we just have a second Solemn set.
Yeah, or maybe a Blue Eyes in hand to reveal for the Drill Beam.
Doesn't seem like a good ad for Quentin.
But yeah, I do agree with you that maybe the Lordy Lord would have been better regardless, but yeah, it's just a pass, and wow.
Ether Barrel needs a normal monster, but if you've got another one, you don't need to add the one back from the grave.
And yeah, I think, wow, this has been an insanely quick game 2, with Quentin just not bothering to continue a game that seemed doomed. And well, I think side decking took far longer than, than actually playing this one out. And we are back to the side. So, I mean, sometimes that's just how it is. You draw into Mulcharmies, your opponent doesn't, you know, want to play around them and into them. So that's just the downside, I guess, of those extremely powerful cards. And now, unfortunately, that means we are probably not going to see that Gordian Slicer. But I mean, we are just going to adjust our deck, go first for the first time in this duel for Quentin, and maybe bring in some triple tactics cards.
Yeah, I suppose when your opponent's running an awful lot of hand interactions, they make a lot of sense. But what do you do with the triple tactics cards? Because you need your opponent to, you know, you want to have something to set with thrust, and depending on what you're playing against, you have powerful cards normally. But what do you have for Blue Eyes?
Yeah, I do agree that, you know, some of the more traditional options are not the greatest, like Dimensional Barrier in this instance. But Daruma still has its, you know, its opportunity so to shine. And I guess regardless, it really depends on what you're gonna be up against. We saw how popular Phantasmai is this weekend, especially against this deck, and I think Trust and Talent are an amazing answer to the card. So maybe he's just, you know, expecting to be facing off against that, which is it the case for Blue Eyes, or do we not have Phantasmai? No,
Nope, we don't.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, I'm not seeing a huge amount that like jumps out at me as anti-Vanquish Soul technology, but to be honest, I don't really know what you are supposed to side against Vanquish Soul. So
No, I'm really not, like, looking at the deck, I'm really not sure, because it's, as you mentioned, Tom, there's not a specific card against the matchup. So, I mean, like, going first, as mentioned, he had the Solemn Judgment, which I think he might have sided out because of going second, right? So, but there are not, like, real cards going, you know, for this specific matchup. So I'm really curious to see how this one will be played out. I mean, the score is tied, so our players, you know, like one of those duelists will advance with a 10-2 record. We have plenty of time still in the round.
Yeah, definitely not going to see a draw in this one, although probably would have sent both to the top cut, which means only one of these two amazing duelists is going to advance and claim the first guaranteed spot in the top 64 for us. Let's find out who will be in the last game of Swiss.
and can Quentin do 3 in a row of opening Vanquish Soul Razin? Not quite.
Not quite, and I saw a lot of interruptions that Droll and Lockbird once again in the end, but we are gonna use Ash Blossom here.
What do you think of DD Crow in particular against the Vanquish Soul deck? It seems like if you're just using it on this rock effect, you're already kind of going like a little -1.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I guess
that's the only
There
one.
it is.
Yeah.
I
I
guess
that's
we
the only spot.
You see a clap from the crowd. Could that really be enough to stop Quentin? And is there a Primite is the question. It is there once more. What an opener.
Oh, and he's learned from the previous round, which is owned to put it in. Here comes the Lordly Load. I don't think it matters too much as long as the Lordly Load, as long as you don't put it in a potential imperm column.
And it is Ash Blossom playing quite the pace, I'd say.
And maybe we're going to see a bit more Blue Eyes action this game. I think I'm spotting a couple of the Blue Eyes spells in the hand for Oshan. Is he gonna lead on? Here comes Wishes for Eyes of Blue, discarding Droll and Lockbird.
Gave away the draw and lock. maybe he really feels like he needs to push, and that was the only one needed to discard, because I think he's left with cards in hand, but brave move, honestly, to discard his drone lock.
Yeah, I get it. Honestly, in a more simplified game state, I think draw loses a lot of its value, and we'll figure out what's the last card remaining. But this is impressive, and what could we expect as the set card from Quentin is the question.
We've already seen a Vanquish Soul continue, and so probably one of that or the Snow Devil seems to be the most likely. Vanquish Soul is a deck really where because you want to reveal monsters, you can't really afford to play that many cards that aren't monsters, so I think players pretty much limit it to like 3 Stake Your Soul and Vanquish Soul spells themselves.
Fair. But we finally get things going for the Blue Eyes deck. Up until now, as we've mentioned, it has been playing a bit of Primite control, really. And yeah, oh, no, there is a stop. Is there barrier maybe on Synchro? It is in the side deck, or Daruma as well.
Daruma maybe?
And no, it is Dimensional Barrier, wow. I mean, the one-off was sided for Trust, has been drawn, and I mean, Synchro is going to be declared here. Trying to slow things down for the German national champion.
I think we take those. If your opponent's got a barrier face down, it's quite difficult, but it's not. It's really not the end of the world, is it?
Absolutely not.
Given the situation, I think it's still, Quentin with 2 cards in hand. It's
yeah, we can still push, and I mean, as you have mentioned, Tom, it's also a deck where you need card to function. So it's not like when you're completely left up decking, you can do all that much. So.
And oh, here it comes. We're going to see some fusions.
That's why Dimensional Barrier is a bit shaky against the deck. Link summons, fusion summons, and also synchro summons, It's not like we are playing against a one-dimensional beast. And that's it.
Wow.
Wow. What a turn of events. Crazy match indeed. I mean, unbelievable start and an upset once more on camera, where the player going second in the end is the one winning most of the time, and that seems to be a trend where Malice is not in the picture, I guess. And once more that has been the case with Quentin winning game 1, but then just completely succumbing to this array of Blue Eyes plays. An unfortunate opening here in game 3, gotta say. That Diddy Crow worked out. You got your answer.
It did indeed. It just goes to show, I guess, a lot of players I spoke to before the event, they were talking about Vanquish Soul, and they thought maybe it was a little fragile if you only have one starter sometimes, because just Razin is like the only thing that really kind of starts you off super well by itself, and this time you see a response to it, either be it a Solemn Judgment or a combo of Ash and Crow to deal with the first starter, then you're just kind of left with nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes consistent is what is lacking maybe to Vanquish Soul. I have to say that like in a tournament like this with 12 rounds of Swiss, I think it's a solid choice. And of course, like, ends like this can happen, of course, in a game 3 at the very last round. It's something that you don't really want to see. Still Quentin with a 9-3 record, so hopefully he can get one of the very last spots for the top 64 remaining, but very impressive result. And I'm really, as mentioned yesterday, I really want to see how many Vanquish Soul decks will advance into the top 64.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an incredible weekend already, starting all the way from the playoffs on Friday. And I mean, it's just a special event, the WCQ, European Championship, where you have YCS winners from the season, you have these national champions, like Özcan, and you have, you know, just the best players from all over Europe fighting it out. And at the end of the day, when, you know, you have over 2,000 players competing and only 64 spots, of course, you know, someone is not gonna make it. But I'm sure we still have a lot in store for you guys, and you know, it's just the field is amazing. We have a lot of different decks, a lot of amazing players still in competition, but only 4 spots left for the Paris invitation.
Yeah, and a lot of players now are going to be finding out very soon whether they've made it into the top cut.
Yeah.
As Alberto mentioned there, it's probably a shoe-in if you are 9-2, or in fact, no, not 9-2, 11-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah,
yeah,
if you are 10-3, you're like very, very close. We'll find out soon.
It seems though like this match, the national champions had the advantage, as also our backup future match had, you know, planned for you guys, the Italian national champion Flaminio. But we have been informed that he has already won his future match, so we won't be able to show you, and that means that we have another national champion guaranteed in top 64. But for now, let's focus on the match we just witnessed, and let's hear it from the winner's interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Özcan Özyıldız, the German national champion, who is now basically confirmed to be in the top cut of Euros as well. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm just happy to be here again.
That's perfect. You're
kind of getting used to it.
Okay, all right. We've got a real star here now. So you're playing Blue Ice again, the same deck that you won German Nationals, but it's not the biggest meta contender right now. Why have you decided on Blue Ice White Dragon again?
It's a deck I feel most familiar with, so I'm used to how it plays. I know how I can play against other decks with it. I was thinking about switching to another deck, but I thought that this would be a bad idea because I didn't have much time to prepare myself for other decks, so I just stick to Blue Eyes, and I know how it works, and I know that it can perform.
Yeah, I like that, because stick to the deck that you know, right? Don't try anything fancy out. So, let's look at the first clip of the match. Here we are going to see the classic Blue Eyes White Dragon end field Seals pass with a drill beam setup. How many times did you end on this exact field this weekend?
To be honest, not that much in Swiss. I almost had always my access to the engine via Sage or Maiden. So this came up quite rarely that I only passed on Seals today. So I got quite lucky.
How many times did you full combo your opponents?
Quite a few times. Like, I don't respect NIP, so I always play into it. And when I have the opportunity, I just go full combo. It happens like once every 2 matches or so.
What's your full combo looking like? What's your end field then?
My full combos, depending on the matchup, it can be 2 spirits or 1 spirit and Seals. And then the classical spell trap setup with True Light, Lordly Lord, Drill Beam and Majesty, and everything I got on hand, probably a Whaler or 2.
All right, perfect. Let's look into the next clip, actually still from game 1. You got into a pretty heavy grind game at this point when you resolved the chain with the Drill Beam and the Seals in perfect order. Did you know you had the game, or were you still afraid that Vanquished Soul is going to pull something out of its sleeve?
No, this looked quite hard. SP trying to banish my Drill Beam is really bad for me because I have to use it now, which doesn't give me that much value because he can dodge Drill Beam at any moment with SP, or if he doesn't dodge it, I have to banish his field spell also, which doesn't do that much. And then he changed SP to my Seals, which I then also have to use. So I chained that to that, and at the end he resolves his engine. He resolves the rock, adds Raisin back, and this gives him access to Holy Seal, and that's the moment where I concede, because I know that I won't be able to play through Holy Seal with the hand I have.
And I mean, the deck grinds really, really well. How many times did you play versus Vanquished Soul so far with Blue Eyes?
This was the first time, and I am quite happy about it, because I don't like to play against that deck.
All right, so not the best matchup for you.
No, I don't like that.
I mean, you still managed to overcome your opponent, so let's actually look into game 2, which was not quite as grindy as the other one.
Yeah, I had to judgment Raisin here because I hate them accessing Holy Seal. So that was kind of the only option to disrupt him in his turn by negating Raisin and then not giving him the access to the rock, so he doesn't get his Raisin back next turn.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to stop them immediately if you can. How many times did you resolve judgment and see your opponent basically passing?
Not that much, I think. 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
Still sounds enough for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, let's go into the next clip of the last match right here. In the last game, you had the double hand trap combo. You're playing a bunch of low impact hand traps. Was it most of the time enough to stop your opponents from comboing?
Yeah, seems like it. So I didn't have that much problems, and I like these low impact hand traps because I have to stop my opponent from building any kind of board, because Blue Eyes kind of struggles to play into board and to out them. It has its ways to do that, but it's not that easy. So I always try to stop them by using these low impact hand traps. And I was thinking about putting in Bell or leaving Bell in my main or siding in DD Crow, but at the end they stopped the same effect, which is adding back to the hand.
Yeah.
While DD Crow banishes the monster, so it can't do it next turn. So I was
DD Crow fixes the problem permanently. Now I have a very important question for you. You have Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. You have DD Crow. Why do you not have Bestial Magnamut in your deck?
That's a question I will get asked a lot, and to be honest, I think the card is really, really good. It has potential to be played in Blue Eyes. However, every time I draw Magnamut, I wish it would be something else. So I, at the end, just decided to cont Magnamut. And if we compare Magnamut to DD Crow is way more versatile because it doesn't need a monster on the field to be activated, and it can also hit Atlantean Mermaid, which I played against 2 times.
And it also hits Memento quite hard when you can banish a fusion if you want. How many times did Crow come up for you? Was it like crucial against some combos?
Yeah, quite a lot of times. I feel like Crow is the MVP most of the time of my side deck. No one expects it, and it does a lot. So I think it has really earned its place in my side deck.
I love how you're winning with all of the old cards: Blue Eyes White Dragon, Solemn Judgment, and Storm of Neos DD Crow.
Yeah, it's quite nostalgic playing with my deck.
that is really cool. Now we're seeing here on the opposing side a Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
Have you been floodgated a little bit this tournament for something like
No,
those?
this was the first time I got debarriered, which I don't have that much problems with, because Spirit in this matchup doesn't actually do that much. So I would always prefer Seals. But in this instance, I could just go Tyrant and then with True Light special back another Blue Eyes monster, which is game on the spot if he doesn't have anything in hell. Yeah. So it didn't do anything at this moment.
Yep, I mean, we saw that you just ended the game right on the spot there. Very well played, Özcan. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the top cut.
Thank you very much.
You played your first German National Championship and then you absolutely crushed it.
Yeah.
You won it. Do you think you can become the European champion as well?
I wish, but I don't know. We'll see.
All right, we'll see. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in Top Cut, and we will be right back with the coverage for EUWCQ in Berlin.
And we are back here live from the European Championship in Berlin, and we are joined by Francesco Esposito, who is first after Swiss, so not losing any matches. Or did you lose any matches at all?
I don't lose any match. I just ended with 1 draw, so basically undefeated.
11 wins and a draw.
Yes, exactly.
That's a crazy, crazy record. Did you expect to do that well before you entered the tournament?
Not really.
You're Italian, right?
Yes, I'm
So
from
how was your
Naples.
journey to the event?
Oh, it's fine. I like it.
You like it. So did you do well at Italian Nationals already, and we're confident now to
No,
also
I lost the last round for the
Okay.
top cut Italian
Okay.
national, but it's better to do at the European, to be honest.
It's very good to be first after Swiss at any kind of big tournament here in Europe, because first after Swiss, and Leo is already standing there, gets a special prize, an oversized version of another Solaria, our current prize card. So Leo, go ahead and give it over to Francesco. Congratulations.
Trade that for a second.
Yeah, do you want to shout out anyone maybe at home?
I want to shout out all my friends from Naples and all the guys who support me in the event. And
All
shout
right.
out to Nino.
Okay, big shout.
The guys
So,
are asking for Skibidi Boppi, Forza Napoli.
all right, big round of applause for our first after Swiss, Francesco Esposito. And we will see him, of course, in Top Cut, maybe also making his way to the World Championship eventually. So stay tuned, because next thing coming up is going to be our top 64 feature match. You do not want to miss out on that. See you very soon for that.
Welcome back to your EUWCQ coverage. And right here, we're getting into our first of our top cut duels as we move into our top 64 feature match. In front of me, I have two powerhouse duelists ready to make their way further towards becoming the European champion. We have Lorenzo Muselli and Anthony Lopez, both regular tops at YCSs, but also previous national champions. So this is going to be an exciting duel. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Lorenzo is going to roll first. And we see a 9 there. And for Anthony? Well, that's a 10. Okay, you're going to go first? Okay, Anthony is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Tom, and Marcello to be your coverage team for our first Top Cut feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and finally, welcome to the Top Cut. Top 64 is underway. Just a handful of matches left to find out who will be those 4 players going to the World Championship, and of course, later on, who will be the 2025 European champion. And what a showdown we have in front of us. Last year's they were both national champions, with Anthony winning in France and Lorenzo, of course, having that back-to-back win at the Italian national championship. I mean, I don't think we could wish for more.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crazy feature match. 2 strong contenders to make it deep into the top cut and bringing some very popular decks.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, with Anthony with Malice, and let's see if we'll advance far into the tournament, because we saw that 3 of our players advanced to the World Championship with Malice, and on the other hand, we have Lorenzo piloting Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to show you guys later on what is the breakdown for Top Cut, but spoiler, the huge surprise, maybe if we can say, was that Vanquish Soul does stand at the top technically, so 18 of our 64 players are on the deck, and I guess if you just were roaming around the top tables, you could immediately notice it, because most of these players were actually either you know, completely undefeated or like an X1 record, so the deck has been absolutely crushing it. But can it get there? What a better way to test it than against Malice going first. Lorenzo will have an uphill battle in front of him, but our duelists are ready, so let's jump into action for Top Cut.
Here we go, Malice going first with Anthony as his pilot, so you've gotta be pretty scared, I think, given the most intimidating deck when going first against with one of the stronger pilots in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, neither of them is obviously, I would say, yeah, absolutely used to being on stream, but Anthony has had, I would say, even more breakthrough performance getting in the final of YCSs. You know, he absolutely, I don't know, it's in a way it's an heartbreaking match because I feel like they both absolutely deserve a shot at, you know, going to the World Championship, but it just makes it so much better for us to just, you know, stand by and watch what these two amazing duelists can accomplish. But Anthony, thinking about it quite a bit, is that pricing at all? All right, we do normal.
Yeah, quite a suboptimal card to start the duel with, so I guess we can see why he had to think about it for a while. Oh my goodness, is that the
Holy Sue
terror of a Holy Sue?
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, is he actually going to do it? I think people were like dreaming of this, where you just start with absolutely crazy.
What a start.
Oh, wow. What a start it is indeed.
Wow, this is the absolute dream for Lorenzo.
Wow,
and that's
only
it.
shoe face down, and that might just be it. Lorenzo able to just do what has been considered impossible by many. What an opener from the former Italian national
is he going to destroy us? No way.
Wow!
This is absolutely crazy.
What a hand.
Yeah, the only thing is...
You don't want to give the card back first,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's what I was thinking. But, right, this turn absolutely incredible by Lorenzo. We now start things off the same, and that's it. Game one immediately goes to the Italian, and you can see Anthony, I mean, smiling it off. He's like, okay, all right, that was quick. What can I do about it? Wow.
If that's how you want to play it,
That's it.
I mean, yeah, that's just, you know, Vanquish All 101 for you guys. And I mean, doesn't surprise me that he made it all this far. He has been growing like this. So let's see.
An absolute dream for Lorenzo. I mean, a lot of players are, you know, saying this Malice deck, you have that big advantage in the first game because the deck is so strong. But then when you go into games 2 and 3, there are all these side deck cards. So you got to think, if you're Malice and you're losing the first game, that's got to be pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the quickest game one we've seen so far the whole weekend, right? It's just, you know, less than 2 minutes, I guess. But, I mean, we've mentioned it. I think Vanquish All is super scary to play against the deck. And, you know, like... Lorenzo Mosalic is piloting it, so...
Yeah, I mean, we have been teasing about it either since the playoffs that we didn't witness at all Malice losing while going first, even a game. And, well, here we shift to the, you know, to the big sharks in the pool or in the pond, as we have, you know, changed yesterday, and we see the immediate difference. And I do agree with you, Tom, this is significantly impactful, not only because Artifact Lancia comes into the picture for the remainder of the match, but also because it loses the die roll, and now it means that Lorenzo, even if he, you know, goes to lose game 2, will have a chance at going first, and that is huge. And you can see, you know, how much of that puts pressure on Anthony.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure on Anthony. As you say, like going second into Vanquish Soul can be very tough for the Malice deck. Malice is a Link deck, it's a Cyburst deck, so the premium way to interact with it is to destroy monsters or take them off the field. And Vanquish Soul's just got so many different ways to do that. You can do it with Razen, you can do it with Holy Sue, you can do it with Snow Devil. There's just, yeah, so many ways to remove those monsters.
Are you surprised that Anthony is not playing GWC Soul 6 at all? Because we've seen it, you know, like in action, and it was very powerful.
Yeah, his deck list is very different to what we've seen from a lot of other decks. One thing I'm seeing there is no Mol Charmies, which is crazy. I think it makes your deck so much stronger going first. But Malice isn't really a deck where you tend to worry about going first that much. But I mean, maybe he was right, because he just got absolutely taken apart there with a slightly weaker hand. But
and I guess, yeah, he won't be too mad about that, knowing that, you know, there are a lot of Vanquish Souls and he's up against it. If there is a deck against which, you know, you can be fine not having those Mulcharmies, it's probably this one. But our duelists are ready. Are we just going to see a quick show from Lorenzo, or can Anthony bring us to game 3? Let's find out. Let's see, you can hear the tension in the air, feel it And is there going to be more Charm? Is there going to be Lancia? That is the question.
Yeah, Lancia, another scary card. You got to think it'll be quite popular in
We
the
see
Vanquish
it,
Soul deck.
No artifact Lancia. At least we can assume we would have seen it here on the Malice in Underground, and that at least is a better opener for Anthony, who obviously had a quite subpar end regardless. But do we see Meowls maybe, or do we have anything like that in the deck for Lorenzo?
So this would be a good time for a Chaos Hunter if there are any.
But no, it seems like... even the effect goes through. Interesting, yeah. That seems a bit surprising considering the amount of interruptions that Lorenzo is using.
Yeah, you got to think at this point, you'd probably have been stopped with almost all of the most popular interruptions. No sets even to protect the Dormouse from things like Veiler Imperm or such.
Yeah, because now it gets significantly tougher once we have access to those powerful trap cards set. And we might just have a similar game to what we've witnessed most of the weekend with the Malice deck just going through. First, another chance to have an interruption here, maybe Diddy Crow or Bestials. Not quite.
Diddy Crow would be quite the side deck choice against against Malice.
Indeed.
There are times it's sort of okay, but I don't think you'd ever really keep it in your deck if you had the
Definitely
choice.
not. The only, I mean, the best thing it has going for it, it's its attribute, I guess. So always gotta keep in mind, you know, the check of different attributes that you have. But yeah, for now it seems like Lorenzo is just gonna allow his opponent to perform it combos.
Anthony picking up the second copy of the field spell. I'm wondering if he plays no Malice in the mirror. His deck seems to be very light on Malice cards.
Yeah, he's not playing it, Tom. No.
No, it seems like he really doesn't want to draw into any sub-car cards, let's say. Just full, very streamlined engine, I'd say, and the rest is just head traps.
Yeah, that's a really interesting take on the deck. I don't think I've really seen anyone pilot it in quite this manner.
Yeah. Ooh, but here comes at least a Nibiru from Lorenzo, who is not gonna just be a spectator in his own match.
But Anthony going to push on regardless.
Too bad he didn't sign the token as you did, Tom. That's the etiquette, I've heard.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, this is also another interesting take by Anthony, who decided to include additional, backups in the side deck. So just prioritizing consistency when going first.
Yeah, just the one backup. It seems like a very interesting way of playing it. But it should do the trick here. Gonna get him back to a Malice monster on the field. Gonna get to see 2 more draws for Anthony. That March Hare opening up so many new avenues for the deck, allowing you to play that much more on your opponent's turn, allowing you to recur cards from the banishment. I think there's some extent to which Malice is the only deck that can afford to play these sort of hand traps like Veiler and Ogre and things, because Malice is the only deck that can really push back against another Malice deck with these cards, whereas anything else I think you're going to have a tough time.
Real curious to see the choice of Anthony not playing the Mole Charmies at all, because I think it's one of the must-have of the weekend for sure, but also, very nice additions in his main deck.
Can we check what options, given his unusual build he has in the extra deck, maybe for his end field? Is it?
He's playing a light code, and
Bomb Topologic.
He's not playing Topologic.
Okay.
Nope.
So now we still see this firewall that we have come across multiple times already during the playoffs. Different ways to go about it. We have not really used any interruptions, so not like we can recover something useful from the grave. So we're just gonna have a draw and possibly just keep it as an interruption.
You might just want to recur a card and then turn it into an allied code talker or something like that. I think a bounce is super important against.
Definitely not.
Vanquish Soul. They bounce their own cards anyway. Could give them the Nibiru back just to send a message. So you enjoy it. Could always just pick up a card for next turn. Maybe put the March Hare back in hand or something.
Oh. Do we use it at all?
I was going to say, is there really nothing you want in your hand?
Fair enough. Okay, completely forgoing the effect and just going instead for this Talker. But do we have any way to fight back against this field? Definitely a good start with the Pot of Extravagance. We'll immediately ask a question of, do you want to possibly negate it? I think like for every, generic negation, it has always been a question ever since the start. Do you negate the card that draws true? Is it Desirous Extravagance? And I've heard different answers.
I'm feeling against Vanquish Soul, 100% you do, because they have so many different ways to
Never mind.
play, but they need a big hand to do so. So you cut them off 2 cards, Lorenzo's going to be down to 4. So if he starts summoning Vanquish Soul monsters, his hand might not have all those monsters in hand that he needs.
Totally agree, but we do have Ash anyway, so that's an easy answer. And yeah, this seems quite the rough spot for the Italian. And we try to push through with the Mad Love.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Anthony's got his pick of things to do here.
Yeah, I mean, full hand,
Plenty of cards in
really
hand as
pick
well.
your poison kind of situation.
You could always just wait and let the field spell activate and then chain that MTP.
Yep, seems like that will be the case indeed.
MTP, one of the most powerful interruptions you can have. Oh, troll.
Troll. Wow.
We also have a troll. Yeah, I mean,
is he not gonna chain? Oh, he's gonna chain it. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Ideal opener from Anthony, because now with the MTP. There's also another interruption here with the Mad Love being banished.
This is exactly what his deck is set up to do. Just a couple of Malice cards needed to start the combo, and then a fistful of hand traps to back it up.
I mean, I would be shocked if Lorenzo managed to find a way around this. But never count out the Italian. We have seen him in tough spots in the past, and he's always tried at least. He is a fighter. Like, he's not someone who is gonna make it easy for you. And to be fair, game 1 lasted really couple seconds, so they have all the time in the world to play this one out. Okay, Heavy Burger was it? Reveal? Yeah.
Revealing Heavy Burger.
Oh,
okay,
this
Impulse too.
wow.
I mean,
What a hand there was. Impulse, Ash, Draw.
yeah.
It's just the power of the Malice deck, especially when you get to go first. You're going to draw, like he drew 3 cards extra, and he only needed 1 card to start his combo. So
This was a solid hand from Lorenzo as well. But yeah, he has seen enough, and that means that we will go to game 3. Well, I mean, not many players can find a way out from what was this opening from Anthony. He really showed us, and I think he also wanted to send a message after the rough start that, no, I'm here to play, I'm here, I'm not gonna, make it easy, I'm gonna give my best. And I mean, we've briefly mentioned about how his deck list make the deck that seems to be arguably one of the best going first, even better at going first, and this is the reason why. If you don't have, those charms, obviously in the main deck, you can just draw into these kind of interruptions and make your opponent life just even tougher.
Yeah, one card though that I would really like to have, I think, against the Vanquish Soul deck in particular is Molchami Perulia. One card that will just stop them going as far in the combo for basically free, because it's going to replace itself almost certainly. So, but Anthony's definitely going to have a plan against the Vanquish Soul deck, so it'll be interesting to see what it is he tries to do.
Yeah, now it all comes down to this game 3. I think both of our players are really, you know, trying to fight back, especially because like we have a very quick game 1 in this game going through. I really feel like Anthony had it all. I mean, could have even been stopped from Lorenzo, and although, you know, Lorenzo's hand was good, but not enough at all.
I wonder about Mistaken Arrest in particular, which is a very popular side deck card in Malice, whether you'd even keep it in going second against Vanquish Soul, because you know they're going to want to search a lot of cards potentially on your turn. Might help them run out of cards, but maybe, again, just a card that you can't use on their first turn is a bit too weak.
It doesn't seem like that is the case. I see it in the side deck from Anthony. He's just thinking about you know, the remaining cards from his engine, but he seems pretty decided on those staying in the side deck for this one. But yeah, we have seen the card in action multiple times. It's just so strong in the matchups it's good against, and this is definitely one of them. And yeah, seems like the final decision has been made. Unfortunately, no matter how good they are and no matter how amazing of a run they have had, one of these two players has to be knocked out. So without further ado, let's find out who will be the winner and who will be advancing to the top 32.
Here we go. Going to see how well Anthony's strategy of siding in all of these different hand traps is. Running the non-standard ones, or at least they were standard ones. I feel like the standard ones at the moment are, of course, the Molchamis.
Let's see. Big moment. Playing through an entire season, and this could make it or break it. Obviously, we're not going to see the small Charmies, as mentioned, but again, the pot of extravagance from Lorenzo as a start.
Best starter, I would say, so far in the deck. Let's see if maybe Anthony has another Ash Blossom as in game.
Yep. Or a Droll and Lock Bird.
Here we go, he's getting to draw 2. Will we see a Droll, though, if no Ash?
Is there a Droll? It could be extremely annoying. Doesn't seem like that is the case. Great news for Lorenzo, and yeah, there is none, so we proceed to activate reinforcement of the army, which is just such a strong opener for the deck.
Yeah, it feels like once they have a 6-card hand and a Razin, it's going to be so difficult to stop them with any one interruption. You can try and,
indeed,
you know, even if Vela was to succeed on a Razin, for example, you just make a rock, bring it back, and then you're still going to have a big hand anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. But we do have the Olisu to start instead.
Only downside of Extravagance is you cannot then use Heavy Borga to draw a card, but
I mean,
you've already got your 2 cards, you know, you might as well.
I think you live with it. Okay, do we see a response?
Might we even be seeing the Paradise Smasher when you go first with this powerful a hand in the Vanquish Soul deck?
Is Anthony thinking about it? Yeah, okay.
And there is the effect Veiler.
Feels like a very big gamble.
Indeed, but paid off. So we will proceed to normal summon the Razin.
Is there another one?
It's quite the interesting clash to me. Here comes the Infinite Impermanence. And yes, it's going to resolve.
amazing how different this game would have been with a single Borger or Cesar Valius in the hand for Lorenzo.
Indeed.
Would have turned it completely upside down. But Lorenzo's still not out of moves, can summon this Dr. Madlove from hand. Oh, we're going to see a third interruption from Anthony.
Not quite. It seems like that has been enough. And
there are some Ghost Ogres in the side.
And it is Ghost Ogre! Wow. I mean, we've mentioned it, he has a different version of the deck that we have been seeing all weekend. And for now, at least, it seems like a promising start from Anthony. But Lorenzo still has quite a few resources available and possibly non-engine coming from his side deck.
Yeah, here we go. Anthony used a full 3 cards to stop Lorenzo from doing anything too scary. But that Holy Sue still in play, so any card in Lorenzo's hand could be used to complement it. As well as that Dr. Madlove. God, there's so many interruptions, even after being hit with 3 from Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite tense.
But I think this is a really tough field, but it really depends what is left in Lorenzo's hand. He's getting to use the effect.
Here goes Ash Blossom from Lorenzo.
That's amazing to me. No Dr. Madlove, no Holy Sue.
Giving up a precious fire, possibly.
Gotta think, maybe he's just light on attributes to use. I mean, the fire can be replaced if the rock resolves to add Rasen back, but what do you need for...
And it's a pass. Oh, it's a pass from Anthony. Wow.
Is that not a Rasen engrave?
I feel so.
Yeah.
You don't want to add it?
Oh, there's another.
Oh, wow. Here comes another pot of extravagance. And yeah, this seems just like the advantage will go through the roof. And wow, although it was definitely a tense match, is now going quite in favor of the Italian. And here comes Raisen. Wow, once more, 2 cards in hand for Anthony.
Yeah, at least one of them's got to be a Malice card as well, given he activated the Chessy Cat, so potentially just one piece of interaction. It's going to be so tough for that one piece of interaction to get him over the line.
Yeah. And it's so much damage here. And yeah, you can see Lorenzo has done this before, not wasting any time, playing quickly through his lines.
Only card really that could turn this game around. It's got to be a Nibiru, but Lorenzo probably seen that idea before.
Yeah.
Going to keep the summons to a minimum. That's only
still
2 so far.
Yeah. I mean, this pretty much already does it. Like, you don't really need to do all that fancy, I guess, stuff. I think this is exactly what he's counting. Some damage, never a good sign. This is the 3rd summon from Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think even this is enough.
There goes the 4th, and yeah, it absolutely seems like it's going to be enough damage. We can push the additional 1500 with the heavy Borger. And that's also what Anthony has come to the conclusion. Lorenzo Muselli advances to the top 32. What a match. What a match indeed it was. Definitely, you know, a roller coaster of emotions right from the start, with Anthony winning the die roll, but then opening an almost unplayable end and just being interrupted by what we gotta say was also an amazing opener by Lorenzo with the Lollis U, you know, dream scenario. But I mean, he showed us once more why the Malice deck has already sent the 100% of participants that could have been sent to the World Championship here in Europe. We'll see whether that trend remains. And I think, speaking of, we can, while we wait, you know, for the interview with Lorenzo, finally bring up the breakdown for the top 64 here at the European Championship. And look at that. Vanquish Soul dominating at the top with Mitsurugi rising.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. Absolutely wild to see that, you know, in the playoff that we had last, just on Friday, Malice was really the deck to beat. It sent the 3 players to the World Championships, and, you know, it was the deck everyone seemed to be prepared for, and it was the deck 7 players were playing. But now, all of a sudden, it's gone 23% starting, the most popular deck, and is now fallen to Mitsurugi Raizio and fallen to Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see now also in the top 32 which of our players will advance with the Vanquish Soul. We have seen quite a few names at the top tables, such as Joshua Schmidt as well, playing with Vanquish Soul. And yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, along the line, like, I'm not really sure what deck to pick, to be fair, but you know, what a field.
Yeah, I guess to help you with that pick, do you want to try and have a guess at what some of these 5 other decks are?
Well, I guess we saw at least one Blue Eyes on the just recently.
That's right. There is indeed one Blue Eyes Primite, there is indeed one Atlantean Mermails, and the 3 remaining decks we have also seen on stream earlier on, because one of them is the Life Twin deck that has performed pretty well now in day 2, and alongside it we also have the Regenesis deck who made it, so that's great news for all of the fans, as well as possibly the biggest surprise, arguably, Sky Striker made it. So we do have one Sky Striker deck in top 64. Definitely, you know, looking forward to seeing some of that in action. We'll see what, you know, once the top 32 settles down, what are some of these decks remaining, and obviously we'll try our best to give you guys an idea of what are both the players, the nationalities, the names, and remain. But for now, I think the deserving attention is on Lorenzo Muselli, once again claiming a clutch spot in the top 32 and having a chance to join us in Paris. So let's hear it from him.
Lorenzo Muselli indeed joining me here in the analysis corner. First of all, congratulations on that victory in top 64 there. Is this your weekend? Are you destined to go to the World Championship?
Hopefully, it's my dream, so I hope this is the weekend.
And is Vanquish Soul the deck to do it with?
Yeah, I like this kind of deck that doesn't lose to a particular card like Malice or Riser Mitsurugi. Like in Bologna, I play Kashtira. I play a lot Kashtira. And this seems Kashtira like extravagance. This kind. Also, I choose Vanquish Soul because going second, you had not just the Molcharmis, but also Olisu as game 1. That was
indeed game 1. That was crazy. Let's say, how long ago did you decide to play Vanquish Soul? Like, how many weeks ago? When did that moment happen that you said, okay, Vanquish Soul is the deck?
So 1 month ago, I look at the cards and immediately I say I want to play this deck. Then I tested a lot this deck and I try a lot of cards and I build the perfect list in my opinion. So
it looks very, very good, and I mean you were already kind of spoilering it, but game 1 you really showed how to work with those Vanquish Soul cards, of course. The March Hare normal summon kind of gives away that the hand from Anthony is not that great, right? Because it's a bad start. So you just immediately thought you have to go after this, right?
Yeah. If he summon March Hare, probably has another March Hare in hand or just a Bestial or backup.
Yeah.
And now the the best play against Malice is to take with the Holy Shoe, so I had the opportunity to do it. And also I had Razen to pop with Caesar. It was FTK.
Yeah, your hand was really, really, really good, as you also had the Caesar values indeed. And we got to keep the highlight rolling, because there we go. Your opponent sets 2 cards. You look into your hand, you have the Caesar Valias, and that is also now going to put in some more work. And I think you destroyed an infinite impermanence there. And then shortly after, your opponent was already scooping because there was no way to go. How often did you summon Holy Sue throughout this tournament in turn 0?
2 times.
Only 2 times?
Just
That's not a lot.
Times. Yeah, 2 times, and this is the best because...
it's a good moment to have it, and losing with Dyrel and starting like that.
Yeah.
That is pretty sick, actually. So you won that first game super quickly, and we do head into a second game then there. And I think Nibiru was your only interruption in game number 2, right?
Unfortunately, I was just only on Nibiru, and I know that was probably over, but I tried.
Fair. And why did you decide to use the Nibiru here at this very particular moment, as we have the Nibiru coming down there?
I decided to Nibiru here because I don't know backup in hand. So the next play was Chessicat ban Marcher.
Okay.
And to continue play, he has to invest the normal summon the Marcher because he uses Splash Mage.
True.
So I think that this is the perfect spot, but he has backup, as you can see. So
yeah, exactly. Immediately linking it off Link Spider into backup, so he just keeps on going. It's really hard to use Nibiru perfectly against the Malice deck, right? Because they always have, it seems like they always do have that way to continue. So usually you need something else to pair it up with, right? What's the best card to pair Nibiru up with in your deck?
I think probably, I don't know, probably Purulia.
Purulia is pretty
because
good.
he plays with Splash Mage, then Binder.
He plays a weird combo, you could say,
weird
right?
Combo, then Nibiru, and he has to commit from the end. Like backup, Merchair.
A card that's also kind of weird against Malice, but we saw in your opening hand in game 1, DD Crow. You play that in your main deck, and it's weird the right word for the Malice matchup, because it's not that great against it, right?
It's not that great in Malice matchup, but I have to play it in Vanquish Soul because I need Dark.
The Dark attributes, okay, yeah, that does make sense.
Also saved me a match in Swiss against Mermail, DD Crow on Shadow Squad, this kind of cost.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the other matchups you can definitely make that work for sure. Then, actually, the commentators were wondering before game 3 whether your opponent, whether Anthony, could bring in Mistaken Arrest going second versus Vanquish. So do you think that is something people are doing, or that is good to do? Because, of course, you're searching a lot on the opponent's turn as well, technically.
I think that I test also Malice against Vanquish.
Okay.
And I think with Malice you have to prevent Vanquish. You can't cure, you can't add a board breaker approaches. And you have to play a lot of entraps to try to stop. Game 3, my opening hand was amazing. This is.
Speaking of game 3, we have the next highlight right on the radar, right on the menu, and that game 3. You started with Extravagance, and then there was no Droll and Lockbird, so you followed up with Reinforcement of the Army. I'm curious, you showed that you have the Raisin, but then you went with the Holy Sue first. In terms of sequencing, why did you decide to sequence it that way? Just because of attributes?
For Fuvalos, because he didn't. If he used Fuvalos here, I can special summon from the deck with the Holy Sue.
True. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Because if I normal summon Razen, he did Fuvalos just for Link 1 and can chain Holy Sue just to gain an additional summon.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's very smart. It's always good to hear from such great players as you that you just can play around certain cards like that. Always want to have that. I think you're one of the best technical players we have in Europe, maybe even in the world, and therefore hearing those little things from you can definitely help players watching at home for sure as well. And then a card, how often have you faced this card throughout this weekend? Because you activate your Vanquish Soul start and Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. That card is more popular than I thought this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, against Vanquish Soul is good because the open with Madlove is weak to every end. Ogre is good to stop the Fear spell, and I think he's good against the matchup. So, but just against Vanquish, against the other deck, I don't really see an application.
So you think, I mean, Vanquish Soul now all of a sudden, I don't know, you didn't hear it because you were playing yourself, but Vanquish Soul is the most represented deck in Top Cut all of a sudden. It's all of a sudden just up there, and so your call on playing it is probably a good one because it is crushing at the moment, and so that's very cool to see. I only have one last very, very quick highlight, and it's actually not really that big of a highlight. I just want to talk about the Pot of Extravagance in your deck. Yeah. How important is the card for the deck at the moment? Because we saw you activating it every single game.
Yeah, Extravagance is... the weakness of the deck is the consistency.
Yeah.
while Malice loses to like Lanceo, Karsaunter, and Raizel Mitsurugi struggles against Droll.
Fair.
Vanquish Soul struggles against the consistency, so you have to maximize the consistency, and the extravagance is the best way to do it. So.
All right. Congratulations once more, Lorenzo. Maybe today is your day. Maybe you're going to the World Championship. You've made the first step now in Top Cut, being one of our top 32 players. Congratulations on that. Best of luck for the rest, of course, as well. So we will see you hopefully later then in the remaining featured matches. But everyone at home, we have more dueling action running. We have a backup featured match, so we can go right back over for more dueling out of top 64.
Thank you, Seb, and indeed we do, as our backup future match is heading into game 3. So we will be able to show you guys, at least for this round, yet another exciting decider to go to the top 32. And our duelist that will be featured for the backup are going to be Mikhail with this Raizel Mitsurugi against Josh Kelly on its pure Mitsurugi. So a clash of the ritual decks, but only one of them with the Raizels. So
are you fond of the Raizels or are you fond of the pure?
I do fancy some Raizels, not gonna lie. I mean, it's just that splash. I mean, we've seen duelists go all the way even down to just 4 Raizel cards in the main deck. So, you know, there are a lot of differences, but I do think it's an extremely great deck. Like, you can do so much. I feel like it's the deck that probably has, even though you do have engine requirements, you have more, you know, freedom in what you want to do. Even in the extra deck, you have a lot of different options, cards that you can search or side into, and I'm a big fan of the deck. So
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think X Raizel in particular is the one that everybody raves about. You just say, okay, well, I'm going to run the smallest possible engine, like little Raizel engine I can, just so I can include some copies of X Raizel. We saw it like yesterday, devastating, like 2 copies of Solemn Warning just by itself, and there's not really many other cards that can claim to do quite that. But on the flip side, if you run the pure Mitsurugi, you can maybe run a few more Mitsurugi cards and have a bit more room for non-engine. In particular, because you're not running those light monsters in the Raizel deck, you can run 3 copies of Dominus Impulse.
I really like Mikhail's side deck with the go cards as well. You know, just you know, to complement. I mean, it's a different strategy. I like it. I mean, I think if I would you know, choose, I think I would go for Mitsurugi Raizel as well. I mean, I'm a fan of the deck.
fair enough, but this is why Josh Kelly is here to prove us wrong. And I mean, I was sneaking behind the curtains to just see, and I'm pretty sure he will actually be the one going first, because I believe he won game 1 and then now lost out. Tried to, you know, summon a Typhon to clash things, but, you know, unfortunately it wasn't enough, and so I do believe he has the advantage. Time must also be somewhat of a consideration, I guess, so once we go back to the match we can figure out how much time is actually left, as you know, that can always be another interesting way of closing out a match in Top Cut. But without further ado, I think our players are almost done with their side decks. Again, it will be a mirror of ritual decks, and only one can advance further. Let's find out who that will be.
So when you say a mirror, did you mean specifically a Mitsurugi mirror?
Of course. Unfortunately, no more Necros mirror around.
So it has to be the Mitsurugi mirror.
Indeed. But, okay, 10 minutes remain. Should be plenty. I don't know about that, but we'll see depending on the opener. I guess if it was the Raizel version going first, maybe that could have been tougher. The pure version, I guess, a bit more streamlined, but let's take a look at these opening hands, and I do think I see a pot of prosperity, which is great going first.
Yeah, it is fantastic. You can use it going first to maybe play around somehow Droll and Lockbird if you can pick up one of those outs to it, even though it's a little counterintuitive because it is adding a card.
Indeed. And here comes the Mulcharmi Purulia, which is at least an indication that we are not going to see that Droll and Lock right away, I would assume, which is, I don't know, are you happy about that?
I think so. I mean, one of the things we mentioned, obviously, we mentioned all of the advantages that the Raizel variant has, but one of the advantages, if you're just not playing the Raizels, is you don't really care about Purulia. I feel like you could very happily go your whole turn without summoning from the hand if your opponent is requiring it of you with a Mulcharmi Purulia.
And wow, a lot of different options. Preparation is obviously a great card, but no, we go straight up for another route. I'm trying to take a look at the hand.
Josh's hand is very good because he has talent, so he can also have a look at Mikhail's hand if he feels like, and then he has impulse plus impermanence.
Yeah, let's see if you know, Mikhail is gonna activate a monster effect for him to do so in the main phase, because I'm pretty sure Purulia was used in the standby.
Yeah, here we go, Joshua. As we can see here, like deliberately playing around maybe the Purulia by not normal summoning the Saji and tributing it straight away with the prayers.
And I do see maybe another Mulcharmi in the end from Mikhail, but I'm not sure if that is a Fuvalos.
I feel like it's got to be, doesn't it? Could be on Meows, I guess.
It is a Fuvalos indeed. So both Mulcharmis. Again, probably, as you've said, this opening would have been devastating against the Ryzel version. So in this case, slightly less so. Yeah.
You're going to say +1 for +1 for Pia Mitsurugi right here.
I guess so.
Yeah, you can still set up something. I'm not sure what the end field is quite the same. Maybe you have to run a few more Mitsurugi cards. If you can't summon from the extra deck, I feel like you do kind of lean in. Maybe you make a rank 4, or maybe you make something like an IP. Gonna give his opponent another card here with this Abeno Mitsurugi. Give your opponent a draw, but you get so many cards for it yourself, it's hard to be upset.
Prayers is recovered. We have a couple of interruptions as well, and we do get that purification, which is always going to be present going first after siding. And I believe we're sitting on maybe double impulse, but at least one for sure. So here comes that talent, since we did activate the Fuvalos in the main phase. Wow, there was even another Purulia.
Wow, this hand is looking a little fragile, maybe, depending on what's Joshua's got. A single draw and Lockbird
combination. I would say prayers make sense.
Yeah, those are really some cards you want to see.
I mean, you pretty much only have to deal with the Abakiri, because they are gonna get the second one in a mirror, and that could be fragile, knowing that, we do have impermanence and purification, and I think we chose to keep the impulse in hand, maybe? Is it an impulse?
Yeah, captain in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing your opponent's hand there giving you so much information, because so often you don't know, should I negate the Habakiri, should I negate the Saji, when should I use my Murakumo? But here we go, he says, okay, I know you don't have anything. If I negate this Habakiri, you can activate Preparation of Rites if you want to, or pre-preparation of rites, but it's not going to do you any good.
And I think the card being drawn from Mikhail for turn is Infinite Impermanence, which is not really helping out.
Wow. I mean, we did mention how maybe those Ryzels give you more explosiveness, but if you don't have access to any, obviously, then the pure version of the deck is gonna be optimal. And yeah, it doesn't seem like this is gonna do all that much. The Purulia is discarded, obviously, for the effect of the ritual, but can we find a way out? Seems such an upfield battle, knowing the end of Mikhail.
Yeah, he's still got some tricks, right? But Dominus Impulse maybe gonna...
that could just be it.
Yep, that hurts.
And depending on what the last card he drew was, that might be...
Yeah, it's just a pass, because, I mean, we knew about the rest. We just searched the Fua, we have Impermanence and Ash Blossom, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can Ash Blossom this, but it's going to get replaced. It's going to get added back to the hand.
We get Ritual instead, and now we draw for turn into 4 cards. So much advantage, so much damage available to Mikhail, who can easily close this one out.
Yeah, Josh got pretty much free reign here, knowing his opponent's hand. That Mulcharmi being discarded didn't seem like much at the time, but I bet Mikhail would love to have it in his hand right now. just anything to get a little bit more action.
And yeah, look at it. All three rituals are going to be on the field soon.
Very powerful ritual combination. And very nearly 8,000 damage. And
that is
adding
it.
this.
That's it. We're just gonna go to the battle phase.
Not yet.
Maybe not. Okay.
Oh, you just got to remember what was summoned off of what. Because obviously if you summon a monster,
And that's
it
it.
cannot be attacking directly. So that is a win for Josh Kelly, advancing to the top 32. He also topped the UK National Championships with Malice, so switched up.
Yeah, and rightfully so, I guess, after seeing this match. Thank you once more for being with us. It was an interesting clash between what is the other most represented decks in Top Cut. We, had a lot of, fuss about how many Mitsurugi decks were gonna be in there, and in total it was 20, but 18 include Raziel cards. Only 2 are pure Mitsurugi, but at least one of those 2 knocked out, the fellow friend and advanced to the top 32. So we'll wish Josh Kelly best of luck moving forward. But this just claims the end of the top 64 for us. We still have some amazing matches to find out who is going to Paris and who will be the champion. So thank you guys once more. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with more live content from Berlin.
Welcome back. We've now made it into our top 32 bracket. And in front of me, I have our two duelists ready to see who's going to be making it to the top 16. We have Joshua Schmidt versus Johannes Bauer, and they're ready to get things going. So guys, it's time to do a high roll. Who would like to go first? Johannes is going to roll first. And we see a 4. And Josh has rolled a 6. Josh, you're going to go first. Joshua Schmidt is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Guys, take it away for the top 32.
Thank you so much. And Joshua Schmidt versus Johannes Bauer, two of the best German duelists that we're having right now. Of course, Joshua Schmidt, the superstar of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. But Johannes Bauer has also been incredibly successful in Germany. He's not that well known internationally yet, but he is an absolute powerhouse. And that's also why he's sitting there here in the top 32 featured match.
Absolutely. Not that many matches away from the World Championship anymore, to be fair. Only a couple more that you have to win. And of course, also for Joshua Schmidt, a decorated player, being a world champion, having all those kind of different accomplishments already. European champion, that's kind of one that he's still missing, though, and he wants to, of course, make sure this one is being secured this weekend.
And I think without further ado, we're going to the table. Let's get this started. Top 32 game 1.
And Joshua Schmidt was very, very public about the fact that he really likes the Vanquish Soul deck. He has basically already said a couple weeks ago, it is almost 90% sure that I will be bringing this deck to the tournament. But there is, first of all, Johannes using the first card here in the standby phase, being Mulcharmy Purulia.
And I want to be honest with you, Purulia, I wasn't expecting so many people to play Purulia in the main deck. However, it has been incredible the whole weekend.
He just passed it over. 0 motions by Joshua, besides a little hand wave over to Johannes. That Purulia either completely shut him down or there were no plays anyways.
Oh, that is Fiendsmith Sancted. There's multiple things to note about this. This is, of course, a decent starter for the Fiendsmith engine. But then again, you can only attack with light Fiend monsters in this turn. So that means the chances of Joshua Schmidt getting another turn here are really, really high. And you can already see it as soon as Joshua Schmidt just nears himself to a featured match table, the entire venue is filled. And there's Fualos being activated here.
Step by step, Charmy for Charmy, but there's Called by the Grave on the Fuvalos, and so no draws have been given for the Mulcharmy Purulia for Johannes, but also no draws now for Joshua through the Fuvalos.
I think Mulcharmy was very much to be expected here on the side of Josh.
Yeah, agreed, for sure.
If you're passing to Purulia, it probably means that you have decent amount of non-engine, and that you might have Mulcharmies as well, which makes the decision easier.
To be honest, I was not expecting Johannes to activate Cold here, since he has Ash Blossom in his hand. So it was a very interesting choice, and I want to understand his thought on this, because maybe he wants to establish a midboard and then have more defenses like Ash Blossom against the Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, technically a card you can normal summon. Maybe you need to do that eventually in case you want to go for some other plays, but there is now Mulcharmy Meowth, and now it makes even more sense that Joshua didn't play any cards on the first turn, as if you, looking at the main deck here, count correctly, 8 Charmies in the main deck for him. That's a crazy high amount, but this one not going to resolve, as Johannes still has that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in his hands.
Meowth also has the advantage of being an Earth monster, even though you're most of the time not lacking Earth as the attribute to reveal this card, of course, still helps there. And also the Mulcharmies, let's be honest, they are going to draw you into more of those cards. Discarding it not before a summon, but before the Necroquip Princess can be summoned, just so you avoid the Necroquip draw.
I really love how Joshua is still on the zone, meaning that he got Borrelia, then passed turn with Fugalos Meowls, and he got Called by the Grave and Ash Blossom, and he's very chill and still on the zone trying to find the best way to...
I think with Joshua, really, we all know him. He's such a likable guy, always open to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! But when we saw him here step up to the stage, you really recognize how in the zone he is, how much he is destined to deliver this weekend. He wants to be the European champion on top of all the accomplishments he already has. And now we see Sword Riser coming down for Johannes, and that is the Norman Summon, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep, that is still going to be a rather minimalistic combo here, if I'm correct, because the X is not going to be able to search here.
True.
That's a little bit of a problem with Sang, to be honest. You're playing less breaks, so you're not playing Tracked with Lurry there, you're not playing into Droll and Lockbird with those cards, but still it forces you to activate it when you have nothing on the field, so you kind of disturb your Ryziel engine a little bit.
You're saying minimalistic combo, but I see
sure
everything going
it's not
for
gonna
Johannes right now.
I'm not sure if it's going to be a massive Ryziel endboard here, but you can definitely go Habakiri. That's going to help.
Certainly, and Joshua, just with 3 cards in hand, we know the Vanquishsoul strategy is good when it can profit off of a lot of cards, but can chain 2 things and so on and so forth in the hand. But the lower the amount of cards in hand gets, the tougher it also gets for the deck to really get rolling.
Basti, how many Ryziel cards can we see in Johannes' deck? Is he playing Node?
Let me check. There is absolutely no Node Ryziel in his deck. It's a really small package. It's called Mitsurugi Ryziel, but it's really not that many Ryziel cards in there. There's only 1 Sword Ryziel, only 1 Ice Ryziel as well. So it's really just the 4 Ryziel main deck monsters, with of course the 2 extra Ryziels being the best ones out of them.
It's exactly enough that if you start with Ice Ryziel, you can special summon out Detonator and the King of the Feral Limbs.
Oh yes, and that's
And
what
to
we
be
did
honest,
with it.
having Finsmith also in his deck is probably the reason that he doesn't have much space about more Ryziel cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Johannes has basically been playing a very, very similar deck to this already at the German National Championship, and he's an expert in throwing out big names out of the tournament, because there, also on Featured Match, I can tell you, he threw out Dinka Bui out of Top Cut. So is this another big name falling to Johannes?
And I've seen a very, very similar list, but he plays 1 card differently to that list, and that is the Night Sword Serpent, and this card can become so super relevant. But we're sending Aramasa to the graveyard here.
Indeed, and also Kusanagi. Kusanagi immediately going to get the ritual back into the hand. Serpent still in deck, as we just saw there, him browsing through it. Also another tendency lately with this deck, and I think Johannes was an innovator on that as well, playing triple Mitsurugi Ritual in this super big pile out of 3 engines, still valuing that card highly enough that you want to include the full amount of it.
Yep, if you're playing a big Mitsurugi engine, it helps you just play through hand traps and other interactions. Now you're going to see what makes this deck so strong. You get so many pluses off of summoning Habakiri. Now you get even more out of tributing it for Murakumo. Sometimes you can even do that before the first search. So if the Droll Lockbird would be activated, you have Prayer set up, you have Murakumo, and you get to even discard another card from your opponent's hand.
Magatama in the main deck as well. That is one that I did not see coming, I gotta admit. Interesting to me.
And I mean, at this point, I have to say that it's not so much a minimalistic field, to be honest, as we was expecting earlier. However, Josh, we have to remember that he got Borrelia, so he still has a lot of cards in his hand, and probably only engine in order to play, I guess, this field that Johannes has established.
Yeah, this field just looks like almost full combo, which is fine. And now Yoshimi is going to normal summon the resin. It's not going to give him a draw. Magatama chained immediately here, which might mean that we don't even have a way to tribute our Murakumo in the future. Ooh. Are we considering a heavy border? I mean, there's still a Caesar on there. Resin gets destroyed, but gets to resolve. Quite curious to see what is going to be searched there.
Probably Su, I suppose. I mean, it's the logical assumption.
But I mean, Holly Su just doesn't really do a lot versus Wave Hiking Caesar. The Caesar is pretty strong against Vanquishsoul, yeah. And I mean, Johannes didn't even get to go first, but Borrelia just ended the turn of George. I mean, he had the Resin in hand. Maybe he didn't have the Resin in hand. Maybe this was his 6th draw. Because I think if you're just going to normal summon Resin, search a follow-up like Holisu or Jiaolong for the next turn, and you go into Rock Vanquisher, then you're fine, right?
He had 2 Malcharmis though. So
Yeah,
probably
true.
he could Purulia and then pass with Meowth
Yeah.
well.
Okay, guys, let's quickly bring it over to us here in the commentary area again, because there's one thing that the judges want to check real quick. Therefore, quickly over to our side here, and we can, of course, talk a little bit more about the inclusion of that Magatama there in the main deck, because that card is so versatile, right? But with all those different engines, deciding to also run this card, I'm curious how he could even fit it into this deck.
I mean, I find it also quite cool because when you're sending Aramasa after the ritual to summon from hand, you can search for the Futsu and then summon that one on the opposing turn if you didn't get to summon it on yours, if you don't have access to Mirror.
And I mean, it kind of reminds me of Malice in the Mirror, that it's a very good card, quickly spell that can be activated both going first and going second, and utilize it in order to either break fields or establish a very good turn 1 field.
Let's think about the specific matchups there, though. Against what matchups do you need the Magatama? Where is it really, really crucial to have it? One thing I kind of like is maybe against Vanquish Soul to, in the draw phase, already destroy rocks sometimes. That could be kind of cool. Is that something?
I mean, if you set it up with a half field against the deck, you can also go for the Vanquish Soul start, which really hurts the deck in some situations. I just think this is one of those cards where it's amazing that it's super flexible and that it can help break any field. Because the Mitsurugi cards, I think Mitsurugi plus Malice maybe, it's the only deck that can really play through big fields right now. And if you're adding more and more of those cards that can help you break fields in Engine, this just adds so many layers to the deck. Some people also, I mean, Joshua Schmidt did it as well in the pure Mitsurugi deck, add Wuzu to the deck. It's tough to play with Wuzu if you're also playing Fiendsmith and Ryzeal, but you get the drill. The deck can use its own engine to play through fields, and with cards like this that are also really strong going first as well. If you actually get to combo off a lot, you might be able to set up a Prayers or a Futsu and the Magatama, and then you have even more interactions with your opponent, which also helps you play through certain hand trips.
Yeah, and I mean, if I have to think about a deck in the current format that can go easily go second with only engine cards, it's probably Mitsurugi, in order to play under any field at the moment.
All right. Yeah, I do absolutely get that. But at that point, you're including against so many cards that just don't work well together with each other, right? Because Magatama on its own, you just don't really can afford to draw it. Isn't that correct? Because it doesn't pair really well with other cards. It doesn't make you play. Sure, being versatile with it is kind of cool, but I'm still not 100% sold on it, to be honest. As a side deck card, 100%. You want to have it in some situations, going first especially, but just in the main deck?
I think it doesn't have enough impact to be a side deck card, and I think it's a very flexible card to side out, which also adds something to it that it's not good enough to be in the deck after siding if you want to side out multiple cards. I really like that this card just helps you play as well. Sometimes it gets you to do a ritual summon.
Yeah.
I really like it in the main deck. It's a flexible card.
So I think, Leo, that you used to play this deck actually in when you're competing for events. What do you think? Would you recommend playing in the main deck or not?
Oh, I really like the card in the main deck. I love cards that add you some more tools, sometimes even if your opponent is not expecting those cards, and just adding a little bit more of a layer. Basti.
Another layer is our feature match having here, because we are back and ready. Let's go back over to the table with the game one continuing now.
Alrighty, then we still see Jiaolong in hand, so we pick up exactly where we left off. Jiaolong added to hand from Resin effect. Resin was destroyed by Magatama. We're about to witness Habakiri effect, probably.
Does look like it. And we shall continue.
Or we shall continue question mark, just like
there
the
we go.
Vexel.
Looks like Jiaolong there.
All right, so we added to the hand, right? Because we haven't revealed anything yet.
Yes.
Now, Johannes, remember that you have Habakiri. Of course, a player like Johannes Bauer does not forget those effects.
No. He has also a clear vision, maybe going to the World Championship this year. Every person now remaining in the tournament is in a decent spot. I mean, 32. How many more matches do you have to win? 32, 16, 8. 3 more matches. That's I want to say almost easier than winning on the points playoff on Friday. There you had to win like 4 matches, but now it's only 3 matches that you have to win.
I mean, given that they have already won about 11.
They won 11 matches, yeah.
11 is the German word for 11. I don't know what came back there. But, Holly Sue is activated. Jiaolong is activated. Caesar is empty now. Josh picks up the cards. Johannes Bauer wins game 1 here against the world champion and world's runner-up, Joshua Schmidt.
That is not the start that Josh was hoping for, going first and then seeing no plays. Do we think he played around the Purulia? Because I feel like with Vanquish Soul, you just, like, when you have access to Raisin, certainly you're going to normal summon it out, right?
He got baited by Meowls and by the Fuwalos in his hand.
Maybe that, yeah, you're right. And then you want to pass as well.
Yeah, it was the multi-army wars there, but as we saw, Johannes had a Call by the Grave and Ash Blossom in order to stop both of the multi-armies.
That's massive.
And keep in mind as well, if you're playing Fuwalos and Meowls and you have gone first and your opponent gets to play into it, can try to OTK you. With Vanquish Soul, you can just draw cards like Holly Sue that have so high impact. You get to play on your opponent's turn as well.
Totally.
You just summon, I think even had Holly Sue in hand already, which makes this even more of a good point, where you can add Jiaolong and then you can special summon out Resin, and Resin goes for the Caesar Valius, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get a take and a pop on the opposing turn.
That is definitely true. While players are side-taking, why don't we have a look at who else? We said the number 32. Who else is still left in here? Let's have a quick look at the bracket. See who is still competing in here, who's still trying to make their way into the World Championship. Let's see. There we have them. Samuel Bebu actually last year made it to the World Championship, to the European Championship, and is on his way to maybe do it again. That's crazy.
Learning combos on the plane on the way to Berlin. And then, of course, we have Ole, who is a German duelist, doing a decent job. I just saw him win some games with a Ghost Ogre. That was something that caught his opponent off guard.
Nice, and we have Georgi Danev as well. I remember him playing T-Elements. I don't think he's with that deck anymore, but still, of course, a very strong player. And then let's look at more of the bracket in here. Flaminio Rossi, reigning Italian national champion, is also in there, possibly the next opponent of this matchup right here.
Yep, and I think it says Joshua Schmidt won versus Johannes Bauer already.
Yeah, we know that is not the case. We clearly see them still there on the table. That's not the case just yet. We have Herman Hansen in there as well. We have so many great names still left in this. And we also, of course, want to see who's making it in the end. We still have Paul Robert Goss, who also was on feature yesterday, looking really, really, really strong. But I think for the very moment, there's 2 players to focus on. We want to make sure to not miss out on any action here, because Joshua Schmidt is on feature, but he is in desperate need of 2 game wins in a row, as he just dropped the first game against Johannes Bauer. But as players are ready, back to the table we go. Let's get into the second game now.
I was already a little afraid that we jumped back in time and we have basically missed that matchup, jumped in front of the time. Joshua is now going to be able to start again. Is there going to be a Mulchami Purulia again for Johannes? I don't know, he's hovering over his cards. Nope, Pot of Extravagance is a really nice start. It's something that you kind of need to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, because otherwise this deck is immediately running away with card value.
And to be honest, it's a very good check for both Purulia and Fugalos, since Johannes probably, if he has Fugalos or Purulia, would change it to Extravagance in order for Josh not to find an out, Ash Blossom, cross out, or Call by the Grave.
Totally agree. I talked a little bit with Lorenzo Muselli about that Pot of Extravagance, and he just said consistency is a little bit of an issue for this deck, but also this card now makes Droll Lockbird a lot better, actually. But there's triple Tactic Talents. Let's have a look, says Josh. And that hand is offering prayers and pre-preparation of rites. If we have something like Ash Blossom, just taking out one of them and stopping the other seems pretty appropriate. But do we have? Because both cards on their own can do so much.
If you have Droll and Lockbird, you definitely take away the prayers because pre-preparation of rights just plays heavily into it. I think otherwise you take away the pre-preparation of rights because it just adds extra value. Alright, so I'm guessing no Droll and Lockbird here. Card has a useless attribute for Vanquish Soul anyway, so maybe we don't even play it. But now Joshua Schmidt, the deck doesn't have too many problems with Droll and Lockbird as long as you can get a Rock the Vanquisher onto the field. The deck can just play on your turn.
I love how Josh kept on staring at those free cards, trying to remember them as best as possible, trying to adjust his game plan for this very moment. And again, only 2 set cards. Both games so far, Joshua, very, very little that he can do. But now back to Johannes. Is that a draw phase? Mitsurugi prayers angle. It is a lightning storm off the top! Going after those 2 set cards. Shaning shared right to it though.
So
that's cool.
We have talked a lot about mistaken arrest being cards in the meta. However, share right is a very good option for Vanquish Soul in order to gain advantage instead of a mistaken arrest, for example, that would also stop them from gaining any more value.
Why wasn't prayers chained to the Shat right?
I was also wondering that. Then a little tea set after from Johannes. That is funny to see. That is such a 2009 thing to do, I want to say. But we are here in 2025, and that is the technology that Johannes has chosen here.
Oh so you believe that Joshua plays around Rico right now, right?
I hope so. I hope so.
I think Joshua Schmidt is just having the most unplayable hand I have ever witnessed in my entire life. And now, Johannes, this looks like a pass. I think this is end phase. Mitsurugi prayers for Johannes Bauer. It looks like Joshua Schmidt is not able to play at all. And now it is just on Johannes to try and finish this game against a world champion. Against a world champion runner-up and a 3rd place in the TCG division as well.
Indeed, so many big accomplishments on the side of Joshua, but all of those, of course, in some of those moments don't help you because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that is played in the very moment. You have to draw the right cards and you have to make the right moves at the right time. And at the moment, Joshua doesn't get any of those moves going. And now the normal summon of our Amasa for Johannes.
I think the hand that Josh had was 3 times the same copy of Droll and Lockbird. This card, of course, stops you a little bit.
I mean, imagine drawing a 6th card for 10-3 and also 2 cards from Extravagance and still to not see any play in your deck.
I was also quite curious to see why Johannes didn't tribute the Serpent. Or wait, if it's cost, then it doesn't return. It makes a lot of sense. Never mind me.
And we do go ahead, activate. It looks like Habakiri was just activated to the pendulum scale, but that's just Johannes' way of signalizing that we are activating and resolving the effect. The card, of course, still in the hand where it is now again. Activates the effect of Kusanagi and also the effect of Serpent. So that's 3 level 4 monsters even on the field now. It's looking pretty for Johannes.
Yep, and now we are under Droll and Lockbird, but this deck has a technology against that, and you can just go into the Fiendsmith engine. You don't play too many of those cards in the main deck. You play 3 Fiendsmith cards, but they are enough to cause some serious kerfuffle.
We go into Moon of the Closed Tavern, and even though there's not that many Fiendsmith cards in the main deck, it is complemented very well by a huge amount of Fiendsmith cards in the extra deck. Essentially the full package. He's even playing Agnum Day and Desiree. He really is leaning in on those Fiendsmith cards, and he really wants to have the full toolbox from those available in his extra deck.
And I mean, in this simplified game state, that you know that your opponent is desperate for a top deck, Fiendsmith is the right time in order to pop off and give you a constant grind and coming back to life all the time.
Ooh, hold on though. Maybe some hope with Bestial Magnamut on the Fiendsmith Engraver. That can hurt a lot. Activates the Bestial Magnamut because technically we could add something from the graveyard. Currently there is nothing in there though, but maybe somehow until the end of the turn there could be something going into the graveyard.
Maybe someone summons Zombie Vampire.
Huh? You never know, right?
But now what can Johannes do? Because the 2,500 attack points here actually pose a big threat. Goes into the SP. Wow. Little Knight considers it at least, because Necroprincess, of course, is a fusion monster. You're going to be able to banish the Magnamut. I mean, he's only actually playing 1 Fiendsmith Engraver, if I'm not mistaken. So this Magnamut was so good.
Josh gets another chance. Is this the top deck he needs? Is this Raisin when you need it the very most? Maybe Stake Your Soul or something similar? Can we finally get our Vanquish Soul cards rolling?
just needs something to play with. Joshua Schmidt is in dire need of a starter to his Vanquish Soul strategy. He said it before, he really likes the deck. Now, does the deck like him in the moment? Dr. Madlove being normal summoned. I think that's a very reasonable chain SP Little Knight angle if you don't want to respond directly to it with another card.
For sure, I do agree. You want to make sure that you get those cards off of the table. And yes, SP Little Knight, for the very moment, transfers both of these monsters into the banishment.
You have Vanquish Soul start now, but this card doesn't start the Vanquish Soul engine on its own because you need another monster on the field, like Dr. Madlove, and you don't have that anymore. So SP Little Knight, very well used there by Johannes.
The name almost feels like false advertisement, right? Because it really isn't a start, but it's just good if you combine it with something else. But now no attributes on the field anymore to be used with it, so we can make no use out of it. There comes a Vanquish Soul. Of course, we can still use the effect to set something in the end phase, which I think...
Only if we have two Vanquish Soul monsters.
You're so right.
Or if there's
yeah,
too much.
Yeah, it needs to.
But also, what is the Snow Devil doing here? It's also not really helping too much. Mitsurugi Prayers is activated. Habakiri is tributed in the end phase. That is so many searches. This is going to summon out another monster that searches or adds back something. You could go Kusanagi, add back the Prayers. This is just everything for Johannes.
It really is, and Johannes now, you can really tell by his motions, he's looking more and more confident, still in the zone, but recognizing and realizing maybe that this might be another moment where he gets to knock out one of the biggest names in all of Europe out of a big tournament.
And to be honest, at the current game stage, as I understand, Johannes has not any more of the Phoenix engine since probably he doesn't have Lacrima in his deck and Engraver is banished.
I think that was a really funnily used Droll and Lockbird there, yes. We prevented the Aramasa surge very essentially, so that Droll and Lockbird
and Habakiri
worked like a... Oh yeah, true, both of them actually. Yeah, that was pretty nice.
I think that's a sign that says that I saw it right earlier. This might be a triple Droll and Lockbird hand for Joshua Schmidt right there. That is not something you can really play with. Saji is now being normal summoned. You can add with Saji, gets the Mitsurugi Ritual or maybe something else. Maybe goes for Prayers. Of course, you haven't used it yet. You can just tribute something and then add another time for Aramasa and then special summon out the Kusanagi from the graveyard. You can just do whatever you want right now.
Indeed, true. Joshua not looking super happy with the situation right now, and I mean we all understand why, because Johannes clearly in the driver's seat right now. It was top 32 at the French National Championship that Joshua attended, where he got knocked out. Is it going to be top 32 again here also at the European Championship? The last and remaining Droll and Lockbird, empty-handed now Joshua, but at least Johannes also prohibited from searching further cards.
And I mean, right now, Johannes has full knowledge about Josh fields and hand, so I think it's pretty much it.
Yeah, you can see the entire hand. It's just his hand. There is no cards in the hand whatsoever. There is a Madlove on the field that can't even be protected by Vanquish Soul Start because there is nothing in hand. And even if Joshua Schmidt gets to top deck something, if he gets another turn, the Vanquish Soul cards, they need a certain form of card advantage. They work the best when you have multiple cards in hand already.
But still, you see Joshua smiling there. I think Johannes and Joshua are quite friendly with each other, so I think Joshua will also be happy for Johannes if he can maybe, because he is lacking that big tournament run. You have said it. He has topped a decent amount of tournaments here in Germany at the very least, but he did not have this breakout run just yet. Yeah. And then that breakout run being maybe his qualification to the World Championship, that would be indeed the breakout then.
Maybe Joshua Schmidt also just remembered that he is in fact going to the World Championship as part of Team Snipe Hunters again and was like, hey, I'm going with my friend. That's cool.
That is pretty alright indeed.
So Johannes chained Prayers into the effect of Droll to add Ameno in his hand.
At this point, you also, especially if it's still 22 minutes on the clock, you want to make sure that every motion you're doing is correct. Just don't take too much time here. I would have also, I could have enjoyed a early duo drive and no effect of Saji to play around the third Droll and Lockbird. But who plays around the third Droll and Lockbird?
That is something you definitely don't do very often.
We just go duo drive regardless here, as it seems.
I mean, gets our monsters a little bit bigger, right? That's pretty cool. Oh look, we go into the battle phase.
All right.
Attack over the Dr. Madlov. And I mean, Joshua is on so little cards. So it feels like this may very well be enough anyhow. And
as we discussed yesterday, if Vanquish doesn't have a lot of attributes to reveal in the hand, are kind of in a very bad spot, to be honest.
And that is the handshake! Johannes Bauer defeats Joshua Schmidt and therefore is one of the last remaining 16 players in the tournament.
He banished all of the 3 Rock of the Vanquisher with the extravagance as well. This game was just not for Josh to win. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, and Johannes Bauer is advancing even further in the tournament. I was being a little bit ahead of myself earlier saying that he goes to Worlds with his friends because there's still 2 more rounds for Johannes to play to win until he gets a ticket to the World Championship in Paris.
Entering the top cut, you need a sign to see if you have also the luck with you in order to be the champion. And as we just saw, I think that Josh had exactly the opposite. Unfortunately, he drew 3 draw, he drew 3 cards with extravagance and his turn 3 draw, and yet he could not find a valid play.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct, and therefore another top added to the resume, right? The endless list of accomplishments from Joshua Schmidt keeps on being even getting longer, and therefore no need to be sad. World Championship coming very soon as well, so probably all eyes on that for him now. But for us, of course, for the rest of the day, we still have some more people to be sent. I think the backup featured match is also still running for the very moment. I think there is Sky Strikers, one of our most favorite decks of all time, is also still left in the competition, and I hope we are going to be able to see some of that after as well. But of course, before that, before we get into the backup feature match action, we want to hear from Johannes first, of course. So we will go step by step, and then we will see whether we can show you some more gameplay action from that. And overall, just so many good players left in there.
I think we can already tease a little bit from this backup feature match because we are currently seeing this on our second screen. And Sky Striker is really popping off right now against an opponent who's running Sky Striker sleeves.
Gotta love to see it. That's how you do it. That's the spirit. All eyes on Sky Strikers. And I mean, that would be cool. Seeing Sky Striker after such a while qualify to the World Championship again, I would love it.
Yeah, it's also probably a good deck at the World Championship as well.
Surely.
So maybe that could be the story. But right now the story is that Johannes Bauer defeated Joshua Schmidt in the feature match of top 32 of EUWCQ. So let's hear it from him.
Thanks so much, Liam. Here with Johannes, winner of top 32. Congratulations for the win over Joshua Schmidt. How do you feel about it?
I'm very happy, although I think I played it a bit sloppy during the game too, because I was a bit anxious.
Yeah, but also I think Josh Hand spoke for itself because he drew triple draw and Lockbird, so I think it was very unfortunate for him as well, but in the end you managed to seal it and advance into the top 16, so congratulations.
Thanks.
How's it been so far, the event? How do you feel with your deck?
Has been pretty fun, met a lot of cool people, a good time, I guess. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, why did you decide to bring Mitsurugi Raziel to this event? Do you think it was the best deck?
I think the Mitsurugi deck has the best options into the Mulchamis, and during this event most people played multiple Charmies in the main deck, so I guessed it was the right choice for that.
And so far it is. So I would just like to show you the first clip, because essentially here in game 1 we have Josh activating the Fuvalos here, and basically you chain the Cold Body Grave on it. And I think from them there's also the Miol into Ash. So I think you were, pretty happy with it, right?
So I had 2 Ash Blossoms deck, but even though Ash Blossom is like once per turn and you want to kind of use it earlier to have it for the opponent's turn, the other copy, in this case I figured that if he had a Holy Su or similar, I could Ash that, but I can't Cold by that, so that's why I figured I wanted to hit that. Also, I thought he probably didn't open a good play, so preventing the draws would prevent him from drawing into the Vanquish Soul hand trap monsters.
Exactly, especially because you essentially Borrelia and he passes, right? So as you mentioned, maybe his end was not so good. And I just want to show you essentially the ending field plus the Nagatama, which is something that basically most players don't expect. And I think you're pretty satisfied with this ending field, right? Because essentially you are pretty much more protected. I think you also had an Ash Blossom, something else in hand, right?
Yeah, I had a second Ash Blossom, as I said, yeah.
And I think overall, I mean, here Josh is essentially trying to navigate this, but I think you had too many interruptions, essentially.
If he doesn't open any engine cards and can't draw into them with the Charmies, it's pretty tough.
And winning game 1, how do you approach game 2? Like, what are your feelings about Vanquish? How do you feel about this type of matchup?
I think the matchup can be pretty rough because the Mitsurugi cards try to destroy the opponent's monsters, but the trap of the Vanquish Soul, with the, you said with the feed spell, I don't know the exact name, prevents destruction of the monsters, so after that you have to remove them with like Engraver effect and similar, or like Little Knight, Dunamondo, non-destruction.
And here for the next highlight in game 2, here essentially there's the Extravagance being activated. You essentially drawn a lock as well, but then there's the talent being activated. Your hand was not so good, I think, but Josh's hand, I think, was even worse.
Yeah, this was close to it was a situation which I didn't think through that much. When I top decked the Lightning Storm and he used the Arrest, I could have thought more about chaining the prayers to give one draw for a play.
Yeah.
So that was something I
you could have thought
didn't
about.
think about enough. I think.
But I also feel like that once you start getting the Finsmith's combo on, then there was the Magnamot coming from Josh, which, I mean, I think it was the sort of interruptions that it was really, here, we can find it very soon.
This was, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead, please.
But, this was the turn. This was the next turn after that, where I top decked an Ash Blossom. So I knew that I just had to like go into some kind of grind engine with the Fiendsmith. So even if he hits this, I take away his hand cards, and his one card isn't a starter in the next top deck. I can just Ash Blossom. So having the engine is a win-win, I feel.
And then for the last highlights, I just wanted to let you see the third drawn lock being drawn by him. But I think from this point on, it was also quite clear for you because like he's left a top deck. So there are very few options for him available. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Once again. Hopefully we will see you again on stream. So good luck for the top 16 as well.
Okay.
And thanks so much for watching. But don't go anywhere because we will be back to the casters.
Okay.
Hello there. We're back with some Yu-Gi-Oh! Action just after this phenomenal interview with Johannes Bauer. And I think let's just wait for a little second because the players are siding right now. And I don't even know who won the last game. It was a very interesting one where Malice was on 0 cards in hand, 0 cards on the field, and top decked Malice in Underground. And afterwards, after a little bit of a battle phase shenanigans, someone scooped.
We will find out. And I mean, with how much time has already passed, you are already preparing.
I'm equipped.
You are equipped.
I
see
with my
how it is.
Lemniscate.
I mean, of course, like, the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is my most favorite card of all time. So I was always ready, just putting it into
Do you have Lemniscate?
Of course.
Okay. Na gut.
Okay. But no, it's a really funny picture that is being put on display in just a moment because it is the striker cards going up against the striker sleeves, so everyone just being a striker enjoyer in here. And I mean, Sky Striker is one of those decks. Where would you rate it overall in the metagame right now? Because it's not, of course, amongst the names of Malice or Mitsurugi Raisi, which would have absolutely expected to be in the top cut in masses. It would have been a pick maybe to have like 1 or 2 top cut appearances.
I don't know. People are dropping Droll and Lockbird, so that is looking pretty good right now for me because, I mean, I've heard analysis about it and players said, hey, this deck can be really good, but Droll and Lockbird
And
is
the
really
magic
tough.
with Sky Strikers is that not only that they can be played alone as a pure build, but also they can be adapted into other strategies.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a lot of exploration behind.
Tenpai,
for example.
Leo always having the best ideas. I gotta give it to him.
That's my personal thing that I came up with.
I do think that is very true, but yeah. Players on the backup feature match now, I think, going for the final cards. So why don't we go over? We just talk about it the entire time, but back to the table we go for game number 3 on our backup feature match. There we have him. Theodore starting out with Sky Strikers, and he's up against Matteo on that Malice deck.
All right then. Infinite Impermanence on the Kagari. quite curious to know about the deck list. If Matteo decided to let Theodor start, or if Theodor was so close to winning 2-0 here until Matteo drew that Malison Underground. Shizuku is being activated now.
And to be honest, I was curious about why Imperm was changed into the Kagari.
I mean, I think it makes a lot more sense now because Sky Striker A0 is there all of a sudden, so you want to prevent them from getting to a Link 2 to then search for the Engage. I definitely can understand it. You can still technically just Imperm the 0. I think that's also pretty fine, but I do understand where he's coming from at least. And this is now that 0 that we were talking about.
I mean, if you throw Infinite Impermanence on the 0, then you still have the effect on the opposing turn to summon out the Ray.
Yes. But in any case, can be summoned through linkage with us, so that's why.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, true. We had we searched for linkage in the end first because if they had linkage, that would have been crazy actually if they just chained it to the activation of that Infinite Impermanence. So Matteo sort of got lucky on that one. We see also the timer being at 7 minutes here, which is not a whole lot anymore, and that is the enormous summon of all time, being Malice Dormouse.
I think what Theodor was really hoping for was to get 3 spells into the graveyard as fast as possible, just to be able to get Widow Anchor take on maybe the first normal summon. This can always help versus the deck. Just also before the effect activation, if there is a GWC set. Oh, Lemnis Gate. Wait a minute. Are we actually able to bounce something with Lemnis Gate here?
We're trying to do so. Lemnis Gate, of course, just targets an equal number of Sky Striker monsters and Sky Striker spells in your graveyard. And for every free shuffle to get to bounce something, so that would have been 3 cards there in the graveyard with both the Link monsters and also the Hornet drones, but there was the MTP chained to it. And that is massive, to be honest.
I really love the new version of Hercules base, to be honest, Sky Striker.
It kind of is similar, that's true.
And I mean, right now, Sky Strikes are in a pretty good positions, to be honest, because Malice, it's not a deck actually that it wants to go second when the clock is ticking, because of course you have, except if you activate Solemn Strike.
Solemn Strike on the effect of Dormouse in the banishment. Isn't that risky? You could have just waited for Dormouse's effect on the field, right?
You can also wait for the Link summon of a Link 3. That also helps because that card can't be used then anymore. Marcher is being activated now. You can banish the empty piece, so you have a monster on the field. Let's see how the deck can continue. Is Theodor even going to use the 0 effect here?
I don't know. I feel like, don't you have to use the 0? Okay, there's Druid's Worm.
As long as no Malice monsters are on the field.
This doesn't really get you anywhere, though. You have Linkuribo and you have the Druid's Worm now.
True.
That's okay.
That is absolutely okay. You're right. Maybe Theodor recognizing that this is just fine, and we can wait for the Druid's Worm effect to be activated to then counter it, possibly with the effect of 0. Ooh, destroying a Dark is not something I would recommend.
Nope, that is true.
But you don't have to do so, so maybe just summoning out good old beloved Ray and Rose and skipping out on the part to destroy. Oh, he is destroying it though.
Yes, because at this point I don't think that it's a valid target for Matteo to add on his hand, since Har has already activated her effect, and also he has a normal summon Dormouse.
So we search for backup at Ignister. What would be a valid
Malison
extender
Underground
here?
would be absolutely insane here, and it comes immediately from the hand. Matteo is just living the life, banishes the Chassis Cat. Now Theodor needs to have a real answer for this, because the Ray on the field, while it can still link, doesn't really do the trick here, even though you can go for Zicken now with Lemnis Gate, huh?
And there comes the Lemnis Gate onto the summon of the Kagari.
Lemnis Gate is such a good card here, because you can just banish it in response to you summoning a Link monster and then Link summon with the monsters from your field.
I don't think Zeke works though, because Zeke specifically needs to be Link summoned, so we would have to go.
You are Link summoning.
Oh, you are. Oh, true. That is the special feature. It never worked with Ray, but it does work through Lemnis Gate, and there is the Zeke making sure that that Chassis Cat leaves the field once more. Usually very happy in the banishment, but not here because it cannot come back anymore.
And I think now that Matteo has only one unknown card in his hand, Harry has been revealed, backup also.
Oh, all right, we're banishing the Ray now. Of course, we want to take away the monster. That makes sense. While you can't win the game this turn or full combo, you still have to take away the resources of your opponent. Very smart by Matteo. And also
life points being a factor. 3 minutes remaining. Theodore can't wait, but it is his turn now again. Is there an engage ready to be activated? Reinforcement of the army will do the trick for the very moment. That's a good one.
But this doesn't get you anywhere right now. You have to go into Hayato to get a spell into the graveyard. You can't Kagari right now.
You have engaged already on the hand.
Oh, you have engage already in hand. It was searched by the Zero. Engage is being used right now. If you can, just search for an afterburner or something, because the Widow Anchor wouldn't do the trick right now.
Not yet. It is linkage that we take. That is spell number 2 in the graveyard.
You have Ray and Rose already.
Yep. Ray is going to be converted into a link summon of the Zero here.
Oh
it is activated.
We go in. Zero can summon from the deck and from the graveyard if we like. We use the Rose from the deck and the Ray from the graveyard. Destroys the good old Baldrake. Now we use the effect. We go into Hayate, and that will bring us ahead in life points here.
Just barely. I want to mention that. This is just barely ahead in life points. 1,400 or something. Yeah, actually, I didn't think I would get this right. But now you can just go into your Kagari. We haven't used that this turn. Oh, we're actually going to link up maybe into another Zero to get the search, because the last one wasn't summoned via link summoning.
But then we can't... We're just going for a link 1 instead. That is the Kagari now.
All right. We're going to SP the Night because it was technically used. Linkage is being activated now as well.
And he had to commit to the summon.
Yep.
We have the engage back. Theodore is going through the motions really, really quickly.
That is 3 spells in the graveyard. The dream of every Sky Striker player out there. Not only searching with the engage, but giving the opponent the deck over to take another card off the top.
Draws a card with engage. Is it another engage? We're setting 1 card. We're setting 2 cards, and we're passing the turn. 1 minute left for Matteo. He gets the Chessy Cat back through Zeke. Doesn't he get the Chessy Cat back? I thought it was end of opposing turn. End of next turn. End of some turn.
I think it is...
Until your opponent's next end phase. That is crazy. That is such a long time. You never see this Chessy Cat again, I'm telling you that. Matteo is just now contemplating, has picked up a trap card here, is summoning back up at Ignister. That is not the best starter. Ash Blossom and Giant Spring is the answer to this. And there's the handshake. Theodore advances to top 16. Sky Striker is still alive.
Very well alive. That deck has been around for so long, but it is going stronger than ever before again due to the support cards from Duelist Advance, and I love all about it.
And I think that you asked before, how far can Sky Striker go to an event? I think this is an answer for you.
It can go all the way. It was my pick actually to win the entire tournament. Just saying, Lemniscate is such an amazing card. We have a Lemniscate downer from the start right here, sitting there saying,
I wasn't sure about it, but we saw it putting in the work there.
You are so easily bouncing cards, and then you can just interact with your opponent on their turn. You can go to the Azalea Link 3, or you can just go into Zeke. Just answer all of these cards. It is fantastic.
And of course, giving you back resources like Kagari, Anchors, and Cannons.
I mean, you're most of the... how many Kagari are you actually playing right now? 2?
I can give you the answer. It is always free. It is free in that case as well.
Yes. But you can cut some Shizukus, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. I think you're playing only 1 Shizuku most of the time.
Yes.
I mean, in modern day Yu-Gi-Oh, you want to end games quite quickly, so you're probably not too keen on just passing on 3 Shizuku.
But I love the play that he passed with Shizuku and Linkage, activate Linkage into 0. That was a very good play.
That was very, very heads up. Sky Strikers in top 16 of the European Championship.
Huh?
It's so beautiful, really. I didn't see that coming, but I'm even more so happy about it, and I'm sure we will have them again on the feature, because I don't know, like with Strikers, you can't lose. You just cannot lose.
We saw engage draw, dude.
Yes, it is the lore difference. Sky Strikers are meant to be, and I feel like they are meant to be qualifying for the World Championship this weekend. I have a feeling. You had the feeling before it, but I'm joining you on the team.
To be honest, I was thinking that Quantal would do it. But now I'm convinced we have a player who's
Theodore is
gonna make
maybe
it.
Ray's strongest warrior this weekend. He's the last remaining one out of them, that's for sure. But there's, of course, 15 other players. For example, Johannes Bauer also still left in the tournament. And we will be back with 2 of those 16 remaining for our top 16 featured match very, very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes tuned because we will be back very soon. As this was almost in timeout, should not be any longer. Stay tuned until top 16.
Welcome back to your coverage. We've now made it into the top 16 feature match. Very, very exciting. One of these will go through to the top 8, and then whoever wins in that top 8 gets through to go to Worlds. But only one could be the European champion. So let's see which of our two duelists here is going to make it. We have the Portuguese national champion, Edgar Cuello, and Theodor Mishev. And we have the audience clearly very much enjoying these two duelists. Guys, we're going to do a high roll, so you guys first. Who would like to roll first? Theodor's going to roll first there. Snake Eyes. Okay, and for Edgar, that's a 10. Are you going to go first? Edgar is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentators who are going to take you through this round feature match. Guys, take it away.
Indeed, top 16 we are. We saw all the messages in chat. We saw the people being very interested in our backup feature match from last round. So we thought, why don't we get Sky Strikers onto the main stage now?
Yep, I can't wait to see. Also, this deck is one of the decks that can actually lose a dice roll and then just break a field.
Totally.
Hand traps are not too common in those kinds of strategies. It's mostly blue double D, but I think that the players are ready to play. So let's go over to the table now. Castle of cards on the side of Theodore. I'm not playing Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but I wanted to say a similar strategy, but not really if I'm being completely real here. Edgar is going to start, and even though Sky Striker is not the worst deck to go second with, uninterrupted Mitsurugi Raziel combo, that's kind of something, isn't it?
Would you still go first one, even if you know that you play against Sky Strikers? Or would you let them go first?
I mean, Sky Striker is not necessarily this full breaker deck, right? It's just breaks.
Not anymore, not anymore. It used to be completely only that, but it's really changed what it can do. And there's Joel Lockwood and Edgar staring into the camera there, realizing what happened there to him. That is the card he was hoping not to see. But Theodore confidently falling into his chair there, knowing that this is a very good answer to the Mitsurugi Raziel deck.
Yes, and they are just first clarifying that the Drowned Lockbird does resolve. Edgar is now committing into a ritual summon with the Mitsurugi Ritual, which is going to resolve in actually technically losing a card there. Usually it's plus 10, or actually not really, because you can just send the Kusanagi or tribute Kusanagi and maybe a Night Sword Serpent. Is Edgar running Night Sword Serpent though?
Edgar has decided to run that Night Sword Serpent. Edgar actually has made the decision, very contrarian to some of our other national champions, to take a full 180 and go to a completely different deck to than what he qualified with at his Portuguese national championship. We saw, for example, Özcan Yildiz winning the national championship in Germany and then still being with the Blue Eyes deck. Edgar won the Portuguese national championship with White Forest of all decks and is now onto a completely different path though.
Another deck that loses to Droll though.
That he cannot lose, that's true.
But I really love the fact that he has included Serpent in order to play around Droll in situations like this.
But is he also playing a Fiendsmith package? Because if he isn't, then this Habakiri and the Night Sword Serpent, they're not really adding a lot to the field right now, or to the strategy in total. We're getting rid of the Habakiri.
That's a tribute summon!
And Grava is crazy!
Leo, yes, we are playing Fiendsmith cards, as you now have the answer there. And you know what's even crazy? I mean, if we weren't under Joel, that Engraver tribute summon would also be so hilarious because it would absolutely just trigger the Habakiri, right?
Yeah, that's true. Tributing those ritual monsters actually does a lot. Engraver now sitting on the field. Next question is, how many other cards are we playing? Are we playing just the Engraver? Because technically that is enough for some comboing. Are we playing a Lacrima as well, maybe Sanct?
I mean, way to...
Nibiru, the primal being, making sure that that Engraver stays the only light fiend in the graveyard. And I think Edgar not even deciding to chain the Murakumo there, interestingly enough. So, of course, Theodore could have countered that by just sending the Nib from his hand.
That's smart. That's super smart, because you want him to not have the Nibiru
probably
in the graveyard.
To be honest, this is a very cool interaction that Ameno can activate the effect into the Nib, but you can also send Nibiru into the graveyard and resolve as much as it can to tribute every face-up monster on the field to the graveyard, but it will not be summoned or summon a token.
And I mean, Leo, I'm not even that sure anymore. The modern version of Sky Striker, sure, you are still having Engage where you need an empty main monster zone for, but you also are playing just a decent amount of monsters nowadays, so any normal summon here can just turn into a Link 2, and then that might be good. And we do have the best normal summon of the Sky Striker deck! The almighty, the all-beloved Sky Striker Ace Ray!
And to be honest, Edgar probably that was the reason why he chose not to activate Amino Effect in order to let Theodore have a monster on the main monster zone in order to play around, possibly engage.
And now you can go into a Link 2 here. You can either go into Azalea to get rid of the token immediately, but I can't really recommend
No,
that.
because
it
will
will send
be
itself to
destroy
graveyard, right?
herself also, yes.
Yeah, but
Zeke,
Zeke works here. You get rid of the token, doesn't get banished, and now you can just Link climb down, actually, if you want.
If you want, but it looked like we may just try to move into the battle phase here eventually, or not. What's this that we're trying to activate here? Oh, we're not sure. It's certainly a spell card. Is it just our all-beloved Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage? I'm hoping for that card.
I mean, this is an open field here for a Sky Striker deck. This could very well be an OTK, even though Theodore is taking quite some time for this turn. He's going to attack for 1,500. The question is, does he have a linkage in hand? That would spell disaster for Edgar.
That would be the card he needs. What are we going to send here? Engage is being sent to the graveyard. So worst case scenario, we can just in main phase 2 add that back to the hand with Kagaru. We are in the main phase 2 now, and I'm saying worst case scenario, but it's a pretty good scenario still, to be fair, for Theodore, because he gets set up in a pretty decent way here.
Do it, Theodore. Do it. Activate it. We want to see it. There is Sky Striker. Mobilize, engage.
Everyone at home and also everyone in the venue, please mobilize yourself. Yes, that is the card that is so exciting and so amazing.
To be honest, at this point he can also send Anchor to the graveyard in order to play a potential Ash Blossom or even Troll and Loco Bird, because he doesn't have 3 spells in the graveyard.
True, true, but now the Hornet Drones will bring out another token. Theodore still not seeing any response. Link summon 2, and of course that is the new card. The new card that really brought the power level of this deck up so much again. Yeah. That is Sky Striker Ace 0. And he wants to leave Edgar here. 0 chance to win this game.
I mean, this is the card exactly that Sky Striker wanted in order to play in the current meta.
This is absurd. Search for Engage. Like how? That is not even real. And we give it up. Theodore is our Game 1 winner. Sky Striker more and more going to the direction of possibly qualifying to the World Championship.
Teddy, chill. This is insane, Sky Striker. He's also such a fast player with the deck. In the last backup feature match, you could really see that he knows what he is doing.
Totally.
With that deck, just 2 minutes on the clock for fast sportsmanship, was really rushing through all the motions, perfectly played every single thing. And I mean, Sky Striker A0 doesn't only give you a Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, it also gives you the opponent to interrupt your opponent multiple times on the opposing turn, because you can, of course, tribute it on the opposing turn to special summon out Ray and Rose and destroy a card on the opposing side. And if you have my personal favorite new card, Sky Striker Maneuver Lemnis Gate, in your graveyard already, you can also still go into either Zeke or Azalea Temperance on the opposing turn.
Very, very true. Now that these 2 duelists are side decking, let's just actually look at the other duelists still in the competition. Let's bring the bracket on. Who do we have still cooking here? Who do we still have in contention for a ticket to the World Championship? And there we have Roselle being there in top 16, currently up against Jack. And then we have Luca up against Adam in here as well. I saw there's a decent amount of UK players actually still out there trying to make their way to the World Championship. And then we have someone already qualified to the World Championship actually for the game of Master Duel, Herman Hansen, trying to have a word in this affair here as well.
Herman Hansen has been absolutely insane in the last couple of months, topping every single Challenger Cup there ever was, and now he is just transferring this to the TCG as well, because we know he can do it. He has been top 8ing the World Championship in the TCG division already.
He has dominated TCG for a lot of years, right?
Yeah, that is true.
There was Johannes Bauer as well, and also Lorenzo Muselli is still in. He really is on his mission to make it to the World Championship. One of the most accomplished Italian players that is out there in the community, wants to make the big stage.
And Ali is also in there for Switzerland, competing with Lorenzo. Italy and Switzerland, they're not too far apart from each other, direct neighbors.
Very
so that is
true.
also going
Then,
to be
of course, we have our featured match there as the last one in Group 3, and now Group 4 rounding out our bracket. Paul Robert Goss, you saw him yesterday on the featured match with Malice, currently playing against Giuseppe. And then we have Quentin, who also lost on feature match, but still made his way into the top cut. But he's up against another big name left in the competition.
Tom Kleine Gräber, one of the best duelists ever, I want to say, is missing this major event win. He hasn't been to Worlds yet, but he has been one of the most consistent players in the history of this game. Oftentimes overlooked because the win in the end was missing. But it was 7 years of national tops in a row.
It's crazy.
Almost every YCS back-to-back finals at the German Nationals versus Dinka Bui, and before that versus Samir Bashar at the YCS in London.
Yes.
Tom Kleinegräber is an absolute powerhouse, and the only thing that is missing from him is winning a tournament or going to Worlds. But our duelists are ready at the feature match table, so let's go back to the table.
Who strikes first here? Is it Theodor with his Sky Striker deck, or can Edgar this time dodge the odd effect or the effect
That was,
of Jordan Lockbird?
That was a disaster here, Theodor, just flipping over cards that are decent information for Edgar.
Yeah, I was also thrown off by that. I couldn't even finish my own sentence anymore. But seems like we're all set now to start this second game off.
You're never getting to shuffle back those cards. It's a valid question to ask the judge what is happening now, but I think this is your starting hand. If you are throwing your cards around the table, then that is your own fault.
I have said a lot of times when you play in the top cut, you are so close to the golden ticket to the Worlds.
Yeah.
You are anxious, and obviously Theodor is happy that he has won the game one, and he was.
Edgar!
Hey, Edgar again with the stare into the camera, staring at that Jordan Lockbird again. Edgar was able to overcome all the Jordan Lockbirds at his own national championship, but now Theodor back-to-back games with it.
And Nebular Primal Being is not a great card against the Mitsurugi strategy specifically. However, if you're not able to add cards from your deck to your hand, then
Ooh,
this
the
card is
Serpent was
insane.
in the hand, so we have to tribute it from there. That's even less resources we have. And I mean, we are absolutely just not getting those resources back because of the Jordan Lockbird cards. Getting lower and lower and lower here for Edgar. Now the ritual again.
I mean, at this point, we're even discarding the Habakiri from hand. This is going to be the fourth summon here now. At this point, Theodor is already hovering. Says, yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to pass, bro?
I mean, it's a common secret between all of us now that Theodor has the Nibiru in the hand, to be honest.
I think that's not the biggest secret anymore. You're completely right there. But this card is still... Wow, Edgar is committing into it.
He's doing it. We are Link summoning. I think we're trying to go into our Fiends with Engine here. And Theodor might just be like, hey, how about I just activate that card that is very much there, Nibiru, the Primal Being, even though we all saw the crowd is going wild. And we do chain Murakumo. And that is a Vespa. Theodor is in top 8 with Sky Strikers.
Didn't even have too much in his own hand, but I think that Ray is enough, especially backed up by Called by the Grave. This is insanity. I did not see that coming. After basically just before drawing, revealing Nibiru, the Primal Being.
How do you feel about the pick for the event right now, Leo?
My pick for the event is going great. 1 game away. Sky Striker is 1 game away from qualifying to the World Championships in 2025.
Yeah. Good that you said the year number again. Yeah, because otherwise people wouldn't believe it. But with the most recent support, it is absolutely back up there on the biggest stage, and it is rocking and rolling out here and bringing himself into the top 8 now. And actually something we can already spoil a little bit, because speaking of top 8, which obviously is going to be very soon, we will be able to not show you one featured match for top 8, but we're going to give you the beauty of showing all of the top 8 featured matches. I mean, I'm saying all, so it's going to be in 2 waves, one on the main featured match, one on the backup featured match, but we're recording all of those top 8 matches in total, so you get the full joy to see who is qualifying for the World Championship.
Top 8 is going to happen twice.
And I mean, it is the most prestigious match of the tournament right now, since top 8 gives you the golden ticket to Paris and to the World Championship.
Exactly, and if you are there, that is going to be phenomenal. Right now, we can also see on our other screen what is happening in the backup feature match, and there's quite something. it's interesting. I see a Paradise Smasher and a lot of cards on both sides of the field, so maybe there was some crazy dice action going on there.
Possibly, that is absolutely true. And it is an all Vanquish Soul affair. I mean, we saw Vanquish Soul being the most represented deck in Top Cut, and it still keeps on running. Sometimes you have that big representation in Top 64, and then very quickly it falling off again because it was just a good pick to top an event. But maybe this deck is also a good pick to just win the event overall. What do you think?
You can't draw like Joshua Schmidt did in his game. Triple draw and lockback, that was absolutely tragic. But of course, Vanquish Soul, if you are very good at this resource management, it's such a great pick to win the
Putting
event.
some salt into the wounds of Joshua Schmidt there.
I want to mention that the pure version of Vanquish Soul, without the Justice Hunters cards that are going to come out soon, has a crazy good matchup into Sky Striker.
It should really have that. You're absolutely right. That is true. And
activating Anchor and your opponent chaining Borger or even Caesar and dodging all those powerful spells, it's very important.
It is very insane. You say pure. I think from the duelists left in the competition, there's actually some, and even someone on the backup feature match that is using the Rescue Ace cards in the deck, which are, of course, fire attributes. It's a small package, but it still works really handy. But before we get to that backup featured match, how about we hear about from our winner from this round's feature match? How about we go back over to the analysis desk with Theodor, our Sky Striker player.
Hi, Theodor, and congratulations for making it all the way into the top 8. What an incredible show. You've had the backup future match for game 3, and now again you're starting to become the crowd favorite by far. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Thank you. I didn't expect to come so far. I prepared it a bit, but maybe made to top, but not like to come so far. But I think I will make it straight to the finals.
Nice, okay. We love to hear it, and obviously you want to have your goals and your eyes on the trophy, but one more match can send you to Paris.
Yes.
So obviously we gotta stay focused and on that. Before we jump into the match, there has been a roller coaster of emotions. Why Sky Striker?
The people from my locals know that I played this year this deck since it came out. It's in 2018.
Okay.
And now it got support. It is a good support deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Must have been a pretty good day. I get it. I also used to play around with the deck a lot back in the day, and it's definitely quite enjoyable, very unique even in the field, especially today. How has the tournament been for you? Have you had some very tough matches to come on top?
Yes, like against Malice, if you don't see any end trap, then it's over, obviously. But so far, I try to.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking of end traps, I think we can show the first long, highlight of your match, because it was unbelievable. So your opponent obviously goes first. You do get that draw and lock bird, and he goes to style a little bit with his normal summon. But what were you thinking right there with that Nibiru in hand?
I was thinking like. Perfect.
Fair enough. And yeah, as you can see here, you play this slowly, but you decided to include those cards for a reason. What was behind your, end traps choice?
So the thing about Sky Striker is that you are not pushing as much as the other decks, and if I main deck Moon Charmis, then I might not survive because I cannot activate them immediately.
Absolutely.
And I want to set some cards like Widow Anchor and stuff to try to keep it alive. So that's why I played like value hand traps that can break, that can slow the combo or make for them to make a half combo, so I can break through. And that's good. Sky Striker is good to half boards. That's why.
Absolutely, and I would say this is a pretty good pair of friends that we have seen here with the Drollenlock and Nibiru in game 1. And spoiler alert for anyone who might have blinked and missed game 2, I think we can see a pretty good repeat of that, because. I love your opponent's facial expression, by the way, just looking into the camera and, being like, okay, Droll is there. You had a bit of emotions when you were drawing your first cards. We saw you were, flipping over some information for your opponent, but I mean, what were you feeling once again in these moments where you had the same end? It's so good.
It's good.
It's good, right? And again, we saw your opponent trying to play it out. He knew about the information, by the way, because you revealed it. But still, let's see it one more time, this Nibiru coming. And honestly, we thought he just wanted to wait it out a little bit, but no, given the importance of this match, he just extended the fist bump and you got it. I mean, what is there to say? Top 8 with Sky Striker in 2025. You are the hero we all, we're waiting for to come and shine. So we'll obviously want to wish you best of luck moving forward. You'll have the chance to have your own little interview with Dad since we are going to do the top 8 duelists. And then hopefully we'll see you in action again where you'll have your chance to go to Paris.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being with us, and we'll wish you once more best of luck. But now, given how short and dominating his victory was, we might have a chance to jump back into action for the backup future. So let's go back to the table.
You know what? Marcello was right. I think we should immediately go back to the table to miss no further action.
And there we go. Seems like, as we said, we do have an all Vanquish Soul affair here on that backup featured match, and we have Rosell against Jack. And Jack currently 1 game ahead, and in this game resolving Mulcharmi Fuvolus, which is arguably not that impactful of a card against the deck, though.
I mean, Holly Sue special summon is quite tough. Lorenzo Moselli revealed the strategies to play around it earlier, but also Rock of the Vanquisher. I mean, it's going to be a pot of greed. That's fine, right? In the mirror match, getting 2 cards.
And also something you have to consider is maybe you just give the draws away and try to go for Paradise Smasher if you do have access to that. But we can clearly see that Jack also already has access to Holly Sue on his side of the field during basically what we call turn 0, where Rosell started the duel, and we now have the right attributes even to activate the effect, and we do take control of that rock.
To be honest, I love so much the Vanquish mirror. I think it has so much skill expression and it's very back and forth.
Very much agree on that.
And this is the first time we see this weekend, right? I mean, it's probably has happened multiple times in the tournament so far, but the first time on stream here we're having a Vanquish Soul mirror match. Caesar Velius has indeed, on the first turn, Caesar Velius is not something you see every day as well.
Ooh, Vanquish Soul start being activated next, and now that we have the Caesar Velius on the field, that of course is a great card to pair it up with, as it does extend. And basically, it is a Heavy Borger instead.
Heavy Borger is a good card. I mean, Rosell has so many cards in the hand that I think you can just go for extra draws, try to find some non-engine perhaps. After a siding, of course, the deck might be better. Are we seeing any Ghost Ogres in the deck list?
Ghost Ogre is a card that has become more and more popular lately, but Jack is not running Ghost Ogre for his deck in particular. I mean, it's a...
What about Rosell?
Rosell also is not playing it. It's kind of tough because, of course, it's a light attribute hand trap, and in Vanquish Soul, you're really kind of limiting yourself to running the cards that have the right attributes, and therefore Ghost Ogre not really fitting the concept of the deck too much. Still, though, if you expected that Vanquish Soul is going to be so popular, and I mean, they picked it themselves, so they were really certain that the deck is good enough to perform really well at this event, maybe including that card, it would have not been too bad of an idea.
To be honest, with Vanquish Soul, you cannot afford to have an attribute that cannot advance your plays.
I do agree. Now we activate Heavy Borger, and I think we revealed 2 attributes, meaning that is the first damage that has to be accounted for here in this second game, bringing Rosell ahead in life points.
All right, in this grindy matchup, I can see that maybe racing for Borger damage is the way to a big win condition. If both players have access to plenty of engine, just being the first one to deal 1,500 damage could be an actual win condition.
I like it. That is a weird win con, but it may absolutely be the case that it's just a race of Borgers. I mean, say that out slowly. A race of Borgers, a race of burgers. That's kind of funny thing to say, but yeah, that is possibly what is going to happen here.
You're making me hungry, Basti.
Yeah, I know.
So Rosell is deciding to show some more cards here.
And Radiant was summoned in the same column as
Holly.
Ooh, and revealing one of those cards that do work so well with the Vanquish Soul attributes. Phantasme on a big comeback tour at the moment because of that value dog attribute that it has.
And also, it's just good into most decks of the format, right? If you're playing versus Mitsurugi Raziel, not so much. If there's Fiendsmith, it's good again. But against something like Malice or Vanquish Soul, this card is just so strong.
So I like the fact that Rosell kept the main monster zones under the extra monster zones without monsters in order to steal the Jack's Raisin and be able to destroy any monster special summon in the extra monster zone.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, now Holly Sue activated, revealing Jialong. So Jack really is trying to play into this here. Activates the Jialong now too. Of course, after the Holly Sue revealed that.
You're right, this is peak zone management because you can just summon out your own resin from the hand. That is insanity.
Vanquish has so much skill expression that it's not only how you play your cards, but also how you keep your resources and obviously how you place your monsters in the main monster zones.
Ooh, so we chained the effect of Caesar Valius here to the activation of Jialong, and now Holly Sue wants to have a word as well. That is chain link number 3 here being announced by Jack now. And we shall see whether that forces an interaction from Joselle, but no, we are just going to resolve that now.
All right.
We're taking the rock over. That rock is jumping left and right here on the table. Now for the second time, it's actually over to Jack's side.
All right. Now, at this point, I'm confused who owns which card, because the resin on Roselle's side is Jack's card. Goes back there on the other side. The resin is destroyed.
Oh, but there is the so powerful trap card with all the attributes ready to be revealed. That is the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil trying to wipe out that entire field there from Jack. And he worked so hard to get all of those monsters.
I mean, 3 monsters on the field is a heavy commitment.
It is, really. And, ooh, we cannot chain the effect of the rock, of course, as it was not activated by Jack this turn yet. And we want that rock back. Roselle demanded it. It was like, that is mine. I want it back here.
To be honest, if I had also an ulti rock, I would do the same.
Yes, you want to secure that for sure.
But I mean, Jack is going to get the Vanquish Soul resin back at the end. Pretty sure about that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but we're packing things up. That is the equalizer, Roselle. The first game took so long, but the second game now a little quicker in favor for Roselle.
Oh, I thought it just looked like Roselle was going to steal one of the raisins, but was the raisin even Roselle's or was it Jack's? I'm completely confused with all the cards stealing there.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, when it goes back in the end phase, how much does it do there anymore?
Yeah, I know, but it's now in Roselle's deck.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, I think they're going to be able to figure that out.
I hope so. I hope so. It's not the same sleeves. So
nah, it's not. It's both World Championship qualifier sleeves, but I think from different seasons. Therefore, they will be able to figure it out somehow. But Vanquish Soul being
crazy mirror.
It's first of all a really interesting and crazy mirror, I have to say as well. One thing that sometimes can be funny, at first when I thought about the Snow Devil, I thought it is like protecting all Vanquish Soul monsters, but I think it's only protecting your own, so that's not a factor at least.
But it's the ones that you control, so if you steal something, the cards also won't get destroyed. It's not the cards that belong to you. Some cards have this kind of wording as well. But this is really interesting to see, so that doesn't also mean that Vanquish Soul is such a good deck for a tournament. It's a skillful deck, but if you're playing many mirror matches, fatigue is going to play a role in those as well.
And this is an argument that a lot of times has happened before tournaments, that why to play a deck that make you fatigue, make your tiredness come through, and maybe make some misplays after a lot of rounds of Swiss and later on the top cut.
But what have we seen in the matchup right now? How are you supposed to play the Vanquish Soul mirror match? To me, it looked like you are trying to, if you start, you're letting your opponent play in and you're making it a little bit harder for them. So you use your smaller interruptions like Caesar Valius and the steal from Holly Sue a little bit early, so they have to commit more into the field. And then when you think they have committed enough so they don't have any more pushes, you're trying to Snow Devil them for everything.
That sounds like it, sure.
It reminds me of Sky Strike's mirror back in the day, that you had Anchor to always steal your opponent's monsters, and then you could link live through monsters like that. And also you can also do that in the Vanquish mirror, that you can steal the monsters and go into your rock and just pop off from there.
Yeah, but maybe what it comes down to now is whether Roselle will be able to summon monsters already on that first turn that Jack is going to have. Of course, mainly the Holly Sue, but also there is Rescue Ace Impulse and Rescue Ace Fire attack in there. So more monsters even that get to summon from the hand. And there's Phantasmate too. Like half of the deck from Roselle basically can be summoned on the first turn.
It's just, if I start in this mirror matchup, I'm going Purulia immediately
Yes,
in my own turn. Yeah.
Really, actually, that might be a card you want to keep in going first. That's a crazy thing to say, but I don't hate the idea of that, really.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. But
This is
the
the first
duelists
time
are
that
ready,
has
so
ever
we
happened,
have
right?
to go in, players. They're about to begin, so let's go back to the table. Game number 3, deciding who goes to top 8 here, shall start now.
It's a good thing that we developed the going first Purulia technology here. I like this.
You hear it here first.
Yeah, it's probably not us first, to be honest. I think
Jack starts with Stake Your Soul, revealing a pretty hefty price here, staking his very own soul. And Dr. Madlov is revealed, but there is the Molchami Fuvolos being chained. Stake Your Soul, though. Ken, of course, what is he going to bring out here? Oh, he's desperately searching for the card that he needs here. And Rosell has already prepared to draw one card, and Rosell gets that card now off of Fuvolos.
that is the heavy Bogger. Rosell just upstarted immediately there, and there is going to be the Madlov. I think that the Fuvolos is Ash Blossom for the Vanquish Soul start, and now the question is for Jack, how do you continue here? Because yes, of course, you can go for resource management with Rock of the Vanquisher, but then again, oh, did we just Bogger on Bogger? Some Bogger on Bogger action.
It looked like Bogger, so that's just a draw 1.
Do you go Rock of the Vanquisher here? Surely you do, right? Do you?
I think you...
Can you afford to give one more draw though?
He's... Oh, wow, it's a pass. Rosell's turn.
The Bogger goes back to hand if you pass here, by the way, because of Stake Your Soul.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, you are right. But I think... Hold on. Oh, wait, do we just... Oh, wait, we immediately use the effect of...
Oh, yeah, we can't do that because the Bogger was not returned. All right, Basti is contacting the judges about this. Now Rosell is trying to start. Funnily enough, that nobody notices this in the Vanquish Soul mirror match. Normal summon of Dr. Madlov is just.
I mean, when you're in the zone and
Yeah.
just try to focus on your plays, it's probably.
I mean, this mirror match looks like you should also focus on your opponent's plays, but then again, it has been 2 very long days for these duelists. And Rosell, now we have realized this. I think Jack is just saying, hey, I shuffled my hand, but I mean, you guys saw what I mean, there's 3 judges at the table, so you might get to shuffle this card back.
Okay,
right,
disaster avoided, yeah. Indeed, so we are able to continue here. Very, very happy that we are, because it would have not been a great way to end this game here, but we are still in this. Droll and Lockbird on the resolution of the Madlov. That is really the most crucial moment to use it, because that prevents extension from there. Still activating it, but we will not be able to search with it now.
I mean, if you have more Vanquish Soul cards in hand, you can still access your start and phase effect if you go into the Rock of the Vanquisher and then special summon something from your hand. Not sure if you want to do that necessarily. Really depends on what card you have in hand. Oh, we're going to reveal a Magnamot. I think we're special summoning Jiaolong, right? That might be a Jiaolong.
Yes, there is the Jiaolong coming onto the field. Also will not be able to search, but still is, of course, big enough possibly to attack over that Dr. Madlov on the side of Jack.
With 2 Vanquish on the field, Star can be activated on the end phase.
Yes, that is what we're trying to accomplish here. Very, very true, very important for Rosell.
The big question is how many attributes can we get until the end phase, because we can't access our deck right now anymore. This is a very aggressive attack of the Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlov. There's really just forcing the 1,200 and 1,200 damage through 2,000 defense, also not too shabby. Dr. Madlov, crazy card.
Yeah, he's mad.
Super mad.
But also in love. And I'm in love with the Vanquish Soul deck, right? It's such a cool deck. Such a grindy deck. Such a deck that was expected to do decently well, but is now just really getting over the expectation level, really, by being so heavily represented in this top 64 breakdown here.
We're going for a Link too. We're summoning the Dark.
Give me that, Dr. Madlov, says Rosell.
That is super interesting. Are we going to just develop a Dark so our opponent has to have a tougher time? You go Rock of the Vanquisher in the main monster zone. I'm loving this. Just to have the Dark developed on the field for a possible search. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can search Heavy Bogger with Dark. Crazy.
That is a cool thing to do, I'm not gonna lie. Rock of the Vanquisher on the field now, of course.
I love just summoning darts for it to be there. This is cool. Oh, wow. Okay.
GD Crow is being chained.
Probably into the Jialong. Yeah.
Onto the Jialong, but as Rock of the Vanquisher does not target, that means we can still get the Dr. Madlov back to our hand. It's apparently all about that Dr. Madlov in this game, but now that is a pass. This matchup is so weird, but also so nice at the same time, because it's not really doing any big combos or anything, but just a real grind game. Now Jack going into the end phase and passes right back over to Roselle. How's that even possible?
I'm also quite curious as to why Roselle activated the Vanquish Soul start if you're not even having any cards in the end phase on the field.
True.
Dr. Madlov, normal summon here. Are we getting the second Vanquish? Oh no, we are adding Holly's. Of course, we used the Vanquish Soul start now just to add the Holly Soul. And that is a fist bump. Roselle advances to top 8 in the Vanquish Soul mirror match. There was so much non-engine for Jack, but not enough engine.
Very, very, like, it was so quick all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, definitely she would have needed to extend a little more there and get into the moves, but Vanquish Soul can put up a lot of damage quite quickly, especially with the Borger, of course.
I mean, in Vanquish Mirror, you cannot afford to let your opponent get more resources because even though she could not OTK right there, she could actually get a lot of draws and a lot of advantage in comparison to her opponent.
And I mean, this was so quick, but let's quickly bring it down to the point and realize Roselle is 1 game away from her ticket to the World Championship.
That's insane. All of these duelists, the top 8 of the tournament, are 1 game away from glory. We have some players in there possibly that have already been there or that are already qualified for Master Duel Worlds and Hermann Hansen.
True.
So curious where that gets us because he seems unstoppable at the moment, but 1 game away. We are going to make sure that you know who our top 8 are because we of course always do the quick interview with Ed to introduce the best 8 duelists from the tournament to you guys. So we are, okay, we're not doing this anymore, apparently.
I mean, we're showing them all anyways on the feature
true,
match
yeah.
stage, so kind of not needed anymore. So we're just going to have the cards and the moves of the players speak for themselves instead, which is also a cool thing, of course. And we will be back, as I explained earlier, with not 1, but 2 rounds of top 8 featured matches very, very soon. So you stay tuned and be back with us when that top 8 match, that first one, is going to happen. See you in just a moment.
Welcome back to WCQ 2025.
Welcome back, everyone. What happens at these kind of events like YCSs or even WCQs? Well, let's have a look. And as you can see, there are thousands of duelists behind us who are all taking part to see which of them will be crowned the champion. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. To rescue Rabbit or to not rescue Rabbit? That is the question. But another question is, what happens at these kind of events like YCSs or even WCQs? Well, let's have a look. This is the main event stage. This is where all of our duelists have signed up to take part in this World Championship qualifier. And as you can see, there are thousands of duelists behind us who are all taking part to see which of them will be crowned the champion. But it's not just the main event that people are taking part in. This is the public event stage. And the public events include alternative formats like 3v3s or even Time Wizard. And you can take part in these, collect points and exchange those for prizes. And this is where you get those prizes. Here are the wonderful prizes where the gentleman behind the desk will help you exchange the tickets that you've won in public events for some amazing prizes, including deck boxes, packs, sleeves, and even amazing playmats, just like the exclusive Bestial Magnamut one for this event. But on top of prizes and events, we have coverages for the event. And that happens right here in our coverage area. Behind me, you see our wonderful commentators mid-match, and the feature match area is right there. That's where all the action happens during the coverage that you see throughout our WCQs and also our YCSs. It's all the same stuff, but here, it's to crown a champion. But the real champion of this video is this rescue rabbit. Thanks, me. This rabbit has been all around the venue, and also so have you for those of you who can't make it here. But be sure to stick around. We've got loads of great coverage from our WCQ coming your way.
Welcome back, everyone. We have another meta-analysis here for the WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm joined by Sebastian Lemke. My name is Leonard König. And we're going to analyze the meta a little bit because it has shifted quite a bit.
Definitely. There is some new decks coming into the format with the latest release of Duelist Advance, of course, and therefore it's worth breaking down. Of course, there's still some big players sitting up top that have been there for a couple of weeks and months now. Most noticeably, I would say that is Malice, because Malice pretty much has only changed since Alliance Inside, where Marche, of course, was released, which was the big support card for the deck.
And the Ignister cards.
Of course, those are really good as well. Backup at Ignister, what a card it is, really. But overall, I think Malice still fighting back and forth, right? Because it always has that heavy side-taking problem with facing Artifact Lancer, with facing Chaos Hunters, with facing Mulcharmy Meowls. Still, though, it
consistently puts up results. It won the biggest national championship in Europe. It won French national championship with Damien Valla, and it just puts up the results. So you can never really rule that deck out. And if you don't have Lancea against it, it just does whatever it wants, really.
It went really hard at NAWCQ as well.
Yes.
And if you have low impact hand traps against it, there's like a 5% chance that you stop your opponent realistically. As if you have impermanence for Dormouse and they pass, that's fine, but that's rarely ever
You're
gonna
lucky
happen.
if that happens. You're very, very lucky if that happens, for sure.
And I think there's another deck, of course, the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck that has been super popular.
Yes.
There's some more developments in that regard as
True.
well, because now people have gone away from cards that are considered bricks, maybe playing a smaller Ryziel engine that added Fiendsmith cards as well. So another engine, funnily enough, to add more consistency.
Yeah, for sure. I think that deck is just basically build whatever you like. Like you can you can play a small Fiendsmith package, sometimes just playing Lacrima and Engraver in the main deck essentially. You can also just play a big Fiendsmith package with running Tract and all those cards with Lurry and so on and so forth too. So you're free to do whatever you like. And also on the ratios of Mitsurugi cards. Yeah. You can play 2 Ritual, some play 3 Ritual. It's really, like some people play 1 Aramasa, some play 3. It's really up to personal preference. And I think this deck is just very versatile and you can just do whatever you like with it.
If you're playing classic Ryziel Mitsurugi, I've seen most of the time that the Mitsurugi engine was quite a bit smaller, you know,
Yeah.
just 3 Habakiri and then Murakumo as the only ritual monsters. Now with a little bit of an added Fiendsmith engine and just few Ryziels, you could just go for the full Futsu package. It's great either way. The end field of the deck is super strong. It is resilient. I just think that if you add an Engraver and a Lacrima, it just makes your deck so much better against Droll and Lockbirch, which is of course a card that is in most of the main decks in this tournament as well.
It is, but of course also those cards can sometimes conflict with the X-Ryziel, so there is some potential. You can really do whatever you like with that, but also those decks have changed a little bit in how they build, but some Ryziel decks also completely included new cards with the Onomad cards. Onomad Ryziel is a factor. That deck, all of a sudden, huge results already at NAWCQ. I think we might see it having big results this weekend again as well. That deck for me is definitely one of the picks to maybe take it all the way here this weekend.
And this deck actually plays around Droll and Lockbird quite nicely, because what you always want to do is summon Traptrix Rafflesia first, basically, so that you have the Gravedigger's Trap Hole in your deck to send it to the graveyard when your opponent Droll and Lockbirds you.
Absolutely. That's so strong for sure. And therefore, different Ryziel variants, we're going to see plenty of that for sure, I am almost certain.
I want to say that's basically the old stuff, right?
Yeah,
because there's
exactly.
plenty of new decks on the horizon. Vanquish Soul is a fan favorite because how grindy it is. It kind of feels like old school Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes, where you only have 1 or 2 monsters on the field, but
it does escalate quickly into a lot of monsters.
Holly Sue is a card, dude. Holly Sue, on both turns you can special summon it out, special summon a monster from the deck that can be resin to search Caesar Valius or Heavy Borger or anything, and you can take a monster from your opponent's side of the field and put it to your own side. You can steal it. This card is insanity.
Very grindy, very cool deck. I think a lot of high-skilled players love this deck because it gives them so much variability to play on your opponent's turn, to create longer, grindy games, and I think that is what a lot of players value, and I think that is what a lot of players are going to bring this weekend, really.
And it's not only like a personal preference choice of rogue decks, because actually in the playoffs, in the point playoffs, there is 2 players saying this deck is going to take me to Worlds.
Indeed, that is true. So definitely one of the big decks you have to look out for. Another one also with massive support in Duelist Advance, where I don't know, it wasn't super successful in NAWCQ. There was only 1 person making top cut with it, Luna Light. That deck has the ability to be insane, because if you just put out 2 Liger Dances, what is your opponent going to do? Just like those 2 monsters unaffected from everything? I'm hardly dealing with that ever.
I mean, those cards are basically reminiscing to Apocrypha Tower.
Yes.
They are called towers sometimes. True. And you can deal with 1. If they just destroy everything you have, that's significantly tougher. But also, the deck has the potential to put Baguska, number 41, I think it is, onto the field next to it, because the Liger Dances are unaffected. They can still activate their effects. They're still in attack position. It's just so hard to out this field.
It is very, very hard indeed. And I think those are the decks that you would consider to be their Yeah. Definitely going to be in the top cut. I think one more that I would like to mention is Blue Eyes. Of course, we as German commentators, it won German nationals and it also won another national championship along the process of national championships. Always a deck that can take people by surprise, and I think it might still be in the top cut and maybe even go all the way, really.
Has the ability to play a lot of hand traps, has a really strong going first field. Another deck that is also in the playoffs. Actually, we have multiple more. The format is so wide open. What about Memento?
Very good too. Still super strong combo deck.
Paradise Smasher, huh?
That is something they do now as well, which also the Vanquish Soul strategy does. So level 5 monsters more popular than ever before. Yeah. And yeah, that's definitely one that I would recommend to maybe have a deep run in the tournament as well. Of course, favorite of mine too. Let's talk about a couple of other decks though. One that I really love is the Apophis deck. I hope the Apophis deck is going to have a good showing this tournament because, I mean, I played it at French Nationals myself. I love the deck, and I hope someone can finally get a deep run with that deck, and that would be really cool to see.
I've heard that people were cooking with it, so I'm quite positive. And maybe we dive into other decks like Mermail, the water deck.
Of course.
We have players that have been insanely successful with the deck. It sometimes just feels unstoppable if you have a pilot to the deck that is super sufficient in the strategies and the combos. It seems like no interruptions in the world can stop them.
Speaking of water monsters, I think Crystron also always a deck you have to have on your radar. Not super successful in the last couple of weeks. I think NAWCQ saw 0 on top cut, but I think we're going to have one on top cut. I'm confident.
We might actually have one. Lancea is, of course, a card that is still played by basically everyone just because Malice is so incredibly good. You talked about the side decking problems of the deck. It's a little bit collateral that Crystron also has this issue.
For sure. And then, I mean, there could also just be absolute wonder boxes. Maybe RBs. Maybe someone is going to solve
Please, play
the
RB.
RB cards from Duelist Advance and brings them into a deck that we don't even expect. Because at NAWCQ, I was already surprised to see RB Crystron, RB Cyber Dragon. Maybe there is RB Earth Machine this weekend or something like that.
I mean, the cards feel incredibly generic combined with machine monsters. Of course, this 1,500 or less. Oh, wait, that makes me think of another deck. Sky Striker. The extra deck monsters all have 1,500 attack.
I love Sky Striker.
Yeah, same. I love Sky Striker as well. The deck has received incredible support. You have Lemnis Gate now, and of course, you have Zero. You can search and engage now with monsters. That is insanity.
Indeed, so that's a wide variety of decks we can expect. Of course, let us know at home what you think might be the deck that takes us all the way, that is going to be represented in the finals, or at least in top 4, which would be enough to already make it to the World Championship. I'm really curious. I hope there is going to be maybe another Dinka Bui fairy tale story where he does it with a deck that no one really is expecting. That can always happen, of course.
Yeah, maybe we have another Fire King miracle. Maybe, calling it now, we have in Top Cut Meteoriactor Dragon.
Oh, please, that would be so cool. I would really be looking forward to that. But we're going to give it now into another short break. So live coverage coming away very soon again. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm here with Tom to talk to you guys about, well, a different way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is just as popular as the main event, and that is our most popular public event, Ultimate Time Wizard. In particular, as for the last events, it's gonna be 2010, and we thought it would be a good idea to discuss just what the format looked like and what are some of the decks that we could expect to win these events that have been, you know, gathering players from all over Europe, if not the world at times. So it's definitely something that has received also a lot of support. We had some important reprints in Quarter Century Stampede, and I would say we can just start from the top contenders. Who do we think could just take the event by storm?
Well, the top contenders, in my mind, has to be something to do with Black Wings. So we have two different ways to play Black Wings, and then people play it in a lot of ways in between. But one way to play it, Black Wings, is just you play all the Black Wing monsters, you center around Black Whirlwind, the very powerful continuous spell cards, and you back it up with loads of traps. It's a very sort of tempo-focused deck. You summon your monsters, you defend them with traps, you attack, you deal damage, and then you play big finishers like Dark Arm Dragon. And then on the other main popular Blackwing variant is focusing on Vayu. So when Vayu's in the grave, along with another level 5 or higher winged beast Blackwing, you can banish it, banish both of them, and summon a synchro straight from your extra deck without having to synchro summon normally. So this is a really powerful strategy. You combine it with all the other kind of staples of the format. You can use things like Hamster and Raikou, you can use Caius, you can use Return from the different dimensions. So this is a really fun deck. It really encapsulates all of the format for me because you can use all of those powerful cards.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, just a mix of good cards, we could say. It has been my deck of choice for quite a long time, and it's actually the card that is going to be featured on the Giant card for the Ultimate Time Wizard this event, Vayu. So I'm sure a lot of players will be, you know, willing to fight it off to get their hands on it. But yeah, I think what, you know, just make the format so popular is that you can really play so many different decks and decks that actually feel extremely different to play, because even among these two strategies of Blackwing, you can see one deck, the Alberto's choice, we could say, the regular Blackwing, which is pretty much an archetype deck. You just search for any card that says Blackwing and you just play it into your deck. Obviously rely on some Winged Beast, you know, synergy with Icarus attack, and then it's good to go. While you can have these kind of mash-up decks where you take a lot of cards that maybe do a +1. We had similar strategies with like Machina cards or Elemental Heroes, and not necessarily it has to be, you know, a straightforward deck, but it can be a mix of different ways to push, because usually games, you know, it's rare to just have a duel finish in one turn, I'd say. You really need a specific combination of cards. But I think the biggest elephant in the room, outside of the shoe, has to be frog decks. In particular, anyone who has been playing the game for a long time know that, you know, Treeborn Frog has been one of the OG, you know, recurring cards, making all of the monarchs extremely better. But the thing about Time Wizard is that it's not just about, you know, delving back into memory, playing the decks that used to exist back in the day. It's also about trying to innovate with the knowledge that now we have. And the last few events have all been won by a new deck, we could say, in this last year, which has been this Frog Turbo, you know, Fishburg deck, let's say, and I love it.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. So it centers around Subsitoad and Fishborg Blaster. So Subsitoad, you can tribute a monster and summon any frog from your deck. So that's an extremely powerful effect, but I think it might have been not used to its fullest potential in the 2010 format, because the frogs, they're not all super powerful. They all do a little bit. They're all quite fun, but mostly people were just using it to summon a swap frog and send a Treeborn Frog. But some people figured out that with Fishborg Blaster, you can actually do quite a lot. So it's a tuner you can repeatedly summon from the graveyard by discarding cards. So that gives you lots of monsters you can send, and then you can make some fun synchro plays. So you can make a good Colossal Fighter Armory Arm combo, which is one of the staples of the format. So Marcello said you can't end duels in one turn, but if you play with this deck, you certainly can.
Yeah, definitely. That gives quite a different experience. And I mean, it speaks volumes again on how the format can change. Back in 2010, at least April, which is around, you know, the Forbidden Limited list that we play with, it wasn't much of an option. But then
and the next set that is not legal for this event would release Ronin Todin, which we all know how powerful that card be, and it immediately changed everything because the European Championship and the World Championship would be won by, you know, a Frog Turbo variant. But I think alongside those, as mentioned, the variety is up there. There are a lot of decks that again have been, I think, quite on an interesting journey, because if you look at the deck list for, you know, YCS Edison from back in 2010, you can look at decks such as Gladiator Beast and Light Swarm, which I have to say in the first few years of Time Wizard, they kind of disappeared, but this year they are back.
Yeah, to my mind, like Gladiator Beast is kind of the breakout. People are trying it, they're experimenting new different things. At the NAWCQ, we saw someone running Reckless Greed in Gladiator Beast Respite, which is some crazy tech choices that we haven't really seen before. So there's still room for innovation. Even now, people have been playing the format for years after. And yeah, there's still new decks coming up. The breakout perhaps of last year as well, along with the Frog Turbo deck, was the Gigaplant Supervised deck, a super cool combo deck if you love plants. It's kind of similar. You've got that Lone Fire Blossom rather than Substitute, tribute plants, summon other plants from the deck, another superpower combo deck.
Yeah, and you did mention Reckless Greed. A lot of these decks share that powerful trap card, which is unlimited in the format. Personally, I'm a bit traumatized still by the last Duel Chronicle we had, where you opened 3 of it, although that was, you know, a different format as it was in Dark World. But yeah, it's definitely up there. There are a lot of things that you can do, whether you like trap cards more. There are a lot of trap-heavy decks, and I mean, most decks in the format run at least 10. But there are also these kind of combo decks that have been tried out. Speaking of, you know, playing monster-heavy focus decks, we can maybe hint at the fact that yesterday night we have been playing, you know, against each other commentators with some 2010 decks, and you in particular played a deck that also have had a little bit of success last year, which is basically monsters-only deck.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EU World Championship Qualifier. Now, speaking of World Championship qualifications, the winners of our top 8 feature match will be making their way to the World Championships. So this is a very exciting duel for our participants. And to make sure you guys get to see all of this, as you've seen throughout the weekend, we do have a backup feature as well. So we should be able to show you all 4 of the matches so we can see exactly who our Worlds participants are going to be, which means we have 2 top 8 feature matches coming back to back for you. So without any further ado, let's introduce our 2 duelists. Our blue duelist is Giuseppe Frosi. Thanks for cheering, audience. That was a really cool moment for us there. Now, Giuseppe, we have seen you in top 64, 32, 16, and top 8s in the past. Can you make it to top 4?
I hope so.
You hope so. What would going to Worlds mean to you?
It's something that until this weekend was not expected, because I didn't do the run for the points, so I started with 2 lows like the 3 first round, so all my game was in the bubble. Wow, was tough. Yeah.
But here you are in the top 8, you might make it a top 4, and therefore Worlds, you could even be the European champion. This could be it for you. I'm going to let you sit down and compose yourself before we start. And our next duelist, our red player, Tom Kleiderkaber. Now, Tom, we've seen you before. We've seen you in the finals before of YCSs against Samir Bashar. We've also seen you in finals against Dinka Bui. Neither of them are here, though. You are. Do you think this could be the time you make it all the way?
I mean, someday has to be the day.
Someday has to be the day.
Why not today?
What would Worlds mean to you if you could go?
Honestly, the Worlds. Like, I've been playing this game for a decade, and it's always the dream of everyone. Yeah, just the Worlds.
Do you think you could be the European champion as well?
Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, I didn't win a title yet, so...
Let's make it the first one. Who knows? Well, best of luck. I'm going to let you have your seat. And then we are going to get into a dice roll to see who is going to be going first. Gentlemen, who would like to go first? Giuseppe is going to roll first. Give that a good shake there, and that is a 7. And now for Tom. See who the high roll gets. Looking to the skies, praying for a high roll. That is a 7. Oh, no, not in the top 8. We have an 8. We'll slowly make our way upwards. The eyes are closed. We're praying for that high number. There's a 10. Are you going to go first, Tom? Tom is going to go first here in our first top 8 feature match. This is great sportsmanship. Only one of these two duelists can make it through and will secure their place at Worlds. But who's it going to be? I'm going to hand you over to your commentators so that you guys can find out.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome indeed to the first top 8 match that we are going to witness for the first time. We are going to be able to show pretty much all of them, we hope, as we decided to split the top 8 into 2 different instances where we are going to have a main future match and then the backup. So we might, you know, just a glimpse, but we'll give you updates of what's going on in the backup future as well. But what a journey, 2 incredible just days of dueling all the way from the playoffs, and then yesterday, and I mean 12 rounds away, top 64, but now 1 match away from going to Paris.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. We've had a real breakout deck, which has been really interesting to see. I think it performs so much better here, the Vanquish Soul deck, than at the North American World Championship qualifier. So I don't know who could have predicted that, well, except for all the people that brought the deck.
Exactly, no, but especially because yesterday I was talking to Giuseppe, bumped into him, and it was like, yeah, I have 2 losses, so, you know, and here we are.
Yeah, and speaking of decks, I have an important announcement when it comes to the ones remaining, because the top 8 breakdown for the event is 4 Vanquish Soul decks, 3 Mitsurugi Raziel, and of course Theodore the hero with Sky Striker, so no Malice left in competition, which means that all of the 3 duelists, you know, coming from the playoffs were playing Malice. That's not going to be the case for today. It means different decks are also going to the World Championship from Europe, but yeah, here as we can see the brackets, some of these amazing names that are now going to battle it out for their chance to go to Paris. Overall, we are going to have a Mitsurugi Raziel mirror match, which is the match we are going to see first. Then there is always going to be a Vanquish Soul mirror match, which is the one obviously between players we have witnessed already. And then on the screen, as you could see, Lorenzo versus Theodore, that Vanquish Soul against Sky Striker, which is going to be the main future match coming up right after this round. Wow. I'm honestly excited for it. Our players, I'm sure, as well. The crowd is here, ready to cheer for their champion. So let's just go to the table. Big die roll win by Tom. You could see how much it mattered for him, closing his eyes, putting his up in prayer. Can he finally have the breakout performance?
Yeah, that prayer is probably the most important card in his deck as well. If you go first and you can activate it in the draw phase, you can sneak quite a lot of few plays underneath a drawn Lockbird. So let's see if Tom has that in the cards.
They were the most played deck in top cuts with 18 each. And here we see the Fuvalos. Do we have a response from Tom?
Let's go.
And a second one.
Wow. That hurts.
A little wins from Tom there. He is running so many cards to try and deal with these Molchamis. When he goes first, he has got the Call by the Grave. He has got the Crossout Designator, but in this case, not got access to either of them. Looks like his deck is very combo heavy, very going first oriented.
Also like the addition of the Crossout Designator in the main deck, just, you know, to have an extra option just in case. This one is going to hurt, to be fair. Like the double Fuvalos being drawn from Giuseppe. Difficult to navigate through this, and what else can you expect if you're Giuseppe now? The ritual get activated from Tom. Not easy, honestly, to play under Fuvalos like double. Yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on the choice of deck. There's so many ways to play Mitsurugi, and you can play the version that Tom is playing with the highest ceiling, with the Raziel cards and a couple of Fiendsmith cards thrown in. It opens so many options up, but on the other hand, these are all cards that you don't really want to have when you're staring down Amor Chavi Fuvelos.
And yeah, here the German player, amazing accomplishment, amazing career, is gonna try his best to just navigate such a tough spot, but he has been here multiple times, winning on stream in the past.
We are seeing the mirror. A lot of players this weekend have opted to include a bigger Mitsurugi package in their Mitsurugi Ryzeal decks, and Tom is no exception. He's running the mirror, so presumably accompanied by some pre-preparation of rights. And here we see, even in the main deck, the Mitsurugi Magatama, I think it is.
Magatama.
Offer you a bit more options in your ending field.
Yeah, seems like a common occurrence. We saw it in Johannes' deck also when he knocked out Joshua Smith. He's still one of those players in the event, so maybe this is, you know, a new
addition.
Addition to the deck.
Yeah, Mitsurugi is a theme with a lot of different options that you don't have to run, but you can. There's some very powerful other cards, like the Magatama, like the Trap, that can negate a monster effect as well.
Are we just going to pass? No, seems like we are. Wow, interestingly enough, we're going to just proceed the normal summon that Purulia and give 2 more draws.
2 cards for 1 IP. Find out soon if it was worth it.
And yeah, that's a pass. So Giuseppe gonna start his turn with a lot of resources and staring down this IP and Futsu.
Yeah, this is the ideal situation for Giuseppe after losing the dice roll.
Indeed. Oh, and we start thing off with the ritual.
Oh, this could be a bit of a problem for Tom if Murakumo is the first thing to hit the field. Could neutralize the IP somewhat.
And ooh, not quite. It's its own Futsu. And yeah, here soon enough we'll have another question of does Tom have any interruption in end?
You can also tell how much, you know, Tom really thought about summoning the IP, if that was really worth it, giving Giuseppe 2 extra cards. But I don't really think he's holding any interactions in his hand. I think he's just playing with the 2 set cards as well.
Could be the case, and we're gonna find out soon, because now our area of chain links come from Giuseppe.
Yeah, Tom can start special summoning monsters from his graveyard, but if he does, then Giuseppe will have the option to summon some from his own as well. So we could see an army of reptiles on either side.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the IP.
Okay. Is it just gonna be SP? Yes, it is. So IP into SP. But still Giuseppe has so much to him. Yeah, look at this. I mean, we have seen Mitsurugi Ryzeal perform extremely well throughout the entire weekend. And at least one of them, of course, coming from this match, will be going to the World Championship.
Interesting choice there, Tom neglecting to summon something from his own graveyard with his own Futsu.
Yeah. I mean, we knew about that, but just, I mean, Tom, desperate means, desperate measures, just trying to stay in this, give himself the chance to have another turn.
Yeah, we're gonna get so much back. We still have the Saji to come back off the Futsu, and then the prayers can bring back anything else you like.
Ooh, but sudden change of mind right there at the end, and
and the Futso itself going to come back.
Okay. Another chance to respond from Tom.
Makes sense. Giuseppe wanting to make sure he can summon something that also has its own chain link and maybe protect the effect of Futso a little bit.
Very least we know the Magatama is most likely there.
There's the Ash. Okay, all the prayers.
Magatama, yeah.
A lot of interruption from Giuseppe here. Let's see if Tom responds to this. But really, it's going to be very difficult for Tom here now, because I think you're kind of forced to use the Nagatama. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Magatama, you can't do anything unless you have a reptile to tribute, so you might not even be able to use it at all. It's a real problem for Tom here.
That hurts.
Because, yeah, sometimes you kind of rely on the prayers to resolve and start bringing back your Futso, and then that can bring back other reptiles. But once your prayers has been negated now, he might struggle to get anything onto the field, might actually pass his turn without even summoning Murakumo.
Indeed, and as we can see, Giuseppe just added his own copy of Magatama, making things even worse for Tom. Obviously, so much on the line. We saw, I would say, a bit of a UK dominance in the past few years at the European Championship, and until finally we had again an Italian winner in Esteban. So the question will be, can we have a back-to-back also for Italy? And we do have 2 chances at it with Giuseppe and Lorenzo. So obviously we'll be in support of whoever will be the most deserving to do so, but
yeah, I think it's
I think that is enough. Giuseppe does win game 1, going second. I mean, we know how good these players are. They're not gonna waste any time around. They definitely wanna try, if they can, to avoid, you know, game 3 on time, and then they want to try to play as much Yu-Gi-Oh as possible. And Tom, of course, knows when to pick up his cards, but as I've hinted at you guys, we can just also bring up the deck breakdown in a better fashion. And yeah, that is it. As mentioned, quite a surprise coming from Theodore, of course, but the rest, conversion rate held from Swiss to the top 8.
Yeah, who would have thought no Malice in the top 8 whatsoever, especially considering what we saw on that day 0 with the points playoff, where everyone seemed to be playing Malice. All the decks sent were Malice. Everyone was prepared for Malice, and yet in the main event, this is what we see.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed, honestly, that there's no Malice left in the top 8. But we talked about this even before, how Vanquish Soul honestly hit the field throughout the main event, and I mean, there's no surprise to me that he's showing up strong in the top 4 with you know, 50% of our players piloting it. But at the same time here now, Tom will go first again, so he has an interesting card that maybe we will see in actions, which is the Quackimero Guardian. And I think going first is adding this in for sure. And maybe there will be the chance to see him in action. It's been a while, actually. It's been, you know, years.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, you all know I'm a big fan of also Psy-Frames, so I'm excited to see that he has also decided to include those in. I mean, there is a universe in which you also bring, obviously Gamma is at 1, but like going first, it's by far, it has always been the best out to draw and lock. If it happens, you just win on the spot, but I mean, most likely they're going to be for going second. But regardless, this match should all be about the plays that we witnessed, not so much about our analysis, let's say. And since our players are ready, let's find out the outcome of game 2. Here they are.
So is Tom going to have to stare down 2 Molch armies once again?
for now. Well, there goes one in the Purulia.
I think that Tom looked like he was saying hand, so that's going to be at least one draw for Giuseppe.
Indeed.
He sort of had the answer to draw on Lockbird there, because starting with Ritual into Murakumo against the draw on Lockbird is a really, really great way to do it, because then your opponent's forced to give up 2 cards, plus you've already got a Search and a Ritual in play. But in this case, no draw on Lockbird just yet, just a Purulia.
And here we see also the Serpent has been included by many of the players with these Ryziel cards in the deck and pays off. We see another Fuvalos from Giuseppe is the question. No, not going to be the case, so at least not going to be staring down Fuvalos. But there is an Ash Blossom coming down.
Well, there's a talent as well.
Oh, let's take a look at the end. All right, so interruptions are not there anymore. And, well, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense to me. Saji, I don't know if Tom knows his opponent's deck list, but that Engraver is stuck because the only target is Sanct. You might have an inkling that is the case, because I think in these decks where you're running all 3 engines, Mitsurugi, Ryziel, and Fiendsmith, you're going to struggle to include so many targets.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate end that from Giuseppe. And now we are full knowledge, so we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, he knows as long as he doesn't summon from the hand, so probably no Ryziels today.
Yep.
I mean, no one had to use any Ryziels in the last game either, actually.
No, fair enough.
Such powerful cards, but do have that downside into the Molchamis.
Yeah, I mean, could still see some, but maybe from the extra deck, not so much from the end.
Tom, it looks to me like a Moon of the Closed Heaven if we're going to go for a Link 2 right now. Here we go. Tom running the most trimmed down Fiendsmith engine that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Which one's his, though? There's only one Engraver.
There it is. That's the engine.
That's it. That's the engine.
That's the engine.
Well, it's still 4 extra deck slots, but it'll do.
But yeah, we decided to include only one Engraver in the deck.
But it's definitely worth it if it can get any 2 monsters into a Wave King Caesar.
Yep, debating about the position, it seems like probably not fully aware of what the side deck from Giuseppe is, but in the end decides to summon it in attack mode. Makes sense given it's, you know, only 1800 in defense, I believe. And yeah, it's gonna take quite a lot for Giuseppe to come back into this, especially given, of course, the Purification is going to join the party. And we could have another very quick game, 1 draw.
I'm trying to imagine what it is. The answer is almost always X Ryziel, but I'm not sure X Ryziel is going to cut it.
We knew about that, and of course it's got negated. As you have mentioned, we cannot use the Engraver from end, no other target available. And yeah, it's a pass, so yeah, doesn't look like we are going to be waiting all that much. We have an Ash.
So the card that was drawn was the Ash.
Sure.
But the Ash
doesn't really change.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
Futsu can come
And
straight
yeah,
back.
Giuseppe has seen enough, smiles it off, and picks up his cards. Well, we didn't want to have it any other way. It's gonna take a game 3 to decide who goes to the World Championship. Solid effort, amazing tournament by both of them. But now it all comes down to this one game. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, and Giuseppe with the advantage of going first. We saw him manage to flip it in the first game with those 2 more Charmy Fubulos, but I'd still probably take going first if I had the choice.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, these really are, I would say, probably the most unique situation you can ever be in a Yu-Gi-Oh match. Many call it the match of your life. I, for one, can tell I've been on both ends of the spectrum, unfortunately, both winning it and losing it a couple times. And yeah, it's not comparable to anything else, I'd say. And, you know, especially when you do it on stream, well, that's something else.
Yeah, just getting word for a little update for you guys on our backup feature match is that Christian has taken the first game. So it's 1-0 over there, playing at a slightly slower pace than the players on our main feature table who are already rocketing ahead into game 3. But, you know, the more you play, the faster you can get. And you can get more games of Yu-Gi-Oh! In and have a lot more fun.
And I mean, for us, it's kind of a best of both worlds scenario, because possibly we could even get to, you know, have a peek at that match if this one is done that quickly as it has been proceeding up until now. But yeah, again, just want to express, you know, the biggest congratulations to both. And now we'll have a go at finding out who will be the 4th player actually going to the World Championship, because for anyone who has missed it, the playoffs already sent 3 amazing duelists when it comes to their nationality, because that it's always something interesting to also look at. We have already 2 French and 1 from Germany, and let's see, who is it going to be? Is it going to be a second one from Germany, or can Italy sneak in? Our players are ready. Let's go to the table. And here they are. Giuseppe will have a shot at going first for the first time in this match, by the way.
Players are just counting up, making sure they have side decked all correctly.
And there goes a nice handshake. Important moment. Arguably the most important of their Yu-Gi-Oh! Careers up until now.
Here comes the Saji.
Seems Tom is not holding any more Charming so far. We will soon find out if that will be the case. But here comes the prayers from Giuseppe. Let's see if there's any response to this, but doesn't seem like, you know, I think it's holding a, I think it's sort of side frame.
Not tributing a card for prayers. This is not something you see every day. Just adding a single card that's assigned to me of quite a weak hand.
And here it is. I think it's the first time that we can see a side framing delta being activated. And
oh, but is Giuseppe just reading that to see if it negates the activation? Because as we saw once earlier in a feature match, if prayers activation gets negated, then you can just activate another one. But that would seem quite unlikely considering he just searched a prayers. Oh.
Oh, and there's the axe.
It's going to lock him out of his Fiendsmith engine, but it will take, I would take that every day of the week if we get to a Habakiri.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've mentioned these side frames making an appearance, and obviously not quite the gamma, but still can be extremely annoying. And let's see if there is anything else from Tom to stop the aggression.
Yeah, maybe that potentially weak-looking start from Giuseppe has baited Tom into using that side frame delta a little bit earlier than he might otherwise, because you've got to imagine that's normally wanting to negate a ritual.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a very powerful card, but you really need to be careful where to activate it, right? Because I feel like if Tom doesn't have any other interruptions, that, of course, is not enough.
Yeah, and in fact, Giuseppe can just go ahead now and pick up that prayers back from the graveyard or search another copy later in the turn.
And it seems like that will be the case. Couldn't return the favor to Giuseppe, who has been just throwing Mulcharmies at him all match long. And that is a big issue, because obviously that's the downside of Psyframes. They do occupy your field.
Comes ritual number 2, and how often do we see Mitsurugi losing after resolving a ritual spell? I can't imagine it's very often. Here comes surely the Murakumo, and I guess in this instance he wouldn't wipe the field, although Giuseppe seems to think that he wants to.
What an opener from Giuseppe, and Tom doesn't have anything else, I think. I think it was the only hand trap that Tom was holding.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that board wipe there, because it just opens you up to, you know, if Tom, for example, just had another Delta, he would now be able to use it. I think you can take it as a given that there are no Mulcharmies in his hand, though.
Indeed. But that would be a funny way to you know, have another go at it from Tom, for sure. Let's see. We could soon find out, but for now we do get to see some ride selection for the first time ever in this match. I mean, just shows the difference in power. I would assume he's playing a light package when it comes to the payoffs. Not expecting like cross, but I don't know. We can take a look at the deck list from that. And yeah, we do see the detonator right away.
Yeah, he plays. Yeah, the extra deck, there's the one detonator, one dual drive, and that's it. And then it's a very small Rizal package. Yeah, of course.
I think they're just checking whether he was able to summon the sword when he did. Maybe it was the case that the X was underneath the King of the Feral Imps.
Deck, yeah.
Might be a small problem there.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna check and just ask whether he has been given a warning. It doesn't seem like that is the case.
So Giuseppe can now ritual summon.
Good catch, and yeah, we are just gonna have to rely on our plan B instead, activating this mirror.
I think Giuseppe can find a way to tribute it if he wants to. He's not used Habakiri. He can use prayers again, although he might not know that because that is a pretty niche situation.
Of course.
Almost all cards nowadays say use once per turn rather than activate. Prayers is an exception.
But that would be quite the important time to just, you know, check, because imagine going down, you know, due to that would be something to keep thinking about in the future. So hopefully he does spot that.
You know, I'm thinking he might not actually have any more reptiles to summon with the Habakiri. Maybe that's why he didn't activate it in the first place. So
yeah, now we get to this purification. And in the meantime, we have been informed that the backup future match just is about to head into game 3. The score was tied by Johannes, so they are 1-1 at the moment. But now it's a pass back to Tom. Definitely better than what we thought he was going to be facing off against.
yeah, for sure, this is a dream come true for Tom. I feel like after that X came down, I was imagining it was almost game over. But now we're seeing Tom looking at a fairly weak field.
And yeah, this is gonna be quite something to navigate for Tom. That was the only interruption he has, and it's gonna start with the bonfire right away.
I mean, we have already mentioned it. Ryzel cars have not been all that present, but now both players having access to them.
When is the time to use Murakumo? Because it's always a bit of an art when to make your opponent discard a card. But my feeling was sooner rather than later if your opponent activates Bonfire in case X is the next thing to hit the field.
Well, it's gonna be ice instead. Yeah, this could be an issue. And we use the purification right away.
Okay.
I mean, it is a big investment, but it is so much value you get of ice if you let it resolve. And against the sort of lighter Ryzel engine that Tom is running, maybe Giuseppe knows that, he might not have any more Ryzels to follow it up with. I think I spotted a Call by the Grave in the hand for Tom, but can you afford to Call by the Grave a Murakumo when you're also running the Mitsurugi deck?
We also are not using it anyways, so wow, look at this.
Pressing onwards with the prayers.
Yeah, Tom is doing some thinking calculations. That has to be an unfortunate sequence and choice from Giuseppe, from that king.
Yeah, so easy to do, just not thinking carefully about which material to detach. You'd think at some point it's such a minor decision, but even these minor decisions can come back.
So impactful, honestly. Gotta feel bad for him, but obviously Tom on the other end is gonna obviously take the chances that are given to him. And
Giuseppe definitely not out of things yet, though. He is going to get his Futso effect. If he survives the Tom's turn, then he is for sure going to have follow-up for days. He's going to have a handful of Mitsurugi cards and a handful of, well, at least one Ryzel to play with. But is it going to live the turn?
I'm not too hopeful in terms of at least body language from Giuseppe.
Yeah, Tom's added Murakumo. It's about to come down. It's going to wipe the field, and what's Giuseppe going to have to say about it?
Yeah. You can see Giuseppe, a bit of a sad smirk on his face, but array of chain links available to him. Is there anything that Giuseppe can do to stop this? No, it's going to resolve and clear the field for Giuseppe. Wow.
Giuseppe still got one card face down. And anyone who's played against Mitsurugi knows that the face down card is always Mitsurugi prayers. Or could it be something else?
And now you can tell it is Tom, the one who is thinking about this situation, and that he's so close to doing it.
Oh, is he really gonna get away with this? He's gonna take it. Cannot be prayers.
Wow.
What is going on right now?
Crazy.
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
8,000 damage. Even with nothing else.
Crazy turn of events, and Tom just doesn't seem like he's willing to stop. He's got his eyes on the prize, wants to make it to Paris and have a chance at becoming European champion and finally having that title under his belt. And it seems like he's just moments away from possibly achieving his dream.
What is that face down? How many extra deck cards has Tom got going on here? Oh, he's got the moon next, yep. Gonna cycle through the Fiendsmith cards, it looks like. Is this the time? This is the last moment to activate potential Nibiru, but are we gonna see one? I guess not.
Not gonna be the case. I King Caesar, it's the field, and that seems like it could be moments away now for Giuseppe.
Yeah.
You read him in his face. He's just in quite the unfortunate spot. Here comes Detonator.
Wow.
We are gonna attack, and there goes the entry. Wow, what a match.
Yeah, seeing players come back from behind multiple times in the same match. This deck, it's so explosive, it's so powerful. So if you don't have that first turn up to scratch, your opponent is going to come back.
I mean, congratulations to Tom, because he was an absolute thriller. Like, he was down 1-0 and came back. I mean, an absolute match.
No,
wow.
what a match indeed. I mean, amazing stuff from both. Gotta feel bad for Giuseppe. Had his chances. Unfortunate sequence right there at the end. They are showing each other the cards that they had, discussing whether that would have changed anything. I guess we'll never know. But congratulations to Tom. Amazing season in the past couple of years, and deserving for sure his spot at the World Championship. This is just one of the many amazing matches that we have in store for you guys, and that's why I want to hold on, pause the winner interview, because we still have a game 3 going on for the backup future match. So let's just jump back into action. And there it is. These two have been absolutely trading blows.
Yeah, only 10 minutes remaining on the clock, and we're into game 3. We can see that there can be only one. Not a card we've seen a lot of this weekend, but I think I've seen it in every Vanquish Soul player's side deck, and Christian has managed to find his copy of it right here. Going to be very difficult to play around if you're playing Mitsurugi. Every single card is a reptile.
As mentioned, this is going to be a tense one for sure. It's again a match where we could see Raisel Mitsurugi advancing, or it is going to be Vanquish Soul. I think also Christian is one of our Italian contenders. We do have another one who has a chance at going. I'm not sure, unfortunate about Johannes, but I'm pretty sure he's also German. Do we have the same clash, right? Yeah. I don't want to obviously make a mistake there, so we'll wait. But regardless, I mean, another amazing match. We get a chance to just see this ending right here.
Yeah, here we see a unique player of a tribute summon of Engraver, and you can activate the effect. I'm looking at Christian's graveyard, and I'm seeing a Paradise Smasher, and I didn't see anything in Johannes' graveyard to negate that. So did he just lose his Paradise Smasher roll? Is that what happened here? That would be a very unfortunate way to go out, but I don't think anything else could have happened. It looks like Johannes is playing freely, so
yeah.
That would be absolutely crazy thing to happen.
Indeed. I mean,
but yeah, there it is. It's in the grave.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Could that really be the game to decide whether you go through the World Championship, you lose what is kind of like, what, 6% something?
I'm stunned if that's happened, yeah. But like, Christian's not activating any effects, and like he just had a rock on the field. And here comes Johannes. He's playing very fast. There's nothing in the grave that he looks like he could have negated it with, so. But it's looking like Johannes is in a very good spot.
Indeed.
He's just answered the copy of There Can Be Only One. It's Ritual Summoning again. He's got a Dynamondo in play for next turn, if there even is a next turn. Playing very fast here, as you might do when you are this close to the World Championships.
Yeah, just look at this. It seems again like the upset might be behind the corner, because Christian, similarly to Giuseppe, also won game 1 in this match and could be about to, you know, receive this comeback victory from the opponent. Johannes had an incredible run this event, knocking out big names in his top cut run.
Yeah, and it is looking like he's got stuff for a rank 4 2 materials there, and in Ryziel decks there's often one thing that spells, which is Ryziel Duo Drive. You can start unlocking more cards. Christian only holding on to 2 cards in his own hand.
And yeah, this is quickly getting out of hand, because you know, Christian is left with 2 cards in hand.
And no, by the way, I got confirmation from the judges that he did win the draw, so I guess he just didn't have enough to then close the duel. So it's probably that he just passed you know, another turn in between and couldn't close it.
What a way for a game to go.
Absolutely, yeah. So Johannes managing to do the impossible, basically locked under the Smasher and still managing to, you know, wait it out and find a way. Maybe with some hand traps to slow things down.
But there were, I looked at it, there didn't look like there were any hand traps in his graveyard.
Yeah,
but there's not that many cards in Christian's graveyard either. I'm amazed at that sequence of events. I feel like in most games, if your opponent Paradise smashes, you just kind of say, okay, that's that. But you're never going to do that in the top 8.
Of course.
And here we go. Johannes can't play fast enough, it seems. Wants to resolve his Fiendsmith sequence.
Yeah.
Gonna summon a Desiree.
It's also surprising that if that is the case, they're still both on 8,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, at least he would have pushed some damage that turn. So maybe that's why we are rushing. I don't know. Obviously, some interesting, you know, insights there. Yeah, I mean, Johannes now is in a quite comfortable spot. I think I also saw Ghost Ogre hiding in the end, just in case for that field spell coming up.
But yeah, this is millions of damage. So
yeah.
Not so much even needed. He's just going to put a little more just in case. Just in case like 20,000 wasn't enough.
And that is it! So Johannes also making it to the World Championship. Wow, I mean, you can hear the crowd just exploding. Rough day for Italy, not gonna lie. I mean, gotta be a bit heartbreaking for us, but I mean, again, we only had the chance to get a peek at that game 3, as you've mentioned. Must have been an exciting, you know, game, because the start looked like it was going to be Christian's game and match, but something must have gone wrong there, and therefore we have yet another amazing player who was missing that breakthrough that is now going to the World Championship.
what a cast of amazing players we are just putting up together.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible events here at the World Championships. We're seeing one Vanquished Soul having lost, but there's a mirror match on the other side, so we're going to see at least one person taking the deck and at least, well, 2 people with Raizio Mitsurugi.
Yes. Yeah, really curious to see Vanquished Soul in action, to be fair. And I mean, both of our matches have been incredibly along the line. It could have been either way, and what a comeback from our players now going to the World Championships.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just amazing, and I'm so glad that we decided to split the top 8 into 2 so that we can now move on to enjoy even more top 8 matches. It has been absolutely incredible, and I'm sure we'll have even as much fun in the remaining ones, which I gotta say, if this was, as you have mentioned, Tom, more on the Mitsurugi Raizio thing, we are gonna switch to the Vanquished Soul side of the bracket, because the first match and the main feature coming up will be the one between the hero of the people, Theodore, with his Sky Striker deck, and the last hope standing for Italy. If there is a man that can bring Italy to the World Championship, is Lorenzo Muselli. And then the backup future match will be a mirror match between 2 other Vanquished Soul decks. So it's still a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh coming up, but before we do that, let's just take a moment and enjoy a deserving interview with the winner of the previous future match.
And so, congratulations Tom on the win, and I really want to tell me, for which event did you just got the golden ticket? Was it the World Championship, right?
It was, yeah, it is a World Championship.
And I want to ask you, what does it mean that to you?
Honestly, I cannot even say it about. I don't know. I can't even put words into it. Like, it's so unreal, surreal. So like I've always dreamed about going to Worlds. Like, it's the dream of every Yu-Gi player. Like, everyone who's going to locals one day wants to go to Worlds. And I just made my dream from the last 10 years come true.
So
I'm speechless, honestly.
You just accomplished the dream of the little Tom, right?
Exactly. Even of the not so little Tom, yeah.
And I want to ask you right now, you are still in the tournament.
Yeah.
What does it mean to also bring the trophy to back to Germany? What does this mean to you?
I mean, I've lost 2 finals back to back against my good friend Ka and Samir. I didn't play the best Yu-Gi in the top 8 because I was so nervous, but I am at Worlds. A dream is accomplished, and now I will get the win as well.
I mean, at this point, and at
being European champion is better than being a YCS champion or German national champion.
And
now
I mean,
this is the goal.
At this point, first of all, everyone is nervous, and it was very clear that when you are nervous and you are so close to be in the World Championship, obviously you can make 1 or 2 bad moves, so no worries.
Yeah.
And I really want to ask you that, have you understood that you are not a potential European champion only, but you're also a potential world champion?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe this is also better than a national and YCS champion, right?
Apparently everything is better than a German champion, yeah.
So I have some clips prepared so we can discuss
of course,
and to analyze. So first of all, you said that you was nervous during the match.
Yeah, I made some huge misplays, but yeah.
It's not about a misplay. I want to just share your mentality. So in game 1, you know that how important this match is, and you get double Fugalos, and also on a Habakiri effect that you are committed to special summon from the deck.
Yeah.
How was your feelings at the moment?
Honestly, at that point, because I saw my hand, I had zero non-engine. I had 2 Habakiri, Mirror, X'd, and I don't remember what the other one was. I think Ritual Spell. So I was like, the game is pretty much over because I have 0 non-engine. I cannot give him 20 draws. So I just try to do my best and just pass on Futsu, give him everything, give him only 2 draws. But then I've thought if he starts with Ritual Spell, then IP is pretty good because he cannot Murakuma wipe it. And then I can still get Futsu back afterwards. But that's all I had in my mind. I was actually very frustrated because how can you have fucking double Fuvalos in top 8? It's crazy. But yeah, I was perplexed at the moment.
Did you zone out, or you was just thinking that?
I kind of zoned out, yeah.
You zoned out,
yeah,
right?
kind of, yeah.
Well, it's okay, but it's obvious that you were so close and you felt the pressure.
Like at the moment where I dropped the second Fuva, in my head, I lost the game and already started focusing on the second one and third one.
Yeah, and this is a very good advice for the audience also.
Yeah, like you cannot win every game, especially like if you don't have any non-engine and your opponent double through with you. And of course, I had different plays. Chaining IP was not good, but yeah.
You was just preparing for the next games.
Yeah.
Just saying, this is a champion's mentality. Just saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, the second video is how you reacted to the Ash Blossoms, and I want to ask you about the potential talent that you activate here. What is your thought process on Saji that you eventually put back in the deck?
I mean, I was very happy about the Ash Blossom because my talent was live, and I had a very easy way to get back to everything because I had kept prayers in hand. And I know he's probably only on one engrave and one tanked, so both are bricks in hand. And if I get back of Saji, prayers is the only way for him to play. So if he doesn't top deck a ritual spell, a ritual monster, X would have been quite annoying. But if he doesn't top deck anything good, it's pretty much one. Yeah.
Okay.
So I like that he ashed my ritual spell.
So you cut off the Mitsurugi engine, meaning that the ritual spell alone cannot do pretty much anything.
Can't do anything, yeah.
Yeah, and just let him with the Findis that you could read that they are both the only engine pieces.
Exactly, yeah. I had to read that Engraver's a brick and his only target is Sanked, because why would you play Sanked if you have Tractus and Larry in your deck?
Especially going second also.
Yeah, that's why I thought Saji is the only way to prayers is the only way to play, so I just get rid of Saji. Yeah.
I see. The third thing is about side deck options that you have made, and it's the Cyframe Delta. How do you feel about the Cyframe engine as a whole, and of course Delta alone?
Delta is pretty good into everything going second. Like even against Maris, they always start with Gold Sarcophagus against me. So if you delta it, you might have a shot, go second. I honestly have no clue why I delted Prayers. It negates the activation, so Prayers is live again. And I knew for how he played that he had Ritual Spell in hand. So I've just let him search Murakumo or Habakiri, negate the Ritual Spell, it's way better. But I looked at my hand and I had such a good hand that I was like, I don't know, I zoned out 1 second and then I negated it, and then after that immediately I realized, what did I just do? Like, just let him have the ritual monster, negate ritual spell, and he has no follow-up because he already used Saji, so there's no other way to get back to ritual spell.
I see. First of all, it's obvious that when you have a very good hand in so pressured games, you can zone out and don't make the right options every time.
Like I was so nervous. Usually I don't make those kind of misplays.
I think that you have proved that in the past plenty of time, so no worries. And I wanted to ask you about the fourth clip. I think for me, it was the moment that it gave you the ticket to Paris. Did you also felt that or not? It's the time that Murakumo resolved the effects to destroy the whole field.
I would like to go back a little bit into his turn, because when he searched the trap, he took like a minute to search it. So I knew there's no shot the other card is Prayers. I still like try to make a move to place around Prayers being set. But when I activated Ritual Spell from Murakumo, I pretty much knew that there's nothing left because I knew both cards in hand and the set had to be a bluff. So I knew if Murakumo resolves, I just go dark, and if it's Prayers, I force it, and then I talent in hand. Yeah. So I just go talent, take, and it's over. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So a lot of raid back and forth there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So again, congratulations again for the win. You are going to Worlds.
I'm going to Worlds!
Come on! This is your moment. But one step at a time. You are currently a potential European champion.
Yeah.
I hope that you can bring the trophy back and you can be the champion that I know that you really try hard to be, right?
I will give my best.
Yeah, congratulations.
This time for real.
Congratulations again for the win.
Thank you.
I hope you the best, and see you in Paris, man.
Thank you.
We're here at the final World Championship qualifier of the season. But what are people competing for? Well, obviously their place at the World Championship Series. But who's going to be casting? Let's find out. Marcello Barbary, Billy Brake, Tom Payne, Mike Patujas, Alberto Marazzi, Jean-Alexis Husso, Ibris Daya, Sebastian Lemka, Leonard Koenig, Takahiro Sasaki, Daisuke Naguma, and your host, Ed Templar. Thanks, me. That rabbit's been a long way. So, make sure you guys tune in for the World Championship Series because we've got great coverage. And also, we're going to be crowning some world champions. We'll see you there. welcome back. We have even more of your top 8 rounds coming up here at the EU World Championship Qualifier. So we've already found 2 of the 4 duelists who are going to be making their way to Worlds in that top 4, making their way towards the European champ. But only one of these 2 can make it that far and also go on to maybe become the European champion. So let's introduce your 2 duelists for this feature match. Our blue duelist, Lorenzo Muselli. A big crowd response here. Lorenzo, they love you. You seem very calm and composed. Do you think you can go into this top 4 and make your way to Worlds?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's all you need to say. One word. You can have a seat. And then we'll introduce our red duelist, Theodor Mishev. A lot of cheers. You have a lot of fans in the audience. Are you feeling nervous?
A bit, yeah.
Don't worry, it's all going to be fine. If you get through this, you're going to Worlds and you may even be the European champion. I'm going to let you take a seat and then get yourselves ready. So guys, we are going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll first? Lorenzo's going to roll first. Oh, and we've lost both the dice. It's been a disaster already. The game's over. Okay, let's try again. That is a 7 for Lorenzo. And for Theodor, we have a 7. Okay, I know how this is going to go. Let's roll again. That is a 10 for Lorenzo. And that is a 7. So Lorenzo, you're going to go first? Lorenzo is going to go first in this top 8 feature match. Only one of them could go through to Worlds and maybe even become the European champion. But I'm going to hand you over to your commentators who are going to take you through this round, or top 8 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
There are very little moments in Yu-Gi-Oh's history that are so important, that are so exciting, moments that become reality for some people that want to qualify for the World Championship, and those people have that moment right now. They can make it reality.
It's electric in here. The whole venue is filled with players who just want to watch and want to see who is going to advance to top 4, who is going to World Championships in Paris. But I know you guys are excited as we are. Without further ado, let's go to the table. Let's get top 8 started!
Here we go. Of course, we have seen both of these players on the feature match stage before. Lorenzo Muselli, so decorated with multiple national championship titles. And Theodor, kind of a fan favorite by playing that fan favorite deck, the Sky Striker strategy.
I mean, at this moment, in the most important match of the whole tournament, in my opinion, is the decisive match of who goes to Worlds and who takes the golden ticket for Paris.
And Lorenzo does have the start that he wants. He does have the Vanquish Soul Raisin. So sometimes a Vanquish Soul deck has a bit of an issue with bricking. This one looks very, very nice, though.
Theodor is one of those players who always likes those rogue strategies. YCS Dortmund top 32 with Vanadium previously, so also a duelist who has proven his skills before. And now the question is, because I think you guys are as unprepared for this matchup as we are. Sky Striker versus Vanquish Soul. Which deck grinds better after all? Holisu is being special summoned from the hand now on the side of Lorenzo. No more Charmy action on the side of Theodor.
I mean, Sky Striker is one of those decks that, even though you can combo off and establish a very good field, you still are not sure that you are going to win, meaning that they have such a good going second strategy.
Absolutely true indeed, and Theodor is for the moment left waiting, and that also is basically a sign of how good Duelist Advance was for the meta game overall, as both of these decks just are in the spotlight again because of that most recent set and because of those new cards like the Holisu we just see resolving here.
Holisu revealing Dark and Fire, therefore you get to special summon monster from the deck. Heavy Borga, no Jiaolong is being summoned here. I think so far, I don't know if we have seen another Fire attribute. Yep, there is Dogoran, the Mad Flame Kaiju, being another Fire attribute, getting the Surge. Are we going to see a Caesar Valius? Are we going to see maybe Vanquish Soul start, or maybe even Heavy Borga?
We can take different routes here, but Lorenzo, with all those hours of testing, certainly knows the best way to attack this situation. We're searching for Snow Devil directly, which would have absolutely not been the choice that I expected here.
I mean, a very good strategy against Sky Strikers for Lorenzo is probably to keep a resource in hand in order to tag out his main motion zone to play around anchors, and obviously having a Caesar that is cannot be destroyed by card effects on the field.
And also, one more thing, I think Lorenzo might have seen in Theodor's deck that there is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But he was on the feature match stage before, once on the backup, then on the main stage, and Lorenzo takes every information that there is out there, and I think we just found the line that is playing around the Ghost Ogre, possibly.
This is just how it goes in Top Cuts. You get more information about your future opponents. You know who your future opponents might be even when you're playing, which is something that you don't have in Swiss. Pot of Desires, immediate +1, of course. Beautiful pot card, however, can take away your resources. Those pot cards sometimes dangerous. We have seen a Pot of Extravagance that banished triple Rock of the Vanquisher already. What can Desires do?
Yeah, it's not quite Pot of Greed, but the drawing result is the same. But sometimes, as you said, there's those unfortunate banishes. For example, like triple engage could just be possible. It's very unlikely, but it might sometimes happen.
And I mean, for Sky Striker going second, the most important thing is to go as fast as possible to 3 spells in grave in order to have the second effect of each spell.
Yeah, I mean, Pot of Desires is a fantastic start in the Sky Striker strategy. It's of course a little bit weak to Droll and Lockbird, depending on what your hand is, of course. Anchor is being chained to the Jiaolong here.
Ooh, okay, Theodor.
That screams
negate
linkage to me. No, it is not going to happen.
And the 2 cards are being drawn. And we have also enabled now Triple Tactic Thrust and Triple Tactic Talons due to Lorenzo activating that Jiaolong. And one question I have for you guys, how good even is that trap card? How good even is that Vanquished Snow Devil against Sky Striker specifically?
I mean, back when Afterburners and Jamming Waves were crazy good, Destruction Protection was pretty strong.
True.
However, I do agree with you. Looking a little bit odd here. On the other hand, Holisu effect, that's pretty strong against Sky Striker, huh?
You're right, just taking it over. And there is the Triple Tactic Thrust I was mentioning. Of course, due to the Jiaolong activating, it is now live. And which card do we desire here? The Pot of Desires was already activated, but now any card in terms of spell cards we want.
I think the answer is obvious most of the time in a Sky Striker deck, to be honest.
If it's still in the deck, are we going to see a Sky Striker Mobilize Engage or Triple Tactic Talents?
Oh, what is going on here? We do take the Black Gold Loves, and honestly, I think I also smell the same, Leo. It's smelling very polymerization in here, maybe even super polymerization.
That is something that I did not see coming, that the Black Gold Laughs is being added to the hand here. And Theodor is just now looking at Lorenzo like, yeah, you want to do something, or...
Oh, checking whether Lorenzo is ready to do something. Because, I mean, Lorenzo must smell it as well. Why would you search for that Black Gold Loves? There must be something to discard. And there already is the first Sky Striker Mobilize Engage of this top 8 match. Theodor is a master of drawing this card. He's in love with the Sky Striker deck, has been playing it back and forth, and has this as his most favorite card of all time.
And with 3 spells in grave, the Sky Striker engine starts to pop off really, and we might see again draw engage into gate.
It's just ramped up immediately. Right now your cards are so much stronger. Draw a card, beautiful Quarter Century Sky Striker Mobilize Engage there. Now Theodor, do you have a super polymerization, or what was your plan with the Black Gold Last that you searched out with Triple Tactic Thrust? It's engage after engage! But is that enough? The Vanquished Soul deck is so incredibly powerful. The grind potential of this deck is basically endless. Can Sky Striker compete with that? I mean, it's a good start to go engage into engage. Now linkage is being added as well.
Theodor truly is the chosen Sky Striker player, the one that is meant to be, the one that possibly is qualifying to the World Championship, and those engages, they put in all the work for him.
Now it's his first turn, his graveyard is already filled with spell cards, but his hand is even fuller. We have activated Desires for +1, Engage for +1, Engage for +1, sets a card.
Okay, we send it for linkage as well.
The god who laughs, just imagine.
Could be the case, of course, maybe, but I mean, still, if you don't win the game this turn, which is also maybe a little unlikely, Lorenzo has 5 cards in hand as well, and has a Kaiju, which is fantastic versus Sky Striker. I just want to mention.
That is true, but honestly, it's so heads up by Theodore. He valued having a send for the linkage higher than actually getting another engage. Or maybe there is another engage waiting, who knows really?
Maybe in order to play Sky Striker, you need to see not only 1, not only 2, not only 3, but many moves ahead. So I believe that he had planned this sequence many moves before.
I also want to mention that on the other featured match, Rosalie has just won game 1 in a Vanquish Soul mirror. Now Sky Striker A0 is summoned to the field and is going to activate immediately.
This is madness, and Lorenzo looks at his trap card. Is that even going to do any work against the Sky Striker deck? Destroying Sky Striker Link monsters never really is that great, and we activate Zero, and Zero is not only able to search for engage from the deck, but it can also be a pseudo Kagari by adding it back from the graveyard as well.
That is crazy. And now Holisu is activating the effect. We have searched for another Widow Anchor on the side of Theodore, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we did. But we can also just use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the effect of it.
All right, now I think that if there is one player who can OTK through a field like this, it might actually be Theodore. Theodore is now checking his graveyard. Are there still 3 spells in there?
The rock effect to special summon from hand.
Yeah. Uses the effect of that black gold loss in the graveyard. It was all the plan. You're so right, Mike. This seems like he was completely, exactly wanting that.
I mean, playing Sky Striker and going so ahead on the tournament, you have to plan the whole each game and the whole.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is engage number 3. Of course, we added it back from the graveyard. Doesn't make it any less impressive.
We're adding the multi-roll. One of was not banished. We are planning to grind out this Vanquish Soul strategy, or maybe we just have those big power spells that we want to really get through to activate it. Send a card from the field to the graveyard just to be protected from any sort of response. Maneuver is going to send the set card.
What is this? It is another Desires. Of course, we can't activate that anymore this turn, so we may as well. I don't think we want to activate it ever again, this duel even, because our deck is so low in terms of cards even.
You know what? Kagari's getting bigger.
Oh, yes.
And also Lorenzo now doesn't have any response to any spell that Theodore can will activate.
Yeah, Widow Anchor can just keep on taking monsters now if we want, to be honest.
Look at this. We have gained so much advantage. 5 cards in hand. Multi-roll is active. We have a Link monster. Haven't even used Kagari yet. We have gone through triple engage without activating Kagari effect or even summoning it.
And now Theodore activates the Widow Anchor as just explained due to the effect of... Javan was already negated. That's true. That won't work. Immediately catched by the judges. So instead the target for it is the Holisu. And as we just explained, no way to respond for Lorenzo as the multi-roll did resolve.
Yeah. Judges are checking for potential warnings. Nope, we're just resolving here, Holisu.
Oh, hold on. Theodore is not even sure whether he wants it.
Maybe he's thinking about changing something else also.
Yeah. I mean, true.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
We do have multiple Widow Anchors in our hands, so maybe we just want to take multiple monsters as well here.
So the problem right now for Theodore is that Raisin has been summoned this turn in defense, so he cannot change to attack position. That's why he wanted to take Jialong, who is already in attack, and also the Holy Shoe to also place in attack position. But now I don't know if he's able to OTK through so many monsters that he cannot change to the attack position like Raisin.
And also a little bit of a problem. Now that we're taking those monsters to our side, all of a sudden Lorenzo's trap card, the Snow Devil, does become more appealing. Sure, he's destroying his own monsters technically, but still he's also hindering Theodore from putting up more damage onto the field.
And we still don't have a Rain in the graveyard, which is also relevant too.
Very, very, very true. There is now the normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Rose. Not the perfect normal summon. You rather want to have Ray, but I guess it will do.
Oh, and we are now playing in the main monster zone with Zeke here. Zeke is going to banish Rock the Vanquisher. And now Lorenzo is considering. He's like, okay, well, my Snow Devil would destroy this anyway, so I'm fine with that. Just lets it resolve immediately. And now Rose is, of course, going to trigger. Yes, because the extra monster zone was removed from the field.
Very true. That is very heads up by Theodore, getting the link laddering going. Now possible potential for a way into Axis Code Talker, maybe. Sky Striker has always been playing that card. First of all, it is Azalea, though. You're very right, Mike. What are we going after now? Just
probably the
after
trap
the
to
Snow
bait it
Devil.
out before we make access code.
Yeah. The question is now, do you even have triple attribute? Mad Love and Dogoran are just being shown.
That's two
No
attributes.
Earth. No Earth. Earth is missing here, so that's a little bit of damage. It is protection from destruction, but the Azalea and the Zero are going nowhere. Meanwhile, Mad Love is of course being summoned as well. You can add another spell trap to your hand.
But I think we have another Widow Anchor, but we've blocked, of course, our main monster zone with the Azalea right now. And I also don't really know how we're getting rid of it, because as far as I remember, the Sky Striker A0, it cannot be used as link material, right? Or is that something I missed? Yeah. That's what I thought. Now Kagari effect.
Probably to engage actually here.
Which one do we want? Is there even targets for engage left and right?
Linkage.
Or linkage, okay.
Yeah. But this one also says that you can't control any monsters in your main monster zone.
Yeah,
you can make an access code.
Widow Anchor instead.
Does he have access code?
Yeah, he does have access code in his extra deck.
Okay.
He does, but...
But I mean, now we're still missing one link marker, right? Because now we can only go to 3.
So, Theodore...
I mean, you can't use 0 as a link marker anyways. I'm missing Lemnis Gate. I'm guessing that Pot of Desires got rid of it.
Possibly. I mean, 10 cards is quite a bit. It's a quarter of your deck, so there must be some cards that you're sacrificing. And that is another linked one, and that is Shizuku now already. Usually a card you're summoning towards the end of your turn. So that is maybe what Theodore is marking here. He is in the end phase now, using the effect of multi-roll. And Lorenzo still has so many monsters left on his side of the field. He must be quite happy here.
Yeah, he's going to be over the moon. This did not look like his game to win. This did not look like he's going to necessarily get another turn, especially since Sky Striker is a strategy that is so well known for just winning games out of nowhere once they get a battle phase. Interesting.
And I think Sky Striker really is one of those decks, as you were already saying it a little bit, that really needs to pre-plan every move you make. You really need to be perfect in execution. You need to be so concrete about every move you make. And I feel like Theodore may have just stumbled a little bit by not chaining the second Widow Anchor early on, because he needed that extra link body, I feel like, to actually keep on going.
Yeah, I think because he wanted to anchor the Jialong, but at this point he has already his effect negated.
Yeah.
So he may be zoned out at the moment.
Could possibly be the case.
And I mean, now the Shizuku is just blocking your own zone there.
That is true in the end phase now.
Widow Anchor is back in the graveyard.
Yes, maybe because only one spell was activated after the roll activation.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, we started off with all the engages, but that is a very correct thing you catch there. That was only one spell. It felt like so many engages, but of course, I feel like the third engage actually was the one that searched for the multi-roll, and then after that, only the Widow Anchor was activated. Completely correct, and therefore that is something that cannot be set back there anymore.
I'm right now, I think... I mean, I've said it multiple times already. Lemnis Gate is such a crazy card to me. I wonder if you're playing a deck with Pot of Desires, if it's correct to only run one Lemnis Gate, because you can lose that card quite fast.
That is true. Okay, so we can only set back one card. And it looks like it is now back onto Lorenzo, or is it?
We're still discussing a little bit. Lorenzo, you can draw the card.
I think maybe they discuss if he's committed to set the first spell that he touched from the graveyard.
Okay.
Right. We are in Lorenzo Muselli's draw phase here. He has a Kaiju for the Zero as well, because of course Zero can be multiple interactions here as well, can tribute itself to special summon out Ray and Rose as well.
A very old-fashioned way to play around Sky Striker.
Oh yes.
Right?
Oh yes, and I mean also, that makes it less painful for Theodore that it actually ended on the monster in the main monster zone, as it was always going to be like that, with the Dogoran of course being public knowledge to both of the players, being revealed for one of the Vanquish Soul effects. Now Vanquish Soul start It looks really good for Lorenzo. Lorenzo is not only playing for his own ticket to the World Championship, I feel like he's playing for all of the Italian community.
Yeah.
Because so far, of course, we have not sent one Italian player to Worlds this year, so he might be the one and only for them.
And if it is only one, then it is probably going to be Lorenzo Muselli. He has been such a star, such a middle piece of the community in Italy for such a long time now. Double national champion, Roland Lockbird now for the turn of Lorenzo Muselli. And now we have an Earth Monster as well. We have the Caesar Velius.
Okay, we put that Dogoran back into our hand through the effect of Mad Love, I imagine.
Yeah.
That must be the case. And Lorenzo, when you see him there in the face cam, he always looks so stoic. He always really looks like he's totally in control, totally in the zone, totally up to date on anything that could happen. And certainly feeling good right now because Theodore is not scaring here too much. He's not showing too much resistance at the moment.
No, I mean, he has a Sky Striker Ace Shizuku in the main monster zone.
Yeah.
that is really not showing any
And soon
kind
enough
of
a Dogoran also.
Yeah.
Because
True.
Dogoran can also can be summoned again. But I think Lorenzo waits for the right moment in order to have a fire in hand to reveal for Vanquish Soul's effect.
Yeah, this is another layer of skill that you need for the Vanquish Soul deck. When are you going to use all of your cards? Because you need to, just like with Sky Striker, plan out everything in advance to know that you can use your effects to the maximum potential.
Both decks require a lot of skill expression, and I think this is a match that we can enjoy a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already great. Like, Theodore has drawn, it felt like 6-7 cards on his turn, and still he wasn't able to overcome what Lorenzo put up. It really is a back and forth. And I think Lorenzo recognizes the fact that it is about controlling, even more so than in other matchups against the Sky Striker matchup, because you just want to make sure that you are always ahead, and therefore having resources in your hand probably is sometimes more important than having one on the field against Sky Striker specifically.
Yep, especially if the deck doesn't push through your 8,000 life points. So far, Theodore has dealt no damage whatsoever. And if we're looking at the time, this is still game one. We're at 27 minutes left and a few seconds. So if you're playing a match that goes into timeout, you don't want to play versus Vanquish Soul.
That is very true. I mean, both of the decks having their options to modify life points, with, of course, the Sky Striker strategy also having Kaina famously. But the Borger is doing a bit more damage than the Kaina can gain, really.
I was going to say Kaina is kinda doing less than Borger, because Borger is doing heavy damage. Now Caesar Velius was activated, the linkage destroyed, on resolve was banished here as well. We know that Theodore has linkage follow-up in hand because of Shizuku. Holly Sue is being activated now. And, I mean, you don't need to Kaiju this card if you can just steal it, right?
You can Kaiju and then steal.
Yeah, true. You can just double the attack of the monster.
Yes.
That is true. Theodore thinking now, of course. Okay, we are in the battle phase now all of a sudden. There's quite a few spell cards, honestly, in the graveyard, so I don't even know how much damage that is going to be, but there's still Jiaolong, Holisu come in.
And there is no Ray on the graveyard also, which is very important.
That is not going to be game immediately on the spot, but I think it might be getting us possibly into Borger range here.
If he is under 3,000, for sure.
I mean, this dealt 900 damage, then Jiaolong does a little bit over 2,000, and Holisu is only at 500 attack points. Very, very weak for a level 5 monster. Maybe you should not play this card. But this is still out of double Borger range.
Deck building advices by Leland Koenig, always the best ones to get.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that is not just yet the double Borger effect range. So we would even survive a Borger to come down here to activate its effect on this turn and on the follow-up turn. So Theodore may be feeling okay here, really.
Can you somehow recycle the Snow Devil to deal some extra damage? Because this card also burns for a lot. Now we're still having a conversation, a lively conversation with the judges, which is, I think, in a match of this important, absolutely understandable.
That is very true.
Theodore is now still contemplating. I mean, I think he's probably very happy in this spot that he got a turn. This looks like a pass. Lorenzo gave him the play.
And roll cannot be activated this turn since Theodore didn't activate Engage since he had a monster in the main monster zone. And the second roll obviously comes back from the Zika's effect.
You know what? I think I picked up on something just there. We got that Dogoran into our hands so handily, but now thinking about Dr. Madlov, Dr. Madlov can only give the monster to the hand with the lowest defense, and Shizuku is not only reducing attack points but also defense points, and therefore I think Lorenzo, with activating the effect of Dr. Madlov, actually, when we think about it here completely in detail, you would have to give one of your own monsters back into the hand, I feel like. Because the Dogoran wasn't the monster with the lowest defense. And I think that is what they're currently trying to figure out as well. So I feel like for a very short moment, let's bring it over to us here and let's see how this situation is developing, because I feel like that is what is being discussed currently at the table, because we need to rewind that there. I mean, honestly, I never thought that Shizuku does that. I was always sure it was only attack points, but it is attack and defense points indeed.
Yeah, that is something that I haven't really seen coming to this. That's also a lot to rewind, because the entire turn was also...
True.
Was Dogoran the Mad Flame Kaiju revealed during that turn? I feel like you could have also revealed Razin, so it doesn't make a big difference.
Probably not, yeah, you're right.
We got Razin back into the hand somewhere, but it would have been crazy important if the Kaiju was used on the opposing side, bounced back to hand, and then revealed as a crucial part of an effect.
Yeah. And I mean, right now, there is a very huge chance that since Lorenzo might actually need to bounce back one of his monsters, he maybe have an easier to kill line, because, for example, cannot summon again Madlov or Holy Shoe, for example.
That would be hilarious if this actually helps him out, I'm not gonna lie. But also, it's such a niche situation in general, right? Like, both players didn't recognize it. Also, we took a moment to even figure it out. That is something that really doesn't happen that often. And not gonna lie, Shizuku on the field, it has been a while. It has been a while that this card was so impactful. But here, that attack and defense reduction is very important.
I mean, that's oftentimes not really even a thing in Sky Strikers nowadays anymore, because you sometimes just end on linkage, send away the Shizuku, and then summon a 0. So there is a lot of different things that have to come together to check if Madlov's defense was lower than Dogoran on your opposing side.
But I mean,
crazy.
You have so many skill expression of this matchup that it's crazy how many things you have to keep the things on, right?
It's
I mean,
very hard to follow this.
It is.
You have the Vanquish Soul that the player needs to think of the attributes in hand, the placement of each monster.
True.
For example, it's also relevant where Dogoran will be summoned in order to be buffed with Raisin potentially. And obviously the Sky Striker, as we mentioned before, that he needs to think a lot of moves ahead.
Agreed.
Definitely. But I mean, we want to make sure that everything goes according to plan here, and that important of a match, therefore only understandable that we are rewinding this situation currently to the point where the effect of Dr. Madlov was activated. So bear with us. We're going to be big with the match in just a moment. Don't worry about it. We're going to see all the gameplay. And again, of course, Leo did a small update in between. It looked like Rosalia was winning that first game on the other top 8 match. Another ticket for Worlds up for grabs. And they are currently really, really deep into the second game already. And it looks like it's going back and forth there, as we have it here also on display in the main hall, actually. I love that the players here, the viewers, everyone can see both matches at the same time.
We have 2 screens.
Yes.
We have 2 screens, and one of them is showing the backup featured match, and one of them is showing the main featured match that you can see at home as well. And Rosalie, I mean, both of these duelists were incredibly confident, right?
Yes, they were, but you know who's also confident? Judges and players on the main feature match, because we have rewinded the situation, so no time to be wasted anymore. Back to the table we go. There we have them. And yep, the Madlov now is back onto the field. The Dogoran stayed on the field, of course, as it wasn't the monster with the lowest defense. But now everything fixed and everything ready to go again. So the Dr. Madlov also going back to the hand now. And the Caesar Valius can come to the field.
And defense position. So now it is going to activate Holly Sue, Resin, and Heavy Borga revealed. I think for the next events with Vanquish Soul, I'm going to bring a notepad. Ooh. We're going immediately into the battle phase attack over the Shizuku with Jiaolong here.
There's no way. There's no way this Jiaolong is big enough, right? Apparently it is. Okay. I mean, a couple of our spell cards were banished, but really, is it that small? That is ludicrous to me to even imagine.
I mean, Jiaolong has 2,400. And there is a possibility that it's just 8 spells, right?
Yeah, I mean, must be. We see the damage. It was actually, okay, even 300 points of damage, meaning it was only 6 spells, 7. I'm bad at math, really.
Yeah, fair enough. But now the thing is, there is a Kaiju in the main monster zone. It's not even the situation anymore where you just had a Shizuku or an empty field. This is actually the first problem that you need to address if you're Theodore.
Wait, we're passing it over. Yeah. This is, again, another turn for Theodore, and he didn't even take that much damage, and he starts with his turn with a gifted monster from Lorenzo, with that Dogoran in his main monster zone, still, of course, blocking the SAT card that we have there. I think the SAT card is Linkage, right?
Exactly, but you cannot reactivate it as well, because Dogoran is on the main monster zone.
Of course.
And Theodore scoops it up, I think. Lorenzo Moselli wins game 1 here. The crowd goes crazy. All of the Italians really rooting for Lorenzo because they want to send someone to the WCS in Paris. And now Theodore on the back foot had a phenomenal first turn there, but just didn't quite get through the field of the Vanquish Soul deck.
That is true, and I mean, for Lorenzo specifically, we talked about revenge arcs for the playoff players that we had on Friday. For Lorenzo, it's even a revenge for not being in the playoffs because he was in 17th place on the leaderboard, barely missing out on the playoff on the Friday, but now still brought in fantastic and well thought through deck here into the main event, and he still now is trying to get his ticket,
and we have so many nice and wonderful stories regarding these 3 days, meaning that, but you know that went undefeated and went to the world. We had obviously Lorenzo that he went 17 and now he's a world championship participant potentially.
Yes.
And I really want to see if those stories will keep growing and keep experiencing.
Also, Yuna got her first major top now as well.
Finally.
Managed to get into the top 64. But also, Tom Kleinegräber, a player. We have just seen this the last time, a player who has been in so many finals, always in this last match before Glory. He lost, and then now finally
he redeemed himself.
Going second in the last game in the Raizil Mitsurugi mirror match. So well played, fought his way through it, and is now going deservedly to the World Championships in Paris. I'm so proud of him.
And I had the honor to do the interview with him, and I can tell you that it meant a lot to be in the World Championship.
Honestly, talking about the World Championship so much, why do we have to wait so long for it? I wanted it to be next week, honestly. Like, I'm so in the zone, I'm so hyped up in terms of emotion right now. Okay, let's start tomorrow, really. But just like 3 days of straight Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, so let's just continue immediately, right? That would be the best. And I mean, we are now with the European World Championship qualifier. We are the last ones actually to gather our players to the World Championship because all the other regions have already had the qualifier. So basically, the field for the World Championship is already almost finished, only missing the 4 remaining players. That actually only missing 2 players at this point because, of course, the other top 8 matches were already played. So we shall see who is it going to be. The last players to qualify, but maybe they're going to be the first ones on the leaderboard then when it comes to the World Championship.
And now in this matchup, we're going to see who is it going to be next. Is it going to be Sky Striker Ace Theodore? Or is it going to be Lorenzo Moselli, the Italian superstar, the Italian Yu-Gi-Oh! Star? Oh, goodness gracious.
It is one of the most prestigious players we have in Europe, and he needs that title, he needs that ticket, and he is on now. Game number 2 coming your way here. And a couple months back, it would always be obvious that Sky Strikers would be going second. But now with the modern version, with the new support cards, I do really feel like, and Theodore agrees, it is more of the going first deck again. And we start off here with reinforcement of the army, reinforcing ourselves into Sky Striker Ace Ray. But a huge cheer is going on in the crowd because Roll and Lockbird comes down from Lorenzo.
And I want to see right now if Theodore can extend through Roll, because his plan obviously is to make Sky Striker Ace 0 and pass with couple of anchors maybe.
We normal summon Sky Striker Ace Ray. Actually are going to link it away. Kind of looked like activating the effect as well.
He did, because we are going into 0.
That makes total sense, because this is already an interruption on the opposing turn.
Okay. That is triple Tactics Thrust. Could send the Black Gold Lofts, or maybe we have something even better from our side deck. There is in her side deck a Dimensional Barrier, but that card is
Yeah.
just so bad against Vanquish Soul. Another reason why Vanquish Soul shines at the moment, and therefore it will be the more generic card. It will be that Black Gold loves.
I mean, back in the day when Malice didn't exist, Vanquish Soul always played Dimension Shifter because it was a dark monster, which is good, but also because it stopped so many decks. We set another card on the side of Theodor, and he is going to pass it over to Lorenzo.
That is not an amazing amount of cards, and Lorenzo gets even more cards with activating that Pot of Extravagance. Such a good card. He explained earlier in his interview in the analysis corner, this card is so important to the Vanquish Soul strategy, and gives him more cards here and now.
That is 6 cards, and Droll and Lockbird now also on the side of Theodor.
Returning the favor.
I mean, it's only fair that when your opponent draws, you also have a draw.
Yes.
This is the top 8 of Euros, and nobody searches here. Theodor is just now waiting for
But they
any
search for the
motion of
golden
Lorenzo.
tickets to walls.
That's true. That's true, but will any of them find it? I'm not too sure at the moment, because now under Droll and Lockbird, after a Pot of Extravagance, there is a big problem for the Vanquish Soul deck, and that is that you basically your normal summons, they don't add you another card. And if they get destroyed before they can go into the Rock of the Vanquisher, this could be problematic.
That is Dr. Madlove, who is really mad, but it's not searching anything right now, so that almost looks like a friendly Madlove. So that is probably going to be the reason. Like, we probably not... Oh, is this going to be... Wait, we did only summon once from the extra deck, so this would just be the Rock of the Vanquisher. But do you remember the feature match from Joshua Schmidt we had earlier, which was just banishing all 3 Rock of the Vanquisher from the extra deck?
And Rosalie actually already qualified for the World Championships, I've just heard. So we have another contender here from Europe, from Norway, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Very, very strong stuff in the Vanquish Soul mirror. She was the one coming out on top. And that means this match that we're witnessing here right now is the last one that needs to be determined. The last one where we find out who is going to the World Championship as well. The last golden ticket, as we like to call it.
I really want to see where Theodor will choose to activate Zero, since a potential anchor will not be able to activate later. So he needs to set up his defenses properly and activate any gate or destroy the correct cards.
I'm quite curious as to what Lorenzo's plan is. Right now, I can understand if Theodor doesn't want to activate Sky Striker Ace 0, because usually, yes, great target for destruction, these Vanquish Soul start, but right now you can't search anything. Dr. Madlove is attacking the 0 now.
I mean, activating the Vanquish Soul start, of course, was quite smart, because we can just protect from the destruction effect of the 0, of course, because we can just reveal a Vanquish Soul monster in our hand instead of it being destroyed.
And
so that's
then you
kind of
can
cool.
trigger Jiaolong from hand.
Yeah, I feel like that might be what we're up to here. Lorenzo is in the battle phase. Reveals a Dr. Madlove, though, for it.
And that's fine, just taking a little bit of damage here as well. Now, we're chilling.
Oh, wait. Does that mean we want to go into possibly Vanquish Soul Rocks in the main phase too? Because we did now, in fact, attack with a Vanquish Soul monster. And sure, we all always think about the Zeus, which needs an Exceed monster to battle, but of course there is another new introduction to the Vanquish Soul theme, and that is also an Exceed monster, being the Vanquish Soul Rocks, which now hits the field.
And this one can now force out Sky Striker Ace 0, because Vanquish Soul Rocks gets rid of a card.
Ah, that is only if you used an Earth monster, though. But instead, we did use the Dr. Madlove, which is a Dark monster. So I think this effect actually is not as relevant, is it? Because I think it's only reducing attack points, or what was it again?
800 attack points.
So I'm curious about that, why this card is even in this very moment better, quote-unquote, than the Dr. Madlove.
Yeah, also wondering that.
I mean, I thought the Droll and Lockbird for the Sky Striker deck was such a tough thing to see. But now, equally so, I feel like that Droll and Lockbird for Lorenzo was maybe even harder.
If it hits the right card, right? Because if it is on after normal summon of Resin, oh, that is just a pass here for Lorenzo. Sky Striker A0 is not even activated later on as well, just keeps it on the field, can just do it now offensively, get rid of Vanquish Soul Rock special sound out to monsters. Yep, it's immediately activated here. We want Ray, we want Rose. Theodore is just accessing his deck right now. This is looking very, very good for our Sky Striker player.
So the draw and lock war that we just experienced have shown us that both decks struggle a little bit at the draw, and that's why Lorenzo passed with Rocks and start, and now Theodore can really pop off and play with his Sky Striker monster.
And honestly, the Vanquish Soul Rocks is weird for multiple reasons, because now also with it being an Exceed monster, you can't really do anything with it. You can't really get it back into your hand for Bogger, for Caesar Valiers or anything like that. It can get banished by a Zeke, of course, though, and that is what is going to happen here.
And it's really good at getting banished by Zeke.
Yeah, perfectly executed there by both players. And now Zeke, Lorenzo thinking about something here maybe.
He still has 4 cards in hand. The question is, what can he do with those 4? Zeke probably going into something like a Hayate, trying to set up perhaps an OTK if you find something like Linkage in your hand. Fuwalas is being activated.
Okay, okay. We have now an empty field, so that gives Lorenzo the room to do that. And that makes Theodore now question his moves. Do we even want to summon any Sky Striker Link monsters now? Or is it just too costly of a thing to do?
To be honest, at this point, you just take the challenge.
Ooh, okay. Shark Cannon going after the Dr. Madlov. That's not free spell cards in the graveyard just yet, so we're just banishing, right?
No, they are free.
Now it is free, I think. What are the free? We have Reinforcement of the Army. We now... okay, the Thrust.
Also.
Yeah, but that's 2, and now it is the third.
Yeah,
okay.
Theodore is just going for the big plays here. Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. Can you set up enough interruptions? Looking for an anchor here. So I think this smells like an attack set 1 pass play. Does not look like he wants to commit into the Fuwalos.
Hold on, Leo, though. Before that, let's just draw another engage, right? Engage into engage is what we're planning beforehand. Theodore, come on. You're able to do it. That was always the plan. Okay, okay. What are we going for? We're going for Kagari. Lorenzo quickly drawing his card here. Wants that engage, but it is gone with DD Crow.
DD Crow taking away the engage, but that's a 1-for-1 trade, right? Because the Crow, it's also a dark monster that is no longer in Lorenzo's hand. Even though he has another Mad Love, if I remember correctly.
There should be another one. Yep, we did reveal that for our field spell for Vanquish Soul start. Theodore, do you have another engage? Nope, that is multi-roll. Sets another card. What could that be?
Probably the anchor.
Oh, I mean, and also let's not forget, the Black Gold Loves is still set on the field there. So Theodore, with the anchor and the Black Gold Loves, honestly looks pretty comfortable here.
Is Theodore really considering to give up a draw for a Shizuku to add something in the end phase?
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen that Shizuku can also be 0 or an anchor potentially.
Biggest Mad Love counter. But if you're going to search linkage and go into 0 now, then that's even more draws. This is really giving a player like Lorenzo Muselli ways to find himself into the game. No, the engage was banished before, so you can add 1 now with Shizuku.
The pressure can really be felt. There's so many people watching right now. Still, the venue is completely silent because everyone is just looking at that screen. It's just feeling with Theodore and Lorenzo as they're playing the match of their lifetime.
I wonder why he didn't do the old Sky Striker play that he had anchor activated to Shizuku and set it up with roll.
I think he feels pretty safe in his role as the player who probably won't get OTK'd this turn and has a engage setup.
And get follow-up.
I can definitely understand your emotion.
I think Lorenzo just announced that he's not using the effect of Dr. Madlove. We already went for the field spell, and of course the trap card, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, could possibly be a card you side out going second. Yeah. And especially also in general against the Sky Striker deck, not too strong of a card to have in the first place. Now we activate. Okay.
The effect of Madlove.
Yes, and then we follow it up with the Jalong activation in hand.
Yep. And now Theodore says, wait, hold up, just announce the effect activation first. Maybe I want to activate something. And he's going to go for the Black Gold Loves. No Jalong for Lorenzo Muselli this turn.
That is huge. This card is actually really, really, really good. We were thinking about whether he has specific options for the Vanquish Soul matchup, but honestly, that card is pretty decent on its own. It doesn't need to be that specific. And there now is the Typhon, which Theodore allowed because he decided to summon from the extra deck multiple times.
I think that, I mean, there is Widow Anchor and you're going to activate it immediately to just stop the Typhon effect from bouncing. You know your opponent is not going to summon anymore this turn, and you're going to get that card back with the multi-roll.
Okay, now in the end phase, the Vanquish Soul Rocks comes back, and of course the Typhon as well. Typhon in general, not really a card that is giving the Sky Striker deck too many headaches, because the monsters are usually rather small.
Unless you get a really big Kagari.
Yes.
But this feels like Sky Striker peak gameplay. Mobilize Engage is being activated again. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is the answer.
And we could have countered that by activating the effect of multi-roll beforehand, but Theodore wanted to immediately activate his most favorite card in the world, and therefore maybe forgot about even that card being on his side of the field.
But I mean, we have Kagari anyways, right?
Yeah, but he has revealed DD Crow.
Oh, DD Crow, Engage number 2 is banished now! And the grind game of Theodore's deck may have been significantly hurt here.
The thing is that Engage is, of course, a fantastic card, but it doesn't change the way your deck plays, because you can still access all of your other cards.
Okay, Widow Anchor, we're taking control of the Typhon. Attacking over Vanquish Soul Rocks, and Kagari goes in for some further damage, but this game will keep on going.
This is not game yet, and Theodore is just right now thinking, why can't I just simply win this game against Lorenzo Muselli, the Italian powerhouse who just stays in there. He is just so incredibly resilient.
Yep, it is really an even duel here between the two. One move back and forth between each of them, but turn will certainly go back to Lorenzo very shortly.
He has used Zeke, he has... Oh, what are we going to go into now? Going to find another Shizuku no Hayate here, which makes sense, I guess. You can just use the effect if you're getting attacked, unless we have something else planned here for Lorenzo.
A potential Rose maybe on hand.
Oh, now the multi-roll on the Typhon. Of course, we don't want to give that card back. That could have possibly been the first action we could have done on the entire turn, and that would have been it. That would have been nicer because we activated, or we could have resolved the 2 engages there.
I mean, only one. The other one was Kagari, and then it was banished by DD Crow.
Look at that, nothing to set back with the multi-roll. Now, all the opportunities for Lorenzo, and he finds a reinforcement of the army on the top, gets the Raisin, but gets drolled again.
Another answer from Theodore. This is so back and forth, Lorenzo. Now, with the decision, will I try to attack over this Hayate? You give your opponent 1 more mill. It's more resources for multi-roll in the graveyard. And there should still be Ray in there, right?
Yeah, I think it's already Ray in the graveyard, to be honest.
This game really, really so close. No real way to tell who's going to come out on top.
I mean, you still normal summon Raisin and go into Rock of the Vanquisher, right?
Almost certainly, I would agree. There is the Raisin, doesn't even bother about the column that Hayate is in, because we really don't want to destroy it. Reveal for the effect of Raisin, of course. That's not the searching effect, but the other effect to protect itself.
And only 6.5 minutes left in the game.
Oh, wow.
That is true. Okay, going for the graveyard. Checking things out here, maybe checking what kind of cards could be added back with a possible rock, but... Oh, what is Theodore planning here?
I think he might have Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit here and thinks about using
his hand is Drollen now, so you have to...
It is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit being chained to the Raisin.
This is taking away the Rock of the Vanquisher, but you can still summon out the Jiaolong. You can go for some damage or just go into the Rock of the Vanquisher here. I mean, I don't know if I would want to attack over the Hayate at this point.
It's probably not something that feels very well. On the other hand, Theodore has shown that there is not many Sky Striker monsters even left in his extra deck, but one that is definitely still in there is a second copy, of course, of a Zero, which is a scary card to face, really, in this game state that we're in currently.
And can be accessed through Sky Striker Ace Ray, obviously.
Yeah.
Hayate is now going to mill either another copy of Ray or maybe something that you can add back with your Kagari at spec.
And engage, maybe to summon Ray and make Kagari and to take engage back.
True, okay, Ray back onto the field.
Ultimate rare, Sky Striker Ace Ray.
And that looks like a pass. In the end phase, of course, Theodore being quickly about it, goes ahead, brings out the wonderful Sky Striker A0, and that is the game for Theodore. We're scooping it up. We're going into a third game here. No winner found just yet, and we have Sky Striker still being absolutely in contention here.
But Sky Striker will need some hand traps against Vanquish Soul. We are so close to time out. And of course, there is a card that is called Vanquish Soul Heavy Borger that deals damage for fun.
And I mean, would you expect less from a match that gives you the ticket to the World Championship? All the time, it's back and forth. You never know who's going to win. And I really love how the interactions are very different from each deck's normal strategy.
It's all you could ever ask for. I don't know how the two are feeling about it. I think they would have been pretty fine with a quick 2-0 victory, but instead they really have to go back in here for a third game. A real duel between the two titans here. Honestly, at this point, it is already such a big accomplishment getting top 8 at the European Championship. So I want to call Theodore a titan as well already, to be honest.
And we have addressed it time and time again. Lorenzo Moselli said it as well. Sometimes Vanquish Soul has consistency issues. Could this be another case of a Vanquish Soul player bricking? We have seen this on stream before. No place, no access to the resin immediately.
Did you just give the card for game 3, I believe?
It feels like every game 3 we watch sometimes, or like every now and then we had it that they were just bricking going first because you're just bringing in more cards to support your going first strategy. And that is not necessarily always engine. It can also be cards like Solemn Strike, Triple Tactic Thrust. And when you then just only draw these cards but no engine cards, it can be a little bit iffy, really.
However, don't forget, there are only 3 minutes left, and Vanquish go first.
Yeah. And if the deck can play, there is a very high chance that it is going to deal damage on the first turn. The deck can't play. Normal Summon Ray would suffice, just saying.
It would. There is. Let me just check whether there actually is Kaina in his extra deck, but of course, yes, it is. So if it gets to Theodore, there's multiple ways. I mean, Kaina being one of them, but also just Hayate attacking directly is surely a sufficient way to deal quick damage too. And I mean, it's actually as much damage as a Borger does. But the Borger, of course, when we get to the turn of Theodore, if it does happen, could activate its effect twice even. So we shall see whether that is going to be enough. We shall see how this third game really is going to develop. Is Lorenzo Moselli really going to the World Championship for Italy? Or is Theodor Mishev the third German we're going to send?
We will see very soon. The players have drawn their cards. They are ready for this final decisive game of who goes to the World Championships in Paris. Let's go over to the table for game 3. Minutes and 30 seconds left remaining. Lorenzo Moselli is starting up the game.
And that is the most important game of their lives so far. It all comes down to this very game. And that is a Holly Sue start from Lorenzo, which is very, very, very strong. So we did not break at the very least now.
Speaking for consistency issues, I think that Holly Sue is one of the best starters of the deck.
Okay, and we reveal Dogo Ran and also another attribute to make sure we get to special summon here. So we just kept the Dogo Ran in the deck to have as many attributes as possible to reveal.
Dogoran and Dr. Madlove as well. So there is a normal summon. Resin is being activated. Theodore just nods here. He might have Jolland Lockbird. And the Heavy Borger is being summoned immediately. Lorenzo is not joking around here. He just wants this big monster to deal some damage.
And he also needs to find Earth attribute in order to the Borger be able to do some
You can
damage.
bounce the Holly Sue.
Yeah.
That works like a charm indeed. We do go for Dr. Madlove, Vanquish Soul start. Not even Jolland Lockbird this time around for Theodore. So Lorenzo really free to do whatever he likes. Free to create his own path to the World Championship.
And I mean, there's only 1 minute left in the time, so I really believe that Borger may actually play a huge role right now.
Yep, there is even the possibility to go for a rare rank 4 exceeds on the side of Lorenzo. No, bounces back. The Dr. Madlov activates Heavy Bogger. Theodor has no answer, takes 1,500 damage. Nods looks a little bit defeated, but there is still a few seconds left on the clock. Lorenzo Muselli still can't play. He's going to go to the end phase.
Okay, Theodor does have some time. 40 seconds, we need Sky Striker speed now. Can he do it? We're going into the main phase so quickly. Come on, Theodor. There is one engage. We need to resolve this quickly, though.
Can engage resolve, or does Lorenzo have Ash? He's going to activate Heavy Bogger again. Is going to deal another bit of damage. Writes down the 1,500. Theodor nods. Will resolve the Sky Striker multi-roll. It's 15 seconds left remaining here. This has to be the fastest Sky Striker turn in the history of the game.
Okay, now the triple tactic thrust. What could that be? What are we trying to get with that? Harpiest Feather Duster. Okay, we want to make it as easy as possible. Surely we're going to chain the Snow Devil. Yep.
Even more damage. Lorenzo looks for another response. Theodor is sighing right here. Shows 1, 2, 3 attributes. That is so much damage, and there is a fist bump. Lorenzo Muselli goes to the World Championships in Paris. Finally, after so many big events, after 2 national wins, countless YCS and Eurostops, he has made it to the World Championship.
He has worked so incredibly hard for this, and you could really tell all the pressure falling off of him here, sinking into his chair, realizing what he just did, and the entirety of the Italian community and even more people here in the venue are applauding for him. You just gotta give it to him. He is one of the stars we have in our community, so he will be a worthy represented at the World Championship.
I really love the fact that he stayed focused the whole time. He didn't give away any motion. He just was zoning in all the time until the final whistle and the game that actually gave him the golden ticket to Paris.
Yeah. Incredible. We have... What is happening at this European Championship? Because we are sending Titans over.
Wow. We are definitely going to be a factor at the World Championship in the TCG division. That is for sure. We got some real big contenders. And as I said, I want to have it tomorrow. Like, this tournament shall be quicker, but it will be, of course, at the end of August, where we are going to see Lorenzo Muselli again, representing Europe, representing Italy in that world jersey. It will be marvelous, I can only imagine.
And this is, of course, a very deserved performance. He has been one of the people to get it for years now, and it is finally a dream come true for him. And Theodor, of course, well played, getting this far in the tournament with his favorite strategy, with Sky Striker, is a massive accomplishment. Congratulations.
I mean, bringing Sky Striker to the European Championship and still making to the top 8, which is a huge accomplishment. It means that you really planned the whole tournament, really planned every move until you reach this stage. And I think that the people can admire him and actually contest with Sky Striker in the potential new events.
Definitely. I think he was inspiration to so many Sky Striker fans at home.
To me as well.
I saw a lot of people in chat were really rooting for him. We're saying, yes, let's go. I love Sky Striker Ace Ray. I want to see Theodor make it all the way. And indeed, in the end, he almost made it all the way. But Lorenzo is quite the one to be stopped by. And you hear the cheers in the back. The Italian community is rooting for their new world's representative, for Lorenzo Muselli.
And he's a successor of many big Italian names. For example, like a Marcello Barberi, who is joining us on these streams, of course. Italians have had good records. I think we even had, in 2003, an Italian world champion.
Oh, really?
I don't remember the name. But I saw him at a tournament once when I was 7 years old,
Yeah.
I think.
Maybe.
Might have been 8.
Yeah, no, but now that we're in 2025, this ain't over just yet, of course. We have found our 4 players to go to the World Championship, but of course we still need to play down to an eventual winner, because that nice trophy and that prestigious title of being the European champion is, of course, what they're now aiming for. A lot of pressure is falling off, but still one more goal on their mind, and that is the title. But for now, let's hear it from the relieved Lorenzo Muselli in the analysis corner with Alberto, so let's go over there.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Lorenzo Muselli. Well, what can I say? You made it. Congratulations.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. It was my dream, and now I have to thank one person that is not here. That is Stefano Memoli. That every turn, all the weekend support me, and he's my idol. And I think he's very proud of what I made just now.
And I think we are all proud of you as a nation, because you will be representing Italy at the World Championship. Congratulations. I can imagine how emotions would have been at the table. I mean, you have an experienced player, you know, with back-to-back Italian national championship win, but how does it feel?
But you can have all the experience in the world, but the game for the world is different. Is different from any other game.
And
probably I made some mistakes. I don't know, but
that's how the game is made for.
I don't
yeah.
care.
The result is what matters. I just want to show you some highlights here, just to show you, because basically, essentially, in game one, you had a very good hand, I have to say, but then you had triple engage.
Yes.
So.
In that case, I have to survive.
Yeah.
I have to survive and win the other turn because I have Dogoran in hand. Probably he banished the talent with desire, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he kept looking at the banished pile. No?
I had to show him the Dogoran for the attribute. So my fear was that with trust he grabs talents and took out the Dogoran. But I mean, he starts with triple engage trust.
No, exactly. Especially because now I want to show you in the next highlight. Essentially, here, there's the Dogoran that was summoned and the Gotlavs that was previously used. But I think at this point, it just. I think you realize that you might have won this.
Yeah. No? I played Sky Striker before, so I know that is really. It's not easy win against Gaiji.
It's a grind match, right? Yeah. So you really need to understand where to use your resources, and I think also the Dogoran in the main deck was what saved you, essentially. You know?
Yeah.
And game 2, I think it was a bit weird because it was very long, and I just have one highlight for you that I want to show you, because I think it was a point where it was a turning point for Theodore, which was this one, essentially. Yeah. Because I think there was a moment in which maybe you might have understood, okay, let me just try if I can still stay in this, but you were under, right?
Yeah, I banished all the 3 rocks with Extravagance. And I had 2 Medlov with the Fear spell. And like Droll and Lockbird, I drew Fuvalos and double DD Crow. I had nothing, but I had to try to.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, because this was all far from over, especially because it takes some time sometimes for Sky Striker to close this out. And entering into game 3, I have essentially 2 highlights, because it was 2 minutes remaining on the round. When there's no Droll and Lockbird, what are your thoughts?
Against Droll Lock, I could have set up also Borger, because my hand was strong enough to set up Borger. Because with Razen I had Borger and I had the attributes in hand.
Yeah.
But he had no Droll, no Ogre for my Fear spell, so it was
exactly.
Really
there was literally nothing. And for the last highlight, I just want to show you. Yeah, I mean the Borger here just making the difference. And I mean, what can I say? You're going to the World Championship, so I mean, congratulations. I know if I know you well, I know that now you really will try to win this one out.
I want to win.
I was sure about it, because one dream has been achieved, and 2 more. So hopefully we will see you again on screen. Congratulations once again. Lorenzo Muselli will be representing Italy at the World Championship in Paris. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with the semi-final for the EU WCQ here in Berlin. Keep watching.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EUWCQ. Now, before we get into our top 4 semi-final feature match, we've got a little announcement. Our 300th YCSs. Make sure you guys keep an eye out for information for you and find out how you can register. But that's all in the future. Right now, we have our semi-final here for the EU World Championship qualifier. So let's introduce your 2 duelists. Your blue duelist, Johannes Bauer! Oh, Johannes, come here. I've got to talk to you first. So, you've secured your place at the World Championship Series. How does that feel?
Pretty good, yeah.
That's a pretty chilled response. Are you trying to just keep mellow for this semi-final?
It's a bit much, yeah.
A bit much? Well, I'm going to let you take a seat and relax your way into this. And then next up, we have Rosalie Angelica! Now, you've also secured your place at the World Championship Series. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm kind of blown away. I never expected to get this far, but super cool. Happy to go to Worlds.
And the Norwegian representation also very exciting.
I mean, 100% conversion rate. Let's go.
That's brilliant. And do you think you can go all the way to become a European champion as well?
If I draw good enough cards, yeah. If you draw good enough cards, you can do anything.
Well, fingers crossed you can have your seat, and we'll go and do our high roll. Who would like to roll first? Johannes is going to roll first. Okay, a 7. And for Rosalie, we have a 10. Are you going to go first? Rosalie is going to go first, so let's go over to your commentators and let's go through this semi-final feature match!
If you draw good enough cards, you can do anything. The story of all of the weekends of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course. Rosalie versus Johannes, two now Titans, legends of the game, because anyone who qualifies for the World Championships is an absolute legend.
Yeah, there's a big book where you get to put your name in, and now you're part of the history of the game, of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And yeah, I mean, Rosalie said it. It is such a great feeling. I'm going to Worlds. 100% conversion rate. At least from the top of my mind, I cannot recall anyone ever qualifying from Norway ever to the World Championship. So that may as well be the first time where this country is represented, which is so cool to see.
Yeah. And I mean, both of the players enter a very small group of that have attended all, which is a huge and the biggest accomplishment of every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player.
It is. It very much is.
And now they're off to maybe winning the European Championship as well, getting the biggest title of Europe. So let's waste no further time and go right to the table.
Only for roughly 1.5 more hours, Esteban Reyes, the reigning European champion. 4 players now, though, on their journey to dethrone him. And we see 2 of them duel against each other here in this one.
I'm quite excited that we're sending 2 more Germans to the World Championships as well. And of course, Rosalie and Lorenzo are also super epic. A start with the Dr. Madlove here from Rosalie. And the semi-finals of the European Championship, when everyone has secured their ticket to Worlds, is always a little bit funny to me, because never before you have seen so many smiling faces after losing games or breaking. Everyone is just already over the moon to have accomplished this crazy, crazy thing.
Totally.
But now it's time to win.
Which is your most favorite moment of a top 4 match? I think, I gotta say, it probably was the Yoho Ahn one, where he just was super happy about getting Happiest Feather Dustered by Jessica Robinson there, and not really being any part of that top 4 match, because he knew, and both of these 2 also know, that they already have the most important thing from this weekend secured.
And I mean, at this moment, all of the 4 players play way more, convenient and know exactly what they are doing and don't have the pressure on them since they already have been qualified for the World Championship. But of course, they're still in the tournament, they're still in the game, and they need to secure that beautiful trophy of the European champion.
Ooh, we do set the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, and that's always an indicator that we find ourselves in the end phase. But now after that, we could still just activate the effect of Holisu. I like this because we're playing around Nibiru, and then in the end phase, I would assume this could very well be a Borger here, because that Borger then can immediately after also draws another card there in the end phase.
Or a Resin.
Or the Borger.
Or the Borger.
But you're right, it could have also been Resin, but yeah. Interestingly enough, we don't go for that though. We reveal Impulse and Ash Blossom. That's two cards that are really, really good on Johannes' turn. And we are now going to resolve the effect of Jalong, bringing us Caesar Valius. This is such an importantly good setup for Roselli.
This is plus infinity right now. There is so much value, so many layered interruptions as well for Johannes. I wouldn't even know what to tackle first here, because even if you have something like a Raigeki, you're just gonna get Snow Deviled, protected, so it's really hard. It doesn't look like much, but it is really hard to play around this field.
Yes, I think Vanquish Soul is kind of like the Memento strategy, meaning that they both establish a minimalistic board on paper, but on the actual facts, both decks can establish a huge field and play with their resources in their opponent's turn.
Absolutely, and you can tell, by the way, Rosalie looks into the camera right now. She is feeling so good about this first turn. She's feeling confident, she's feeling safe, and Johannes on the other end, deep into the thinking tank, trying to figure out how to solve this puzzle. He has solved plenty of puzzles before, but this one not to be solved. It looks like Johannes is picking up his cards, and therefore we have Rosalie taking game number 1.
That was a really quick one, not even 4 minutes in. But I said it before, I was like, I wouldn't even know how to tackle this field. And Johannes was just like, yeah, no idea either. Let's just go into game 2. Let me start the duel for a change, and is going to try and put up the biggest field he can now.
Yeah, I mean, Vanquish Soul have the protection from card effects, and this is exactly what Mitsurugi Raisel wants to do going second, to destroy their opponent's field, which cannot be accomplished since they are almost as protecting through card distraction, yes.
Yeah, and that's probably also why all of those Vanquish Soul players have been saying this matchup is one that I like to play. This is a matchup that I want to be playing, because that is the one I have prepared for so much. Meanwhile, we just had a look into the big crowd that is still here with us in Berlin, in the venue, trying to witness who is becoming Yu-Gi-Oh! History even more now by becoming the next European champion. And in terms of matchups, actually, the matchup we see right here, right now, being Mitsurugi Raizir with a couple of Fiendsmith cards against Vanquish Soul is the exact same one we have in our other top 4 match as well, which is, of course, being played on the backup feature right now between Tom Kleinegräber and Lorenzo Muselli.
And actually, let's hold on and talk about this for a second, as long as the players are still using their side decks. Where was Malice in top 8? No Malice in top 8. We
Once
had
more.
4 Vanquish Soul, 3 Mitsurugi Raizil, and 1 Sky Striker, of course. Then again, we have discussed this after the playoffs, so many Bestials around. Is Fiendsmith even a good idea for this tournament? Apparently, yes. All of the Raizil Mitsurugi players are playing Fiendsmith cards as well.
Because they give you the protection and a second plan against the Droll and Lockbird or Mistaken Arrest, whose are the 2 main threats of the deck.
Yeah.
And also, as you mentioned, Malice, which was the most represented deck in day 1, as we saw in top 8, it didn't go as well as planned for Malice.
Yeah. I think a lot of people started to respect the deck again with Meowls. We've seen plenty of Meowls in this tournament.
And also Chaos Hunter again. I feel like the number of Chaos Hunters, especially because it is so nicely to be played in Vanquish Soul, it seems like players are back on that card. But of course, we are not going to see that card here right now, as Rosalie has not decided to play that, but also we're just not playing against Malice in the first place, so you don't even need it right now.
That's a good point, but the players are ready. So let's go into game 2 of the semi-final of UWCQ.
Johannes throughout big names in this tournament. For example, one against, of course, Joshua Schmidt, also here on this very stage. But now he's with the back against the wall here after losing this first game.
Players don't necessarily seem too ready right now. At least I don't see cards on the table, to be honest.
Yeah, there's one deck missing, actually. Yeah, that's the one from Rosalie.
Okay, one sleeve will be changed here for reasons. Of course, you don't want to play damaged sleeves.
Probably
here.
just broke in the process of shuffling.
Yeah.
Something always can happen. But it seems like we are now just shuffling a little again, and then we should be good to go any second.
I mean, it's logical when you play for 2 days straight that some of your sleeves may be damaged.
Yep. Now Rosalie with going second strategies against Johannes, who's going to go first. Raisel Mitsurugi, a deck that is crazy at going first. Let's see what he can come up with. Sometimes the deck can brick a little bit, so you might not see the most impressive first turn, but of course, more often than not, the deck goes insane. And we still have 39 minutes after this incredibly quick game one.
And
that was
I think
quick.
that I see a smile in Rosalie's face, and I mean, of course, starting with Purulia is very important against Mitsurugi Raisel.
Reason to be smiling for sure. Moment to lean back, because we already did the first action here in this duel, and it was a very, very good one for Rosalie.
Even Johannes doesn't look too happy about that. If he, for example...
Oh, okay. Playing with the camera now as well. Gotta love to see it. And Johannes is setting a monster. We have seen this against Joshua as well. A T-Sat pass. There is no way. Wait, do you draw for a set monster with Purulia?
No, it should be...
No, normal or special summon.
Okay. So we're playing around that at least, I guess.
Why did Rosalie not look happy after this? It just looked like she didn't have an out to a set monster here, but I can assure you, if you're not running Sky Striker, that won't be the case. Now Holly Sue is being summoned in attack position. Aggressive start here as well. Revealed the Dr. Madlock before. Now Jiaolong is being revealed as well. Jiaolong could trigger off of that, and another Raisin could be summoned very, very soon. Heavy Barger is being chained here.
Get that Holly Sue back into the hand. Get that Barger onto the field. Rosalie going crazy here. And this may as well just still be the end phase, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, wait, the Holly Sue is only in main phase. So is it in the main phase then, maybe?
I mean, do you want to play into talents?
That's a good question. Probably not, right? But it's also so many things we get to do here.
Yeah. That is a lot. Razen is being activated.
I'm curious whether this is the end phase or whether this is still the main phase.
I mean, Razen can immediately destroy the set monster there as well, can tackle the defenses of Johannes, who does already have too many. Jiaolong and the Dr. Madloff being revealed to destroy a monster here just to check what it is. And it is the Night Sword Serpent that is going to return to the field immediately. You've walked right into my trap, Rosalie.
I think it's the second time that we saw the Serpent being drawn to Mitsurugi Raisel in Game 3 in the feature match.
Yep.
That is true. The Serpent, it gives you a higher ceiling, but it also is so vulnerable when you do draw it, because then you're not able to play very often, and that was the case here for Johannes. It wasn't even about the Purulia, it was just more so overall that he was not having any play there in his hands.
And we're changing it into attack position here. Razen is going to attack in the battle phase. After that, Jiaolong will follow 1,300, 2,400 and 2,500 again. Have we even Borgert yet?
I don't think we have. Okay, now the Jiaolong. So Rosalie trying to make this as quick as possible. In the other backup feature match for top 4, I can inform you, Tom Kleinegräber has won the first game against Lorenzo Muselli. And in the meantime, Rosalie keeps on going. That's more damage. That is bringing Johannes down to a measly 300 here.
Well, that is not a lot. Dr. Madloff is being summoned as well. Are we running Gagaga Cowboy in the extra deck? That would be crazy. We're adding Vanquish Soul Start, and of course we can now set, I think you at this point, Ghost Ogre is being activated, but does that help Johannes afterwards? Because there is still the Heavy Borga on the field.
Which will activate?
Ooh, we do link off the Heavy Borger, interestingly enough. I thought we'd definitely keep that one around, and there's Called by the Grave now on the Heavy Borger, meaning this game will not be end on the next turn by the Borger, but maybe we have access to the Snow Devil. Actually, Johannes there has quite handily ruled out both of the cards that do damage with the trap card and also the heavy Bogger. So this could be very, very strong for him.
Is it still on the deck though? Because in setup, trap card, maybe Rosalie has had it out.
True. That's fair.
Is Johannes making a comeback in this game with the called by the Grave? Should have just kept the heavy Bogger on the field. But I think she tried to play around in Nibiru in this case by linking it off and then adding this one back to the hand. Goes into SP Little Knight and passes here. Not too impressive anymore.
Okay.
Magnamut is being summoned here. We're banishing Dr. Madlov. This is going to get follow-up. This is going to access us quite soon because we have the Ghost Dog in the graveyard. The Fiendsmith engine. Johannes Bauer is back in this game.
You would not believe it. Very little going on there in this first turn, but we're now kind of getting into this somehow, and we know this is a possible 2 monsters on the field, and that's all that you want, that you need for Fiendsmith engine.
Now in the backup feature, Tom has immediately just lost the second game, so we're at 1-1 of Tom Kleinegräber versus Lorenzo Muselli. But first of all, Johannes still has 300 life points, and I'm telling you what, you have to win the game this turn. Otherwise, the Vanquish Soul deck is very, very likely to punish you.
Ooh, battle phase, that's where we're at. Oh, Jalong activates its effect, turning that Magnamut into defense position. And that is the scoop! Rosalie is moving on into the finals with the Vanquish Soul deck, doing it for herself, but also for Norway.
I mean, it's such an odd game too, meaning that I think Rosalie had damage on the field. She decided to play around Nibiru, to send Borger to the grave, to take it back with Rogue, and yet she punished from Call by the Graveyard, but then she managed to pull this through and win the game.
I mean, he couldn't play in the first turn. He just definitely needed a top deck. Didn't find one, and then Xiaolong put Magnamut into defense position. Just completely ended that turn. But listen to me. Game 3 of the backup featured match is about to start. The most important one here. So I think let's go right over to the table to see the last game of Tom Kleinegräber versus Lorenzo Muselli.
There we have them. And you can tell they're both not as in the zone as you know them, right? Because they are already relieved to be going to the World Championship in Paris.
But Basti, the job's not done.
I mean, having achieved such a huge achievement, it's very difficult to set up your mind and be again into the zone and think that, okay, I have managed to take my ticket, but then I really need to go through this tournament and be the European champion.
Really, I don't think I've ever seen Lorenzo smiling on a featured match, and he just smiled there before giving the fist bump to Tom. And Tom, though, is the one starting off this game and starting it off strong with the Axe Ryzeal sending Mariologic Aggregator.
It's a very, very strong start for Tom Kleinegräber here, especially if it is going uninterrupted. There is a chance for a Droll Lockbird here. The effect is about to resolve. On resolution, there is a chance that a Wind Attribute Spellcaster is being sent to the graveyard by Lorenzo Muselli. That is definitely the case here. You are now locked out of your main deck, at least for your hand. You can still access your main deck via
And
special
also
summon.
what you locked out of here is your Fiendsmith cards, because we had to start with Axe Ryzeal, meaning those are not an option anymore. So I feel like at the very best what Tom can do here is maybe a detonator.
I mean, the detonator can happen, definitely. I think that is not too crazy to assume. But I also think I saw a spell card, and that is Mitsurugi Ritual. So that is a card that does not really help you here. As we've said time and time again, this deck tends to brick a little bit. Of course, Axe Ryzeal can access both engines, but only if you're not under Droll and Lockbird.
Yes.
Oh, that
Babushka
is
is a better option, arguably, because Vanquish can play very good against a detonator. However, a Babushka without an out can be very problematic.
Yeah, the good old Plan B, as people in the community like to call this. Droll and Lockbird was resolved, so we have to settle for a little less, but there is now right away that pot of extravagance for Lorenzo. He keeps on activating that card basically every game.
And I mean, if a card is you want to find and an out to be drawn, is probably through an extravagance.
Yep, if you have an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you want to get this negated, so an impermanence can't be found here. Lorenzo picks up 2 cards. nothing is happening in the response. No Jolland Lockbird on resolution as well. Can you find the infinite impermanence on the side of Lorenzo? Or are you still just waiting to find any answer? I mean, if there was an impermanence, I think it would have been on the table by now.
Yeah, it looks like Tom is also saying that. Like, come on, just activate that infinite impermanence now. He's waiting for it. He's awaiting his destiny, and that is Stake Your Soul from Lorenzo, revealing a further interruption with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring being a fire attribute in his hand.
Now we have...
Another way that Vanquish Soul can go through a Baguska is obviously summon a Vanquish, go into Rock, normal summon a monster and go to a Speed Little Knight and then further extend their plays.
That's true. There's Holisu now revealing Dr. Madlove in hand. So that's 2 monsters on the field. Normal summon of the... Oh, okay, that's a Ling free now all of a sudden. That is Promethean Princess ready and able to attack over the Baguska. Haven't seen that one in a while in any Vanquish Soul strategies, but now, of course, able to bring back the Raisin. No. But there is the Gamma. We saw, though, there is a possible answer to that Gamma in the hand. We can, if we want to, use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on that.
Guys, Promethean Princess, really strong card, can get you the resin back. You can't search then. It only locks you into fire monsters as well. And if there is an Ash Blossom, the Gamma might be useful on Tom's turn.
Ah, he allows it. There is the Gamma resolving, and I think why that Gamma even is in there when Tom is going first is because this Rising Mitsurugi deck can bait out Gamma so well without having monsters on the field, just activating a Mitsurugi prayers in the main phase or activating pre-preparation of rites, and then when the Droll and Lockbird comes down, punishing it hard with Gamma is the best feeling ever, but the pass has now indeed happened.
And now Tom is not under Droll and Lockbird anymore. However, he also pre-preparation of rites, Ash Blossom. We knew about that one. Passes!
Going back and forth here, Tom with no further action, and Lorenzo can maybe continue.
He passes back!
What is going on here? Is this really the semi-finals of this European Championship? Standing a card. What is this?
Lorenzo Muselli can't stop himself from smiling. I bet he's trying to. Goes to Activate, Pot of Prosperity, one of the best top decks ever. You could basically pick and choose any card of your deck as long as it's in the top 6 cards pre-preparation.
I mean, at this moment, Lorenzo has already activated 2 pots and still going through in order to fire play. And
Raisin is the first card we see.
I mean, the choice is obvious.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Question is, you probably still have 1 or 2 Rock of the Vanquisher in your extra deck here. Resin is being activated. Tom does not really have a response. He has 1 set card there. I wonder what it is supposed to do for him.
We are probably about to find out, and I mean, there are also, of course, as this is game free, are side deck options in there. That is a call by the grave, though.
So Tom probably was thinking about either to use Don Raisin or maybe potentially to the Princess in the later game state.
Yeah. But I mean, the call by the grave on Raisin works for now, but Rock of the Vanquisher guarantees the follow-up. So Tom is really forced to find a play soon if he gets to have another turn, maybe.
Oh, and there is Caesar Valius now. And that is immediately linked off for the Rock of the Vanquisher. Did we not even go into the battle phase before? That's interesting.
We're going to activate Holisu here. We have a fire in hand. Do we also have a Dr. Madlove? Do we have something else?
That is the battle phase now, so actually we're doing less damage than we would have done with the Caesar Valius. Indeed, because it's even halved. You're so right.
Tom takes that little chip damage to the phase, life points lower just a little bit. Resin and DD Crow, so we get to special summon from the deck.
I mean, there is another DD Crow coming Tom's way, which is a decent card against the Rising Mitsurugi matchup. When, for example, a Murakumo is tributed for something, just immediately banishing it can be so impactful. Sometimes just using it on a Night Sword Serpent in the graveyard as well. There's plenty of ways to do it. Also, when Kusanagi, for example, tries to add back the ritual. But is Tom even going to get to those points? Because so far, so little happening for him.
he really needs a Habakiri top deck. And it is really the story of the tournament. We have seen so many bricky Ryziel Mitsurugi hands on stream, right? Basically every third game, the deck bricks. Tom has another turn here. Gives up, throws down the cards. Double Ritual, Purification, Night Sword, Serpent again. There is just nothing for him to play with. And Lorenzo Muselli advances to the finals of the European Championships.
I mean, it's the case of the stream. It's the third time that we see the Serpent be drawn into Game 3 of a Ryziel Mitsurugi deck.
That's true. That was a couple bricks too many there for Tom Kleinengräber, but
insane.
He took it with a smile.
Yeah.
You know, he would have been upset if he would have lost that top 8 match, but now that it happens in top 4, it's all not so bad because we will see Tom back at the World Championship in not too far of a time.
And we will see Lorenzo Muselli back in about 10 minutes, or rather in 1 minute, because Tom Payne seems to be ready just at the analyst launch with Lorenzo. Oh no, with Muselli.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Rosalie, our first finalist. Congratulations so much.
Thank you.
So how did you feel going into this match? You just qualified. Were you still concentrated? Are you still wanting to take it home, or were you just on cloud 9 already?
I mean, I'm just kind of blown away by making Worlds. Didn't expect that. It just came out to have fun, really. I guess if you draw good enough cards and play some good Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, here, pretty calm, honestly. Just like I'm already called for Worlds. What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly. Well, what could be more fun than qualifying for Worlds? So, I mean, the match itself was very short, but we might as well have a little look at it. So let's have a little look at the end of the first game. Do you want to say maybe why you chose to summon a Borga rather than a Razan? I mean, the game ended very quickly after this. How did you navigate this end phase?
I already had all the pieces I needed. I just wanted to draw into additional Bestials because he was playing 43, so I knew it was a Mitsu deck.
So you didn't know what he was playing, you were just sort of guessing, you didn't have that info?
I knew it was 43 cards. The only real deck that plays 43 cards this format is Mitsu, so I valued the draw higher than a piece that I already had and a Razan that probably would just chill.
Sure, and then when he conceded here, did you side for the Mitsurugi deck?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, he just conceded pretty much straight away here, and we went on to game number 2. So here you dropped the Perulia. Is this something you side in, something you main deck?
Main deck Perulia. I think there's 9 cards that beat Mitsu Ryziel in the format. Vanquish still cannot afford to play 9 of them. So I played the 6 Tamis with my engine with the 6 Tamis.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So here comes the Perulia, and we actually saw, I don't know if you noticed this over here, Johannes like flashed his hand at the camera just before.
Yeah, I did.
Setting, yeah.
My hand was pretty good, so wanted to show the crowd.
Yeah.
So I get some giggles out of that.
Yeah. So yeah, he just said to. Did you start playing here in his end phase, or did you start playing on
Sue's
your
main
turn?
phase only, and I know some people side thrust, so I'm side for 5, which could be thrust and 2 targets, or it could be 5 solemns. So I didn't want to play into thrust of talents, and since my hand was so strong, I was like, I'm beating a solemn anyway. I'm just going to play my own turn.
So you just wait for your turn here.
Yeah.
So it's not always easy to see on camera, but you wait until you drew a card and then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you switch this guy into attack. You attack for a lot of damage, but then it looked like things went a little wrong in the main phase too. What were you thinking here?
Basically, I played this turn like shit because I got way too comfortable. If I just normal the Madler before the battle phase, he just dies. But really,
yeah,
I got way too comfortable. There's nothing else to say. And then, when I'm on 4 here, I have to respect Nibiru and add back either Borga or Raisin. And Borga's the better one. So, and then I got Borga Callby, and it was really awkward because I couldn't get any burn for his turn. So, but even if he draws good, I think it's still a really tough game for him because I have at least 2 pops and a bunch of sticky guys.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And obviously, when they pass turn 1, they're probably going to pass turn 3 as well, especially if you've got a pile of monsters to interrupt them with.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You're through to the final. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Not much else to say, you know?
Well, I'm sure you've got a lot of people rooting for you, so congratulations, and why don't you head off and get ready now?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. Don't go away. We'll be with you in the final shortly.
Attention duelists. Over 2,200 participants have made their way through this European World Championship qualifier, and only these two duelists remain. Both of them have secured their place at the World Championship Series in Paris. But only one of them can be crowned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Champion. Your two duelists, Lorenzo Muselli and Rosalie Angelica. These two have made their way all the way to the final, so it's time to kick things off with a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Lorenzo is going to roll first with a 3, and Rosalie has rolled a 5. So Rosalie, you're going to go first. Rosalie is going to go first, which means in this European Championship final, it's time to duel. Handing you over immediately to your wonderful commentary trio one last time. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the finals of the 2025 European Championship in Berlin. This has been 3 amazing days of Yu-Gi-Oh! All the way from the Friday playoffs. And now we've finalized the 7 duelists that will represent Europe later on in August in Paris at the World Championship. So before we move on to the final, let's actually have a recap of who managed to qualify. Let's take a look at who these duelists will be. Let's bring it up on the screen. Here they are, the first 3, obviously from the playoffs. We had that incredible Malice dominance, all 3 qualifying with that deck, but what a shift it was.
Yeah, no Malice to be seen in this top cut. The story of the weekend surely has been Vanquished Soul, and we're going to cap it off with a Vanquished Soul mirror match.
I think it's perfectly balanced, right? Because we have 2 Mitsurugi Rigel and 2 Vanquished Soul as well, so to complement the Malice that we saw on the Friday. And what a better play, honestly, to see those 2 players on the final be ready to compete for the title of European champion.
Absolutely, and they had to go through 12 rounds of Swiss plus top 64, but now, as mentioned, it's down to the 2 remaining, and in the red corner it is Rosalie Angelica with the chance to become the first ever European championship from Norway, which I'm sure she will be honored to represent at the World Championship. But on the blue corner we do have Lorenzo Muselli, possibly trying to become back-to-back, not him specifically, but European champion from Italy after the win of last year from Esteban Re. But what an event it has been, what a journey it has been. I think without further ado, action awaits, Vanquish show cards await. Let's go to the table. There goes a nice fist bump, and let's give, I think, from the crowd a round of applause for our finalist.
What a move.
What a start.
Both players trading some cards at the beginning of the game. 1 Ash Blossom for 1 Perulia, only going to benefit the person who is going first, and that is Rosalie. What a fantastic match we're going to have to crown off the European champion, because this mirror match, no one is negating anyone else's card effects, right? We're just playing cards.
Yeah, trading blows left and right is going to be quite the grindy one. They had to, you know, just dismantle some quite combo-heavy decks, but now it's down to Vanquish Soul Mirror, and it's an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, here we are. We're going to see Jialong hit the field and a Razan. This is an absolutely premium start for Rosalie. She's going to be searching cards. She's going to be drawing cards. And Lorenzo cut off from drawing any more cards thanks to that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. A massive surplus of fire monsters there for Rosalie. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opening hand, so no worries giving up that Ash Blossom at the beginning.
Yeah, perfect start from Rosalie here, especially because we've seen this weekend how difficult the mirror match is, because you really have to understand where to activate your Vanquish Soul cards and also to interact with your opponent's one. But it seems like Rosalie really opened up a premium hand.
Yeah, that Ash was absolutely crucial. Just take a look at how many cards Lorenzo would have drawn with it. And the advantage had surely shifted as we go and access yet another copy of the Heavy Burger. Oof, wow, and stake your soul.
Yeah, this is absolutely perfect. Every starter you could need in addition to an Ash for that Perulia. The only card you might be worried about at some point is Nibiru, so you've got to make sure you're not going to unnecessarily extend into that one if Lorenzo is even playing it.
I think it's playing one. And there goes the Fill Spell, such a card. It has been the star, no pun intended, of all of our weekend. Absolutely crazy, crazy, crazy tool for the deck this start. And yeah, I mean, once more, we have seen plenty of times how this deck can just assemble resources both on the field and in the end. And who could have predicted this? A final between Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, I find it very hard to imagine anyone that could have predicted this. We're going to see so much advantage Rosalie on the first turn. She's going to, you know, each of these cards, when you summon them, you get that +1. She even got the +1 off the Jialong, which is not so easy to do normally. And we're going to draw 2 cards from Borga. We're going to have a trap. We're going to get the rock. This is going to be very, very tough for Lorenzo to fight back against.
I actually broke the curse, actually, because my pick was Vanquish. So
was it? Watch them get both DQ'd and then end the tournament without the winner. Yeah, but here, I mean, we are just setting up everything. The Snow Devil comes into play, the card that also allowed, in the end, Lorenzo to go to the World Championship. And I believe that's a pass.
Yeah, back comes the Mad Love to the hand in the end phase because Stake Your Soul, you've always got to remember to do that. Just going over a nice recap for us of the turn and how many millions of cards Rosalie has in hand.
That's impressive.
She just revealed 6.
That's a draw for Lorenzo. Can he find a way to push back? That's a great way to start things off. Always opening this part of extravagance. I mean, we all know that no matter how good you are, you need that tiny bit of luck to make such a run, and obviously he's gonna take all the help needed.
Yeah, going to be very important for him here to try and maintain a healthy hand size after having 1 Molchami negated, so he's going to go back up to 6.
Hopefully not again banishing 3 copies of the rock, but we've seen that happen a couple of times already, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, that is very rough. Rock being a very useful piece of the puzzle. You can always take your opponents in the mirror match, of course.
Fair.
But you only get to take it for a turn. But I suppose you could always rank it up afterwards, so...
You'd like to, huh?
Well, you can rank it up into the Vanquish Soul rocks from the rock
Keep it there
into the rocks.
Forever. Yeah. But here, yeah, Lorenzo finally summons his first Vanquish Soul of the match.
This field spell going to be a pretty useful piece of interaction for Rosalie, being able to prevent the destruction of some Vanquish Souls. They do like to destroy the opponent's cards, be it with the Snow Devil or with Razan. Lorenzo working with a full hand of cards, but still not as many as Rosalie's going to have access to. She can always search one more with Jialong. She's got about 100 fire monsters in hand.
It's going to be very difficult for Lorenzo to navigate through this because, of course, like he knows Rosalie's hand, but at the same time, you really have to think, how deep do I want to go? When do I want to push? Where do I want to activate my interruptions? And he started with the Holy Sue.
Yep.
Yeah, once you start to lose resources, it can be difficult to come back with Vanquish Soul because you don't have any cards left in your hand to activate all of your powerful effects. So every monster you commit to the field that doesn't replace itself can be a limited resource.
Something interesting, I mean, more on the side that's just come to my mind. If I'm not mistaken, was last year entry playmat the Vanquish Soul one, actually, for the European, you know, and WCQ events. I'm pretty sure it was. And what, you know, what a throwback to what would turn out to be the deck in the finals of the next one. Yeah, wow.
Very, very prophetic. Well, this year we had Molchami Fuelos, so
I mean,
that's probably going to turn up next year too. Unless there's a full-blown Molchami theme that we're not yet seeing.
Ooh, and there we see the star of the match against Sky Striker, that one copy of the Kaiju.
Yeah, really bringing us back there, to Kaiju against Sky Strikers.
Really. Probably the only Kaiju he has faced, and I mean, I think facing it in the match to get you to the World Championship must have felt quite interesting for our Theodore. But right now, let's focus on the match ahead. As mentioned, Lorenzo trying to bring this around. Obviously, he knows about that Snow Devil, but managed to clear the field in terms of monsters from Rosalie.
Yeah, Rosalie being pretty relaxed here and just waiting. That now is the time to strike with the Snow Devil. Going to reveal 3. Going to get some monsters back onto the field.
There it is.
Such a powerful card.
It's unbelievable. I really like it. I kind of think here, I think it's just... Yeah.
I mean, when you're able to use it for the full effect, it's such a blowout card. Being able to pretty much clear the whole field, and it does happen, does resolve. Rosalie Angelica able to turn things around, resolving this Snow Devil and clearing the field from Lorenzo. Wow.
Yeah, no profitable way to chain any monsters from their hand to summon themselves, obviously, because they would just get destroyed in place of the ones that you returned. So maybe Rosalie gonna put a check here on Lorenzo, because without a Stake Your Soul, I don't see how he's going to get another monster onto the field. And even with a Stake Your Soul, Rosalie can just summon that Caesar Valius and pop whatever gets summoned.
Definitely not going to be easy feat here from the Italian, and I think that might be the pass back. Yeah. It is a pass back.
I think you can get a lot more stuff off if you're Rosalie here, but if your opponent passes you, I think you just don't look a gift horse in the mouth and you just say, okay, I'm going to go back to my turn. I'm not going to play into any tricks that you might have.
Yeah. Burger was used. We could even go for damage if we want to just close things out. And yes, that is the case indeed.
That's when you know you're in trouble, when they've decided they have enough cards that they would rather deal you some damage. And here we see another Zhilong, and that is enough.
Lorenzo has seen enough, picks up his cards. Wow, what an explosive start. We've mentioned that this matchup can be a lot of back and forth, and grinding out wasn't quite the case, given that the only interruption Lorenzo had, that Mulcharmi Purulia, was stopped by Ash Blossom right away. What an amazing start of the match. And now Rosalie Angelica is only one game away from becoming our latest European champion.
Yeah, I think a good demonstration there of just how tough it is to stop, right? I mean, you could have a one Molchami, but even with that, Rosalie able to push through with that Ash Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this before. If you can really manage to stop Vanquish Soul, then it gets out of control. You know, that's what we witnessed in Game 1, and Rosalie piloted incredibly well. And now we enter into Game 2. Lorenzo, of course, is you know, with the back against the wall, but you know, we see him quite a few times in this situation. And talking about the side deck, going first, he has the Shared Rides, which he can side in, the triple tactics talent as well.
Yeah, Shared Ride in particular has been quite useful for a lot of the Vanquish Soul players, prioritizing it over the, you know, most maybe popular Mistaken Arrest by other decks, taking advantage of the match, very well needed resources in hand, and it's definitely gonna be the case in the mirror match. We see how much it can search out, but I mean, similarly to the previous game, we've also seen other interruptions. Rosalie is on those Phantasmize, which we have seen a lot of the playoffs. I think not so much throughout the main event, but she went with full 3 copies. Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense to some. How do you fight back against Vanquish Soul? I guess the answer is just with more stuff of your own. It's like it's so difficult to interrupt what they're doing, so maybe the strategy is with these Phantasmes and these shared rides. An interesting thing to note, neither player main decking any copies of Droll and Lockbird, but each of them side decking a full 3 copies, so maybe we're in for some slightly more disruptive gameplay than we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, this is something that we discussed so far this weekend. It's how our players decided to either main deck or side deck in Droll and Lock, which is one of the most impactful call of the current meta. And yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
But I think without further ado, again, what matters the most is how these 2 amazing players are gonna hold up their nerves and fight for the trophy standing in front of Tom. So once more, let's finally go to the table and let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2. Here we are. Are we going to see the Purulia from Rosalie as well? Oh, revealing the end. That could be an either amazing or terrible sign, but we start with that part of extravagance. Once more from Lorenzo. Wow.
Do you think he noticed, or he just looks very locked in at the moment?
No, I don't think he didn't even notice.
I mean, he's by far, I mean, we often, comment on some stereotypes or you can have about maybe Italians being extremely passionate, extremely, using our hands, but I gotta say Lorenzo is by far the most locked-in player, but here comes Droll, and no reaction once more from the Italian.
Speaking of locked in.
Yeah, maybe we jinxed it.
Yeah, that Droll is super important here. I mean, it's amazing to say it. You'd think like a Droll into a pot of extravagance would feel bad, but it clearly isn't the case. Your opponent's just drawn 2 cards, you're throwing away 1, but we take those.
Absolutely. And let's see how we can fight back.
Really is almost as devastating to Vanquish Soul as it is to other strategies, it seems. Their deck wants to search so much, it wants to draw so much.
When I see, I think, Nibiru in the end, an interesting choice. And yeah, that Stake Your Soul is going to resolve. Bringing out still that Raisin that obviously we can just use in the next turn, thanks to the Rock.
Yeah, Rock is such a powerful tool. Maybe we should see some Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries coming in the future for these mirror matches.
So simple yet so efficient, it's been really the team of the weekend for Vanquish, let's say, nothing super flashy, but gets there.
Enzo having a think. Question is how many Rock of the Vanquisher got banished?
Well, if he, in top 8, he told me he banished 3 with the extravagance.
Well, this time,
it's
not 3.
Yeah, at least we do have the one. In this case, Phantasmai doesn't really work, since we are under Droll and Lock. So that's it. Just gonna take it, as you would expect. Slowly setting up 1 card and passing back to Rosalie. Can she find what she needs to turn this around? Trying to take a look. I see the field spell in hand.
I'm wondering as well if there was the Snow Devil in hand too.
Yeah, I did see a trap, but there is the most important card of the deck. And a shared ride, though, from Lorenzo.
Wow, shared ride. Gonna fight back well against that draw and lock, but it really puts you on a clock, shared ride, because if you're not ending the game this turn, which it can be quite tough to do against Vanquish Soul, then your opponent's gonna be starting their turn with 10 or so cards in hand.
you can see two opposite strategies, Drone Lock preventing, while, you know, Shared Ride almost trying to encourage your opponent to commit. But I do think you're right. There is the Snow Devil in hand. Wow, both, you know, spell and traps drawn.
Yeah, got to make some tough decisions here, Rosalie. She could just go to the battle phase, play a minimalistic turn, not give Lorenzo too many cards, or she could try and get as much damage as she can on the table and maybe look to close out the game with a heavy Borga.
But it seems like that was the case, and Lorenzo decided to respond by activating this other effect, special summoning from the end.
I feel like, I don't know if Rosalia hand was bad, because like for showing it off, it's just,
yeah, true.
Still don't get it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was that bad.
Wasn't that bad, right?
Maybe the Razan was the top deck.
Could be, because the rest,
Maybe it was the start, the trap,
it's
draw,
Nibiru, start, the trap, and then, whatever we added, then another monster, but, yeah.
Interesting choice from Lorenzo, putting that Razan in defense mode. I feel like it's ready to get run over by its mirror on the other side.
Yeah, here come the field spell we knew about, which unfortunately, I mean, it's going to be a 1-for-1, because Lorenzo is also going to draw a card, whether it's activated.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Shared Ride being rising in popularity this week, and I really like it. It's been years, actually, since the last time we saw it in action.
Whenever it comes back, I mean, it's considered, you know, the maxi version of a spell card in some formats, and for a reason, as it was for, you know, Necrots 10 years ago. But yeah, we just move on to the battle phase. As you have mentioned, able to run over this Razan. I mean, it would have happened anyways due to the protection effect of the field spell, so I guess not that it mattered much. But
yeah, you have to be quite confident you're going to survive to be investing a card into Shared Ride. But the upside of the Vanquish Soul deck is if you draw all these cards, you might draw cards to refill your hand. You've got all these hand traps. You might draw into Holly Sue as well, which you'll probably be able to activate if you're drawing so many cards.
Yeah, but here come the Caesar values.
One thing to note, Shared Ride, I believe, also punishes you for adding a card from your grave to the hand as well. So you can't play around it the same way you can draw Lockbird by using Rock of the Vanquisher.
I think it's very powerful, especially in a tournament this long. I think once you get to the top cut finishes, it's one of those cards you really want to have in your side deck. And here we're seeing...
We do have Earth, Fire, and Dark, which means we can't use the fact to destroy a card on the field, and play seems like it's back to Lorenzo.
He's going to be holding an awful lot of cards at this point. I think he passed last turn with 5 or 6 maybe, and has drawn 2 or 3 now off the Shared Ride, so he's going to have the world at his fingertips.
Yeah, and I mean, we do know basically the only other lines of defense are that Nibiru, which, to be fair, if Lorenzo really wants to go in, could be devastating, but outside of that, there's no Devil. Obviously, is also going to be something to keep in mind.
Yeah, for sure. The Snow Devil and the Caesar Valius will offer some interruptions. The question is, what can you do against your opponent's combination of Snow Devil and Caesar Valius? Because you're going to have a 3,000 attack monster. You can protect it from battle maybe with the field spell, and it can't be destroyed by card effects. So it's going to be quite tough to run over.
Yep. I mean, we mentioned this before. Her hand is not bad at all.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, surely Lorenzo has been through this in testing, and most likely at this event as well.
Maybe a little trick from Lorenzo here. If you target the Razan with something, if your opponent tries to destroy it in response, you can make it indestructible.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't fall for it, understandably so, given she's playing the same deck. And now we see a stare down.
Yeah, Caesar Valley is one of the few ways the deck has, I think, to out the opposing field spell.
Look at these reveals. It's going to be probably the Caesar trying to, you know, threaten the card, but here it is revealed, as mentioned, an hard-drawn Snow Devil. Once more, the card that gave to her game 1.
Yeah, I think this card is really making the difference here. Once again, being hard drawn may not be the card you're really looking for, but in those situations really makes a huge difference.
Wow. We're going to see it here. The Rasen's going to search again.
Yeah.
We're going to get a Borger. We're going to get a Holy See. There's quite a lot going on.
This is going to be a game. Yeah, quite a game. So new chain. We see this Rasen, and we have an Ash Blossom to stop it. I guess the Holy Sue is, you know, scary enough. But we are already on 2 summons from Lorenzo. Yeah. And this is going to be the third to keep in mind for that rock. Not quite the rock we are used to seeing in Vanquish Soul, but
slightly bigger rock.
Yeah.
But worth noting that Ash Blossom actually going to be quite tough for Rosalie, because I think the 3 cards she revealed were the only cards in her hand, with the exception of Nibiru. So she's no longer got the full attribute set and might not be able to activate so many effects. For example, no extra dark if you wanted to use the heavy Borger. No full set of attributes for the Caesar Valius either.
So now she's down to 2, right? Plus the Nibiru. So yeah, it's gonna be tricky. So well piloted by Lorenzo, but now we are just 1 summon away from unlocking that Nibiru, and I don't know that he's gonna foresee it.
Yeah, this has to be the time. Oh, it's not the time. Very patient.
Yeah, I think she's just waiting for the right moment very patiently here. It's, I mean, we mentioned this before the Vanquish mirror match. It's very difficult to play, but yeah, she's just allowing Lorenzo. Where do you think the Nibiru can...
we're on 4, no?
Oh,
yeah.
We're already on 4. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
we are
right.
only on 4.
That's
what it
said.
said.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was thinking it's obviously a great time to cut off a search,
Sure.
but not allowed.
Yeah, not quite.
So can count into 4, right? So
I think there's an art form to counting for Nibiru without making it obvious to your opponent what you're doing that I definitely haven't mastered yet. Counting to 5 in your head.
Maybe we should start counting without fingers instead, because
I think matters extra more if you just show the rest of your hand to your opponent, you know, so they just know that the last card might be relevant. So, right? I mean, Lorenzo is already on 6, 7 cards, so the advantage is there. There is a chance that this game just randomly slips away.
Yeah, Rosalie can pick up that Rasen once again, even with the Nibiru.
Well spotted. This changes things quite big. Yeah, quite a while, because I mean now even if things don't go according to plan, we have the backup that we can set our own Snow Devil. Yeah.
So here comes Heavy Borger.
Fair enough.
I think also good recognition, because if the Nibiru comes down, then there's the Rasen for the next turn.
Do you remember what was the third name in end outside of the Rasen now?
It's Holy Sue, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So Holy Sue, Rasen, 2 of the best cards, but without more attributes in your hand, you're going to struggle to do as much.
And yeah, we are going to use our own Borger. Seems like Lorenzo is just copying, you know, the summons at this point, coming the homeworks. Let's see. But as just slightly more cards to work with, you know. Yeah, we know about the Magnamoth. We're gonna get yet another card off the top. So many good draws available to him.
Yeah, maybe the plan for Rosalie just to use it as a sort of Hail Mary.
Yeah, but now the Nibiru is online, and that's extremely relevant.
So this Jylong is allowed, so let's see how Lorenzo here wants to play it out.
Maybe he will just be disciplined and hold a Holy Suit in hand forever. Just in case anything goes badly.
Play battle phase.
Yeah, I think he is gonna just attempt to crush, but Rosalie, in response to this attack, just gonna take, why not, this extra punch at the life points of Lorenzo, which I believe at this moment are his most important resource, because I think the only way he loses this game realistically is by, you know, just life points, because in terms of card advantage, he's miles ahead.
Yeah, but he's not gonna get a trap card.
And wait a second, Rosalie says, here comes Nibiru.
Very patiently waiting for this Nibiru to being summoned.
Absolutely.
Will that be it for Lorenzo, or will he just have a...
He does have the trap already. So
oh, he's already got the trap?
Yeah, they did earlier on. So he's all right. He could push more, or he could just set the Snow Devil and call it a day. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. He can just set and should be okay.
Oh, and there is another one to back it up. That's a pass back to Rosalie. Can she find a way to break through this Snow Devil? I think we threw into a Drollen Lock, maybe?
The only set card from Lorenzo's side that I can think of is Shared Ride, to be fair.
Shared Ride number 2.
Let's see whether that is the case. Nope, not going to be the Shared Ride. So let's see, she gets to add another card to end. And understandably, so it's going to be her own copy of that Gia Long.
It's looking like Rosalie is lining up to destroy this token, but I'm kind of sad she didn't want to take it with Holly Sue and swing for 20,000 damage.
Yeah, that was a line. When do you think Lorenzo is gonna just pull the trigger on this Snow Devil?
He might wait until Razan tries to destroy something, but I suppose if you wanted to just destroy the Razan, you could have done it when it activated its first effect, because you cannot use both effects, or 2 of its effects at least, in the same chain.
Checking some of the depleted resources.
Rosalie having lost the field spell, it's got to be quite tough.
Yeah, it's an intricate spot, and surprisingly, yeah, we do go for a Link Chew.
Maybe is it time for a Fire Charmer?
Yep. There is the Ita coming down. Obviously, the mirror match changes things up dramatically. These are kind of interactions you don't really get to play around with in other matchups, but obviously all of those important Vanquish World cards are so strong to bring back.
Yeah, maybe this has caught Lorenzo off guard a bit, because obviously the Fire Charmer gets destroyed, then you get to search a card. So waiting long enough to allow Rosalie to summon it might get her a bonus card.
Yeah, great recognition here, but it seems like we can bring back the Razan, which we have already used.
Now we're going to see some of those classic fire lines that we saw for what it felt like a very long time ago. It was just last year, where you link up your Hita into a Promethean Princess, bring back another fire, make a link 4.
Yeah, I think we're just recapping what has happened last turn.
Yeah, maybe just the size of the token, I feel like. Just going over the fact it really doesn't have that much defense.
Really?
I think there was a Dark Charmer.
Is it really that small?
It does feel odd to me, but I don't know, is she taking damage?
Yeah, because, I mean, there was at least, maybe there was some discrepancy here on, because at least the values was there, which is 1500, but I felt like there was something else. Wasn't there Xiaolong as well? I think so, no?
Yeah, it looked like they sort of confirmed the token size.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I mean, I don't see any reason for it, but maybe again, because I've saw them debate a bit about the size of the token. Maybe because she was looking over her graveyard, and maybe she was like, oh no, it's only the 1500 defense, and then didn't realize that unfortunately the token was actually quite big. But I mean, it does make sense that you want to attack anyways,
even if it's small, to, as we can see here, then overlay.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Maybe the plan was just to overlay, and she didn't actually think that she would attack over the token.
I mean, regardless, that was the idea.
And here comes the Nibiru from Lorenzo as well.
Favor return from Lorenzo, his own copy of Nibiru.
We didn't see this coming, but yeah, I think this may be a change
that
of
is
plans.
it.
That is it. Yeah.
Lorenzo evens the score. Well, I mean, we just been praising these two duelists and just their knowledge in this deck. And I mean, when we tuned in for a Vanquish Soul mirror match, we were expecting an exchange of rocks. Maybe not so much these kind of rocks, but we'll take it. And I mean, I don't think we wanted it again any other way around. It's extremely fitting that after such an amazing event, they're gonna have to battle it out in a third game.
Yeah, all three rocks seeing play here. Vanquish Soul rocks, Nibiru, and of course Rock of the Vanquisher. So we're going to see what those side decks have in store for us. We saw that amazingly powerful shared ride from Lorenzo there, and on the side of Rosalie, maybe just some Phantasmes are what she's hoping for.
Yeah, I think this is the card that may be the difference in this kind of matchup, because on one hand Rosalie has the Phantasma, and on the other hand Lorenzo has the shared ride. Of course, I think Lorenzo will side in once again the Mulcharmes, now that he's going second, and yeah, I'm really curious to see how this one will be played out, because we saw in game one, Rosalie's hand was incredibly powerful, and there was nothing that Lorenzo could have done. This game show was fought after, I have to say, because of course Lorenzo was on the driving seat, but it was not easy to seal it out.
Absolutely, but regardless, we have been witnessing two champions in their own stands. Obviously, on the one hand, Lorenzo Muselli, known two-time Italian national champion, giving it his own to become a three-time champion and finally have that international stage title, bringing and trying to have Italy win back-to-back European championship. But on the other hand, to stop him, it will be Rosalie Angelica going first in game 3, trying to get the first ever European championship for Norway. This is the end of an incredible weekend. Don't go anywhere, because only one duel remains to crown the champion that will bring this trophy home. So, without further ado, let's go to the action. And I think one more time before they draw their last end of the tournament. Can we get a round of applause from the crowd? This is it.
This is it. I think I've seen Rosalie open with a Vanquish Soul Razan every single game, so can she keep it up and do it just one last time? I think I see it.
I do see the card we've mentioned in the side deck. That Phantasmai is in the end, I believe, and there it is once again, that Razan. But we see an Ash from Lorenzo, no thought whatsoever. Can we proceed, or is that just going to be a rock? Ooh, it's the pot of prosperity.
Wow. Yeah, really everything that you could want for Rosalie. A pot of prosperity, a Phantasme, and a Razan. Razan being met with Ash Blossom might put a bit of a ceiling on her turn, but still a trade you're willing to take, because that Razan is going to replace itself pretty sharp.
Absolutely. What do you think we are looking for right here with this pot?
I think it just depends on what you currently have already in the hand, but maybe just some missing attributes, maybe something like a Holly Sue or a Mad Love.
Okay, taking a bit of time, but then finalizing this 6 cards. Let's look at the top of the deck. Well, bit of recursion. Oof, and the Stake Your Soul is also an amazing option here.
Yeah, so many options right there.
Makes sense, we do get it. Are we going to see something from Lorenzo?
Yeah,
we do have a burger.
If no Charmy
Quite,
already, then
this is all you need.
Yeah, this is everything.
No Charmies for Lorenzo, unfortunately.
Yeah, seems like we are gonna have just a very similar opening to what happened in game 1, unless there is something hiding, and it's going to be the Holy Sue for Lorenzo.
Oh, he's got his own Holy Sue and Rasen.
Ooh.
Maybe this is in response to the field spell being activated.
Can we turn things around here?
Rasen and the Magnum would have
and we do have maybe Druid Swarm, but yeah, we do have another Bestial to reveal.
Yeah, can he cut Rosalie off that all-important 2 Vanquished Souls on the field? It's going to be a tough ask, given the heavy Borga in hand could play around any sort of targeting shenanigans, or in this case, same column shenanigans from a Vanquished Soul Rasen.
But yeah, there is the Rasen from Lorenzo, and I don't think she has any form of interruption from the end outside of the Phantasmai, so it's going to resolve, adding that Caesar values.
Yeah, this is an absolutely insane start for Lorenzo as well.
Indeed. And
but
possibly
you can try and pop something, but it's not going to do all that much. But is the Caesar Valius about to make an appearance as well?
Yeah. Wow.
So much action happening on Rosalie's very first turn.
We have it. Do we have it? It is all of 3 from Lorenzo, so let's see. Obviously, we're gonna respond from Rosalie Angelica.
Gonna bounce the monster with the lowest defense on the field? Oh no, just gonna summon the...
And then, we are going to destroy that field spell resolution, kiting off the options. What an opening from Lorenzo too.
Yeah, it seemed like it was everything Rosalie could ever want, but Lorenzo here cutting her off.
I mean, Rosalie's hand was unbelievable, but Lorenzo had all the answers needed, you know, with all the names, with all the attributes, the Ash Blossom.
Well, yeah, seems like we are just gonna go for the Ita once again, bringing me back to the final from Dinka Bui, where, you know, he was also making use of this to just upgrade into Promethean Princess. Are we gonna see any of those shenanigans here?
Can he have more interruptions? Like, here we are, Heavy Borga. Okay, so he can draw a card even.
Fair enough.
So much on Rosalie's first turn.
Wow.
I mean, this was the perfect end going second.
Really playing during her turn. Can we pick up anything? No, seems like that is going to resolve. Could we maybe have an Ibiru in the end from Lorenzo, maybe looking for that interruption once more?
I guess people ask how to stop Vanquished Soul going first, and the answer is this specific 5-card hand from Lorenzo.
Just play during your opponent's turn. It's that easy. Why only have one first turn when you can have both?
And pass.
That's a pass. Wow.
Did Rosalie maybe banish the Promethean Princess?
Oof. In that case, that would have been devastating, because she chose, it's not like she activated Part of Extravagance. It was a Part of Prosperity, and now it's Lorenzo only staring pretty much that Phantasma in hand. But outside of that, he's free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, you've got to think this is big advantage to Lorenzo, and how could it not be with such a powerful start on his opponent's first turn?
And I mean, he is aware about the Phantasmize, I'm sure. So there is a universe in which he doesn't even go for a Link Summon at all and just tries to push for a game like this. It's definitely a possibility. And he's counting. You can see that he is. Wow. What an ending to this match. And there are 8 minutes remaining, so it's not like there is all the time in the world to even have a comeback once a lot of damage is put on the field.
Yeah, with Vanquished Soul, you don't even need to do the full 8,000. You can just do it, 5,000 and then round it up with Heavy Borga over the next few turns.
Oh my.
This is an absolute roller coaster of emotion for the ending of the European Championship. It looked like the opening from Rosalie Angelica was just whatever she would wish for, but what an unbelievable end from the Italian. And I think, yes, we are just gonna go for it, destroying the Ash and then taking control of the Ita. This could just be it. And there goes the fist bump. Oh my, he has done it. Lorenzo Muselli is your 2025 European champion in Berlin. What a match, what a showdown, and oh my, the emotions are through the roof. We have an array of Italians just invading the stage, celebrating with their friend, and how can you blame him? First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Rosalie Angelica. What a run, so many amazing players that she knocked off, and regardless, she should be proud for bringing Norway all the way up, and I mean, representing it in Paris at the World Championship. But, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, emotions are flowing for me as well. I mean, if any of you catch the speech that Lorenzo Muselli gave with Alberto when he qualified for the World Championship, he did mention a person that is special to the both of us, and that is Stefano Memoli, which has been an absolute inspiration for all of the Italian players growing up, and that won in 2012 the European Championship in Milan, and that has pretty much, I think, shaped up the destiny of the game ever since, I want to say, because if I am sitting here and if I am also a European champion, I have to owe him to him first and foremost. He changed a lot of the way that, you know, I used to play, and especially the mindset, and I can reveal to you, it's not much of a secret that the same has happened with Lorenzo Muselli afterwards. So this is just really an emotional and special story to me, with this 3 European Championship win, one in 2012 with Stefano, mine in 2017, and now in 2025 with Lorenzo. It's straight out of the movie. I couldn't be more proud of him and what he has achieved, and I'm sure he will give his best to do what me and Stefano could not do at the World Championship, going all the way to 3rd and 2nd place. Maybe he will be the one that brings it back to, as Dario Longo did back in the day. But thank you a lot, and thank you guys for bearing with me and staying with us. Obviously, no, we have to hear it from the man of the hour. Let's hear it from Lorenzo Muselli.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am joined by your new European Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion, Lorenzo Muselli! Lorenzo, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling, I don't know. It's a feeling that I cannot describe, and I don't know, going towards winning the European. Unbelievable. Probably I have to realize. But I don't know.
I mean, maybe it's gonna sink in a few days. Why did you play Vanquish Soul even in the tournament? Did you know it was going to be the best deck by far?
I think Vanquish Soul was the best deck for this tournament by far. As you can see, all issue is just broken, in my opinion. And I don't know, Pot of Extravagance is broken. And
how many times did you start Pot even? It looked like you had it every game.
It was the card that I drew the most. Also in double copies, but it's still fine.
All right. Let's analyze your game a little bit. Yep. We're going to go into the first clip now. We're going to see the full reveal of Rosalie here, the full hand. You had all the information. Was there any hope still left in this game for you?
I start with Purulia, Yash, and then summon Razen, Stake Your Soul. Was really tough to win that game. I tried, but because I made that play with all his shoe, because if he didn't shade the Jiaolong, he didn't have the hurt in hand. So, but still well played to her that recognized the play and the hurt.
So we saw that there was like full combos all over the place with no interruptions. Why was there no Paradise Smasher? What do you need for Paradise Smasher?
I think Paradise Smasher is a little risky Like me, in the tournament, I do just one time. I think it's just a backup plan. It's really strong card, but happens that you lost the dice. So most of the times it's really it's better to do Vanquish Soul stuff, not Paradise.
All right. Playing Vanquish Soul is better than skipping your opponent's turn. All right, that's also good to know there. Here we can see, of course, you played into it. How do you usually play into a Vanquish Soul field? Is there like a line that you can go for?
Yeah, you have to force the trap before everything. If you commit a lot of resources to take out the trap is really tough. So the key is the trap, because made Raigeki, and most of the time you don't have the protection because the fear spell they pop with the Caesar. But I think the key point is to destroy the trap card.
All right, yeah, I mean, we saw that the trap card really taking away a lot for you, even stole the Jiaolong in the process there, and there you can see that the Snow Devil is just going to be activated in any second. Let's move on to game 2, actually, where we can see that you were... Oh, that's still the Snow Devil. You forced the Snow Devil in game 2 with the Caesar Valius.
Yes, what I said before. If you force the trap before, you have real possibility to win that game. Now, this second game, she dropped me, but I really have a strong hand because I had Nibiru in hand and Shared Ride. So I was really confident.
So how good is Drawn Lockbird actually versus Vanquish Soul? Because we saw multiple times after Resin resolved, it wasn't that strong, but if you resolve it on reinforcements or a pot of extravagance, it actually stops your turn quite well.
It depends. If you have access to all food that summon from deck, is not that powerful in my opinion. But also because you can, in like some combination, play around draw. Like if you start with Madlov and Borger, to play around draw, you summon Madlov, chain Borger and draw, you can draw still one. But if I start with Extravagance or Madlov is broken.
All right. Then again, you have activated Shared Ride. How many cards did you draw with Shared Ride over the entire tournament? Did it came up often?
It's really the first time I activate the Shared Ride.
Really?
The first time I drew it. So.
All right. Actually, let's also look at another play from this game, where you committed quite heavily into the field.
Yes.
And then once you went into either a Dark, I think, or it was a Hita.
Yes.
Nibiru, the Primal Being, was revealed. What was going through your head when you saw Nibiru?
I want to force the Nibiru, because I recognize that she has Nibiru, but I had the trap with 3 attributes in hand, so I really don't care about Nibiru. Also, Nibiru was really good for me because she takes out his Caesar from his board. So he didn't have the Caesar on the board to force my trap. So that was the key point, in my opinion.
All right, so you do not care about Nibiru, the Primal Being?
No, because I had the trap with 3 attributes, Holy Shoe, and my Nibiru, Magnamut in hand. I was really...
Fair enough. I mean, the trap did the job for you. Let's actually go into the last game. What was that hand? You had the Holy Shoe with all of the effects. What was that a hand you would wish for?
This deck is... This hand, game 3, was amazing. Like, I draw Ash Blossom, Holy Shoe, Borger, and she didn't have the Ash for my Holy Shoe. So I was really confident to win this game because I have everything.
How often, I mean, we called it backstage, we called it Holly Faker already. Yeah. How often did you summon Holy Shoe on your opposing's first turn?
2 times or 3 times. Like this time, the match with Anthony Lopez in game 1 in top 64 in future match, and maybe another time all over the tournament. So not a lot.
If it didn't even come up often, it is way cooler that it came up in the finals as well, winning you the European Championship. Lorenzo, congratulations so much. Thank you for your time as well. And this is not over yet, because we're kicking it over right back to Ed.
Thank you very much, Leo. So with that being said, we are now going to welcome the new European Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion. Please welcome Lorenzo Maselli! Lorenzo, you've been a national champion, you're now a European champion, and you're going to the World Championship. How does this feel?
Feels amazing. I don't really know how to describe my feelings, so feels amazing. I have to realize.
Absolutely. It'll sink in the next couple of days. Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, all my friends, Stefano Memoli, Francesco Belantone from home, my team, Workers Elite team, and one of my best friend, Andrea Ronchi, il manager, all my team, Andrea, Germano, Diego e Gabri, the free workers, and all my best friends. And I'm sorry if I don't remember everyone, but I thank a lot of people.
If you didn't get a shout out from the European champion, that's okay. We're going to take a step forward and we're going to have your trophy brought over by Kat, our Konami representative. So Lorenzo, this is your trophy, proving that you are the European champion. Give it up for your new European champion! I'm now going to invite my amazing casting colleagues onto the stage with us because that is it. We've had 7 duelists secure their place at the World Championship Series and crowned a brand new European champion. Lorenzo, everyone's had a great time. Thank you so much to all of our judges. Thank you to all of our players who attended. And also thank you very much to all of you at home for watching. Without our players and without the community, this would not be possible. But one more time, give it up for Lorenzo Muselli! That is going to be it from us, but we'll be seeing you very, very soon for the World Championship Series. Until then, good night.